Alright everyone, welcome back to another day of the PGL Wallachia Season 1 Southeast Asian Qualifiers. It's Sean Xfire here again, joining you guys for this community cast. We are on a 6-minute delay, so we're not going to be able to respond to chat and all of that. I believe Armel and Kuku are likely to watch, of course, the Blacklist match after this first match. But to kick us off here today, we will have Yangon Galacticos up against Salvation Gaming, and that should be a fun one. I think Salvation had a pretty rough time yesterday. Yangon surprised us by beating out Talon in one game yesterday. Of course, Talon did say, we heard from Xuen, that they were just warming up, so you know, you can't take that away from Yangon as well, that they did beat them. So we'll see if Yangon can carry through. We have seen these guys go far in qualifiers before, and this is a lineup that has been together for the most part for a very long time now. I want to say almost 3-5 years. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch. We'll see what sort of picks are allowed through. We have seen a little bit of a meta forming. Disruptor has been growing in popularity. Shadow Demon's still up there. Terrorblade Pause 1 has kind of kicked in. So let's see if that's something either side will want. I'm curious to see what Young God picks up as well. And I'm hoping that, you know, the boys in Salvation can also kind of have a stronger showing than they did have last time. We should be able to take a look rather shortly, as we should have the draft online. Take a look at that as it comes in. We do have our draft for Game 1 of Salvation Gaming up against Yangon Galacticos.
10 seconds left.
Again, this is a community cast, and as such, because I'm the only one with lobby access right now, anyone that wishes to restream, watch this on their own, feel free. It's fine, as long as maybe just give me a shout out. I really don't ask for much. That's it. So we'll get into it. And should be interesting to see what they go with. We do see the Mars being banned out along with the DK from Salvation Gaming. Yangon taking care of the Shadow Demon and the Bat Rider, so nothing too different from what we've been seeing from Game 1. Pretty much the same top picks are still being banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
What's going to be the next few steps to take out here?
5 seconds remaining.
My PC always runs hot, so I've got to take off the front cover.
Let's
see here. Tiny being taken out as well from Salvation, so the Haw Tiny, not an option here. Did do a lot of work once it was allowed to
10 seconds
kind of build up there.
5 seconds, boss. Dyer's ban.
Do you see the Terrorblade ban via Salvation Gaming, which is great to see. I feel like that hero, it does feel really strong, especially in the Pause 1, not just support.
5 seconds remaining.
Support got nerfed, but it still seems like teams are finally realizing that Terrorblade is like a decent hero in certain matchups, although I can't quite say for the win rate of it. So we'll have to find out.
Radiant's pick.
Brewmaster being banned out as well. And you get the Razor pickup here. So a very safe Razor pickup for Yangon. This could be our Kush hero. This could be our Ha hero in the off lane. Maybe even mid lane for Young PH, although that doesn't quite fit what I think of when I think of Young PH mid. I think of something flashy. I think of something that
5 seconds, boss.
Kind of play makes for the team. Razor isn't quite that hero, so we'll see if that's something they want here on the side of Yangon. Salvation for their first pick. What's left open? Doom is available if they want to go that route for Rupido. Centaur is available as well. I would say those are decent. If it's a safe lane Razor, you're going to have a hard time ending melee though. So you kind of maybe want to try to bait this Razor into mid or off lane instead. So that's what you're going to have to be gunning for. let's find out what they do pick up. I mean, it's fairly open.
Dyer's turn to
I'd say
bat.
Centaur is the safest bet. Primal Beast is one of those high priorities as well. In the offlane, again, matchup against a safe lane Razor potentially doesn't feel great, so we'll have to see what Yangon does decide to do with a Razor. I feel like you're in a pretty safe spot to still flex this. But if you're looking for a strong lane, like safe lane Razor is pretty strong, I just worry about the scaling. They do ban out the Kotl here on Yangon. What else is going to be the ban? I mean, with Primal Beast on hand, Hoodwink tends to be a pretty good combination. Rubik Marana can kind of work out.
10 seconds remaining.
So there's a few options here.
5 seconds remaining.
There's a few options for the side of Yangon to ban out. Digging into that reserve time. Take care of the puck, so that highly mobile mid is gone.
Ten seconds left.
Puck taken out. Salvation, what are you looking to ban out? I mean, with a
5
Razor,
seconds, boss.
you could honestly think of the Hoodwink.
Radiant's
Maybe start to
choice.
clear out your mid. They'll take out the Clockwork, so preventing any, like, directly strong Razor combinations with a chase down. And do get the Rubik out for Salvation, which I do like. It's a fairly safe combination with potentially the Primal Beast. Lift back. You have a lot of setup for the Primal Beast to just chase down, so it's a really nice lane. You don't have the biggest spells to steal from
10
Razor,
seconds
but
left.
you know, Rubik gets its value from
5 seconds, boss.
just being able to be disruptive in the middle of a team fight. Having that additional spell to play with, no matter what it is, can be big. So no matter what you take now, you're gonna have a good time on Salvation. I feel like Rubik has been pretty up and up. Its laning phase kind of feels meh compared to other supports, but it's not that bad. Like, if I had to say, the laning phase of Rubik's not as bad as something like, say, Shaker. Yangon will go for the Marcy. Now, this is a little bit different. We haven't seen much Marcy at all. And I'm curious what Yangon will do with Marcy. Now, Marcy Razor is actually a pretty decent lane if you are running a support Marcy. It's hard to say where Marcy's the best at right now. It feels like Marcy...
Radiant's pick.
Marcy can work as a core. It can also work as a support. It's starting to look a little bit more like a support. So it looks like maybe they're gunning for something like the Razor Marcy. And I don't think that's a bad lane. I think that's a lane that actually plays pretty well. So
10 seconds left.
I do think that works pretty nice. Sidekick plus Razor chase down is great. Dispose, rebound is pretty nice to play with a Razor who's also pretty fast once he has Storm Surge. So it can feel nice. I like the Disruptor coming out here for Yangon as well. We've seen Disruptor be highly disruptive in these team fights. Static Storm has been a massive tool for these team fights as well. Very low committal considering the cooldown. Of course, you are picking Disruptor into Rubik, Marcy into Rubik, and both of those are pretty fun to steal from for the Rubik, so I don't think it's that rough here for what do you call that? It's not going to be too rough for Salvation Gaming. Salvation, let's see what their pickup is next. It's fairly open.
Radiant's choice.
They'll go with the line. I like that response. I think that is pretty straightforward. You have a really good target to burst down. You have some really good hold coming out here for Salvation Gaming. I like line. I still like line. I think that here is still pretty strong. I think
5 seconds, boss.
it still does a lot of work up front as well.
Dyer's choice.
I'll go to Faceless Void pickup as well. So what are we looking at? A Faceless Void Lion lane, a Rubik Primal Beast lane. Those lanes are pretty solid. And the Faceless Void could be one really good solution to potentially the offlane Razor. You just time walk away, you don't really care.
10 seconds remaining.
You don't really care overall about the Razor here. So I
5 seconds remaining.
I like seeing that from Salvation. This is the Young God here on the safe lane. And yeah, there's no real answer. This is going to be maybe a Faceless Void BKB game just because of Disruptor. But beyond that, you're pretty happy. Maybe a Manta instead, but feasibly, you're probably looking at like BKB in this game. Unlikely. I think the threat of Static Storm is still pretty big. Glumps back can be annoying for the Faceless Void. They could use more damage in the Chrono as well for Salvation. Maybe something on the mid lane. Love this response from Yangon. So, into the Naga Siren for Kish, which means we are seeing something like the Ha Razor coming out here. Which means you are still having that Faceless Void Razor lane. So, you're still in a pretty good spot.
Radiance ban.
For Young God up against Ha. I don't think that lane is too oppressive on Yangon. And it's going to be pretty straightforward for Salvation. The one big thing for Salvation is still this potential flux in the Primal Beast.
Left.
I do feel like you still
Radiance
want
turned bad.
something on mid lane that can pump some damage in for Salvation gaming into the Chrono. So Leshrac being banned out by Yangon is big. Maybe something like the Zeus, maybe something like Lina to be banned out. Quap could be decent as well, though we haven't seen too much Quap.
10
I
seconds
feel like
remaining.
anything like that can be pretty annoying to play into Disruptor. I mean, pretty much
5
anything
seconds,
that wants
boss.
to be mobile finds Disruptor really annoying. Salvation looks like they're expecting the Razor mid instead. So they will ban out the Beastmaster. What else will they want to take care here for Wonder Boy's matchup? We'll find out. Dota Bet account. Thank you for the stream, John. Hey, thank you. Again, you guys don't need to send anything, but thank you very much. It is appreciated. Thank you.
Dyer's ban.
Let's see. They take out the Doom as well on Salvation. What is Yangon going to ban out? It should be the mid. I don't think you want to run mid Primal Beast purely because again you need more damage in Chrono.
10 seconds left.
So maybe a Lina ban, maybe the Quack ban, maybe Zeus ban.
5 seconds, boss.
I don't know. Something with Illusion Clear would be nice. Maybe OD to an extent. You have a Lion, so I guess it might not be the most pertinent thing to take care of. We'll find out. Taking their time and their last ban. They will have to pick up first on Yangon. So they'll have to show the position of this Razor. I like that Salvation's just trying to force it onto the mid. Considering that they're just banning out all these offlane matchups that are pretty annoying for the Faceless Void. Maybe this Centaur can still fit in for Yangon. Centaur, Razor, Naga, Tricor. It looks like a very Chinese draft if you did go for that. Like, that's something me and Mike used to watch a lot of back
Radiance
in
back.
2018 or so. No, they'll go to Ember instead, so now it's the Razor offlane, mid-Ember coming out for Salvation. Rather interesting choice to go for the Ember. You do have some hold on Salvation, but there's some good backline jump, I suppose,
10
here.
seconds remaining.
For the side, if Yangon there's some softer backline, they can try to
5
focus down with
seconds
the Ember.
remaining.
Sidekick on Ember Spirit's pretty nice as well, so that could be your primary target to play early. Salvation for the mid matchup. Could try Zeus. Could try Lina. Wap is okay. Honestly, the Primal Beast matchup I feel like is alright. You could go Storm, but there is enough hold here for that to be annoying. They'll go with the TA instead. That is some damage in Chrono. Its mid lane matchup is okay. Feel like that's somewhat better for Ember in the sense that he can burn Refraction. There's nothing to burn down Flame Guard. At the same time, with a melee matchup for Ember into a TA, you do tend to have a good time having the Melt Strikes go off. So this could be pretty annoying for young PH as long as Wonder Boy lines up his shots properly. And that is going to be the one thing that's going to be really, really, really annoying.
10 seconds left.
I do like the Zalrain Hall lane. I think the Razor Marcy is pretty strong. I'm just curious how much they can do up against Face's Void, because I don't think that's a lane that really gets pressured too badly by this. Maybe level 1, level 2 is... Level 1, level 2 is the shortcoming of Face's Void. Level 3, if you go for, say, a 2-1-0 build, you're pretty happy on Young God. So I think that is the one thing that you can do there. And I don't know, like this, it looks like a rather back and forth. It does feel like it comes down to how well of an early start either side gets. Because if this TA falls behind, you're going to have Young God and Wonder Boy forming up. And there might not be enough space considering how well Kish can kind of clear out the map. Shove it out with the Naga illusions. It's going to be relatively annoying trying to deal with that. And that is the one concern. Like, this Naga can kind of just run away with us. So we'll see as we do get into it. Game number 1 of the day for Salvation Gaming up against Yangon Galacticos. And this should be a fun one to watch. We'll find out. Did you get the instantaneous pause? So just chill a little bit.
Feed me if you must.
What weathermancery is this?
I mean, I think this works. It's just Wonder Boy has to have a good start. Okay. I think Young God's going to be sitting back and farming no matter what. Wonder Boy needs something like the Dragonlance Blink start, or at least Dragonlance Desolator this game, and just kind of go from there. I don't think you can afford to have the TA catching up while the Face's Void is also just farming. That leaves you with, what, 3 heroes that can play? Prowling Beast, Line Rubik, and that's kind of okay, but feels like YG is going to be online a little bit faster overall. Like, Razor doesn't need too much farm, as long as the laning phase goes fine. If the laning phase is rough, maybe you see some delays there. Why am I so zoomed in? I feel like this is not how I play Dota. I've never seen the camera that close. Yeah, that was weird. It's very
That's the
close.
spirit.
Alright, see what happens with a smoke on smoke.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
And you have to respect this Razor Marcy lane. Can be really, really strong coming into it. Zalrain. Planting some forward vision. Very nice forward vision. Broke the smoke and wasn't spotted out either. Might have even seen that ward. So you're in a pretty happy spot for Zalrain. Still running around. How did the smoke not break? We managed to find Young God. Early level in the plasma field should drop them away. And it doesn't look like anyone's going to be hard committing for that fight now. So, gonna be just chilling out here.
T-minus 30 seconds.
And looks like they're just going to go for the 2-for-2 trade. It looks like you might be set up for a little bit more on Yangon. Eurupido will go for the steal though, so it will even out. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything else out here. And the 2-for-2, unless Young God oversteps, doesn't look like it.
Stick to the plan.
Nothing too crazy. Yeah, even start for both sides. Take a look at these lanes as they break out. Of course, we've got Young God down bot. On that Face's Void, he's going to be joined by Lloyd on the Rubik. Walking down here. They are up against Zalrain on that Marcy, and we've got Ha on that Razor. So, the Razor Marcy lane, again, can be devastating. Level 3 is really where this comes online. You're going to have to really balance your time walk here for Young God. It's level 1 cooldown's atrocious. Even level 2 can feel a little bit rough at 18 seconds. You have a lot of uptime for the aggression here. Just like that. Dispose out, and then a plasma field can come in. There's not too much Lloyd can do to stop that. Does have a Fade Ball to at least prevent the harassment from Zalrain. But this is not going to be the easiest of times for Young God until at least his level 2 time walk. For that, there's going to be some openings here for Ha and for Zalrain to play with. Wondering if Zaryan will go for 1-1 or 1-0-1 at 2. I feel like at level 3 you're... See, at level 3, if you can go away with like 1-2-0, you're pretty happy with Rebound giving you a lot of range and chasing down. So I am curious what Zaryan's idea behind that is. Taking a look elsewhere, we saw Lun just getting some good harassment off onto Drick. Drick having to TP back to the base. Already at very low HP, does have a lot of tangos on hand. He is laning up with Rupido on his Primal Beast and Kish up against Kish on the Naga. And this is an okay lane for Rupido. Mind you, you have to be careful here for Lun. Without that glimpse back, there's potential to be run down fairly hard. Once Lun has, say, value points in every single skill, I'd say, again, like almost like a 1-1-1 kind of game. You feel pretty happy. Maybe more points in glimpse. Send Rupido back on the commitment. And you should have yourself a pretty decent time here for Kish. Not too much you can really do to stop the Naga, unless you can chain stun, get a good Earth Spike out, and just get that Onslaught and Trample going while the Disruptor doesn't have levels. Once levels are up, should be much easier to equalize there. Take a look at the other lanes, of course.
Now you've got my attention.
As we see Ha just kill off Lloyd. Then again, that's the early timing. Level 2 up, you've got the Rebound on Zaryan. You can chase down. There's not much Young God can do. There's not much a Rubik can do once the lift's committed as well. So a lot of rundown potential here for the side of Yangon. I like that they've cut the tree line as well. So they're keeping it open, just so Lloyd can't sneak around. They can keep maybe a cleaner angle to contest the pulls. Young God's finding decent farm. It is lagging behind though. Bottom of the CS board right now on that Faceless Void. And again, Relief is not going to be easy to find here for the side of Salvation. Still, taking a look at the mid lane, you are having a fairly decent time for Young PH. Again, there is a way to kind of get aggressive here for Wonder Boy. At the same time, this is the build you go for Young PH. You know, you go for Flame Guard. You know Wonder Boy has no way of clearing it. You just abuse that burn through the refraction. And as long as you don't get into the angle of the side blades, Young PH is pretty free to just play around. Really hard to land the Meld Spark opportunity as well for Wonder Boy to start pumping out harassment. Of course, once the Meld does kick in with the side blades, it is a lot of output onto Young PH. So it is back and forth, but as long as Young PH is finding a farm, finding that slight advantage into level 6, you're pretty happy on Yangon. Still have access to their bounty as well for the top up. And overall, a pretty smooth start. I would say it's a little bit better for Yangon, mainly off the back of the safe lane difference. Like, this Nagasarian's just going to be able to outfarm. It's just the nature of the hero. It can clear out these camps with relatively little investment in it. It's just going to be able to build up. You know, the illusions clear out. You can shove out waves. Faceless Void's going to need so much more time to build into that same space. And that difference for Kish is going to be massive. Like, we're talking about maybe a Manta Orchid timing before the Faceless Void is really ready to go, which would be pretty scary to play into. That's Naga's early online spike. You need to try to slow that down a little bit. Beyond that, you are having a good time for Rupido and Wonder Boy. Decent enough time. But again, the difference in the Faceless Void lane for Young God, recovery has to really be planned in for the side of Salvation. Wondering what Rupido goes for first. It is Phase Boots into Soul Ring into BKB. So early BKB for him, which I like the read on that. He knows there's going to be a lot that's going to stop him from just running forward. There's the Glimpse, there's the Kinetic Field, there's the Rebound, Dispose. A lot of things that just slow down this Primal Beast, so quick BKB is one way to set that up. Just a little bit rougher right now to look for these kill opportunities. Bit of a slower game. Neither side also having the opportunity to really go for the chase down on the 6-minute rune. Zaryan is being chased down a little bit by Young God. Does he get any lucky bashes? Then he does. One bash. Zaryan. Nice dispose down. Very cheeky. And actually survives off the back of that. So, yeah, waste some time. Young God's not farming up. Might have time to rotate for the power rune as well. Wonder Boy already 6. You all would say, well, got Young PH at level 6. A little bit better in rune control, of course. For the side of Salvation, you've got the traps, you've got wards. Who gets lucky? Amplified damage coming out for a young PH. It gets denied by Drick. Drick's going to be paying for this one, it looks like, with his life. Glumps backwards. And young PH should be able to find himself a nice kill. And he will. 2-0 so far the way of Yangon.
That was toasty.
Salvation. I mean, they take away the rune at the very least, but yeah, you're feeding out this Ember. I'm more than happy to take that trade here on Yangon. We'll find out how much more they can get out from this laning phase, of course. Rain might find himself in the spot of trouble now. Still hasn't gone home to reset, but just scouting out forward a little bit does force out the sentry. That does let Lloyd clear out the obs. The one thing with the Marcy, of course, it's not feasible to multi-stack camps. I mean, to stack multiple camps at the same time, so it's not as efficient in building up that resource here for the side of Yangon. This is a really rough lane for Young God. Like, solo lane now up against Razor. 3-2-0 build for Ha at 6. Like, this is a 2-level disparity now for Ha. Like, that's massive for the Razor to play with. No threat at all from Young God. Left alone as well while they're trying to repair mid lane a little bit. Those movements for runes. And this is the one concern for Salvation. Like, you have a slow start for the Faceless Void. You have a decent start for the TA. It's going to be a Blink Rush for Wonder Boy. So that's a good understanding of what he needs to do. He needs to be able to follow through, get some damage forward, catch out some heroes. Maybe a Blink Shard. Blink Dragonlance Shard could be the way to go. Just to have a bit of an easier time there for Wonder Boy. Does have some room in the triangle. Not cleared out. See if he manages to find this power rune. 8 minutes regen. Wonder Boy will just pick it up. Nothing coming out there for young PH. So really good from Salvation to contest these runes up against a hero that really enjoys kind of building off of that. So just very smart so far from the side of Salvation, but don't think you're doing too bad here on the side of Yangon. Again, you've had a great time for your Naga. You've really shut down Young God. Like, this is not a game for the Faceless Void at all. It's going to take a while for him to find a game. Got a value point in sidekick. Hawk can just cut the creep waves to get a good rebound off with the dispose and should be able to find Lloyd no problem. Ha finding one more kill for himself. 0-3 now in Yangon's favor. And for the side of Salvation, is all kind of boils down back to the draft, right? Like, you have a mid that can't connect. Your side lanes are a little bit more passive, except maybe Rupido's lane, but even he needs farm, considering how disruptive Yangon's draft is. He does actually need that BKB to just stand there, pulverize the onslaught down, trample down. And it's going to take some time for that farm to find itself.
Never refuse gold given.
You're going to have to just relax a little bit, build up these stacks, build up some source of farm for Wonder Boy, and try to avoid losses on bot for Young God. Which they have been doing. And you're 2.8k net worth Faceless Void. It's going to take you at least 10 minutes to be online in some capacity here for Young God. He is playing really safe and not providing any openings to the side of Yangon. So you do have that going for yourself. Just feels like Yangon is finding a lot in this free time. You know, again, we're talking about Kish, talking about this Naga Siren clearing out camps. There's no way to contest because you don't have early activity here on Salvation. Maybe, again, if you drag out Rupido, that is a possibility. He'll fight over the runes. Illusion rune going to Rupido. Again, just no top-ups for young PH. And that's also holding back a Yangon from playing a bit faster. They are impacting some of that tempo that they'd want to find here. Rupido as well, just going for some creep blocking, camp blocking. He's being a nuisance, or as much of a nuisance as he can be. He is doing a fine job. Scouting out as well, no stacks. That does at least make it annoying for these supports if they did want to start stacking up. And all things considered, everyone is allowed to farm. Again, it's just a matter of efficiency. It's a lot more efficient for Kish to play it this way than it is for Young God. To an extent than it is for Wonder Boy, but looks like the Blink Dagger is almost done for Wonder Boy. About 700 gold off. Push potential for Yangon is pretty slow as well. to be fair. It's not like they can siege onto the mid that quick. They do have a siege creep, so that is going to lead to a little bit of a shove-in.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great.
They will get started. Young PH does have a remnant back, but let's get caught. They do have Finger, and the Young PH can melt. Chain stunts are good. Static Storm is there to save, and the Glimpse back does provide spacing for Young PH. They've got the Chrono ready on Young God if he feels a need to. Looks like he might not even... won't even get the finger kill for Drick. They understand that Young God needs the gold. And it ends up being shared. Chrono out. Does manage to catch Zalrain. They've got enough damage, it looks like. Zalrain not quite at 6, and the finger flies out then. Hawk comes in, trying to salvage the situation. Can he find Lloyd? Yes, he will. Finds him right before it fades away. Before that TP kicks in. And Haw doesn't have the most damage here, but here comes Young PH. The Pulverites comes in, though. Haw gonna fall. Drick, good stun onto Young PH. Slide the fist, chains out, and a remnant onto the low ground. Dodges out for Young PH. Limp is back as well. But a rather explosive fight, and all things considered, a really good fight for salvation. Yangon just stepping a little bit too far, not respecting the TPs in, all stemming from Young PH just almost getting run down on the mid. And all of these openings are just found. Maybe a little bit aggressive as well from Haw, trying to get that chase just for Rubik to equalize. And then just keeping that chase up, not being able to retreat. Smoke out from Yangon though. They want to find Young God. They know he has no Chrono. Chains do connect from Young PH. Get the rebound off as well, and the dispose is there. Young God is gone. So that's the one here you really do want to kind of keep down. That's level 6 now for Zalrain. Siege can proceed very quickly.
Radiant's lost their bottom tower.
And they just cleared out. So Yangon, after a little bit of a bad back and forth trade in mid, they come out on top. They hit some massive level spikes, like 6 on Marcy is honestly massive. Support Marcy still ends up itemizing almost like a very poor core, but Marcy doesn't need much anyway. Phase Boots coming out for Zalrain. Wondering if he's going to try for Bash or BKB or some form of utility. Solar Crest isn't too bad on Marcy either. Not ideal, but you know, you'd much rather have Bash or BKB, but if you feel the need to save, could be one way. Smoke out from the side of Salvation. Wonder Boy has that blink up. Can they catch someone out? Can they catch something like Young PH? Smoke does not break under vision. It breaks onto Drick now. It's gonna maybe hold back on the offensive. Lloyd will get the bolas stolen away from Young PH. Gets the lift, chains, and passes along the haste to himself. Young PH is not finding any luck with these runes, man. This is unfortunate for Yangon. But you've got Free Farm and Kish. He's got the Manta into the Orchid. That's the early timing we were talking about. All things considered, again, you're in a happy spot for Yangon. 4K up. Young God is still struggling along here. Still waiting for a Maelstrom. Even that's not even online, so his farming pace is still lagging behind. We need to see that impact from Wonder Boy. Again, Blink's nice, but it looks like he needs so much more. He's going Dragonlance into Mjolnir, which I can appreciate. Maybe Desolator doesn't do as much. You just want more clear for the illusions. Those lightning procs can be pretty nice. The passive, the active as well, can be nice if you're getting run down a little bit by those illusions, so it helps you clear out a little bit more. We've got the BKB coming out from Ha. I believe that's the Sanj Yasha being finished up here as well. Yeah, I like this from Zalrain. And just BKB. Be able to stand forward. Be able to get some good hits off with the Unleash. You can just run down. Rather interesting spot. Could catch Lloyd, but Lloyd is just scouting out. They do manage to get the Hex off from Drick. Does have the Shard. They get the Chrono going as well, but Young God has no damage. Where's the follow-through? Where's the damage supposed to come in? Get the glimpse back onto Young God with a Static Storm. He's gone. Stolen Static Link coming in from Lloyd, holding back Young PH, but not quite enough. Should still be able to find that Rubik. Wonder Boy now as well, diving forward, can't be much. And Lloyd, the sole survivor, of this unfortunate series of events. Does manage to run away. They should have been able to spot him, but we'll just go for the tier 1 tower instead. And this just goes back to what we were talking about from the draft. What happens here when you have this Faceless Void with no farm? Like, yes, TA can provide damage inside. It's not the comfiest time to do that. They will still catch out Lloyd. And that's going to be the full 5v5. Just a little bit delayed here, but the supports will find it. Static Link is causing some issues, but they will clean up.
Tower is down for the count.
3-10, Yangon Galacticos. Running away with the game so far. Salvation. They need so much more time. That's my issue with this draft. Like, they need to wait for farm to come in on Young God. They need to wait for farm to come in on Wonder Boy. I don't know who Rupido connects with. Once he has a BKB, should help. And we're not too far from that. Perhaps that's the launching point for this game. For the side of Salvation. Young PH. And he's so confident. He knows it's a really hard one to pin down. They need to throw all the third control out. Young PH does see Rupido, gets the chains off. Those bolas are out, and they do manage to trap as well. Find Lloyd up top. A few punches from Zarain. And the Yangon, it's looking very much in their control here for game number 1. Like, nothing to fear. We've got this early timing already up in Kish. They see Wonder Boy. He does have the blink. Can bail out and will. But man, Salvation. There's just nothing that fits in here. They need so much more in Young God, who just got his Maelstrom at 18 minutes. This is... I don't think it's Young God's fault. I don't think this was a very good Faceless Void game to begin with. Like, you start with Primal Beast. You go into the TA last pick, and you also have Faceless Void. Like, what's the damage going to be in here? You know, your supports can't really do much damage in there outside of Finger. Your offlane does no damage in there until Ags and Shard. Even then, that's mildly negligible. It's nice, but... You know, you're not picking Primal Beast to combo into Faceless Void with Ags. It's not why you draft that. Do manage to get the Orchid usage on Rupido. Nice Earth Spike to stall, but that's all you're really doing here. Rupido's gone.
Killing spree.
Young PH to clean that up.
The boss ends the lesson.
Read to 13. Yangon. I don't want to say.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they need so much more on the side of Salvation. Yangon are just in complete control. Finally got power in as well for Young PH. And they should find Wonder Boy. Like, there's no way Wonder Boy runs away from this.
Mega kill.
And
Now
he's
you're
gone.
just showing off.
They get the Chrono onto Illusions. Young God,
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
I mean, it's tough, right? Like, this Naga hits so damn hard. You can't even be sure. They'll smoke up. Drick, Lloyd, Rupido needs to start finding stuff. Maybe they can find Kish. Earthspike does connect. I'll get the Pulverize as well. But Kish, Kish does die. No Manta there, but can Young PH find a cleanup? No mana for him. They'll get the damage off, and Lloyd is going to go as well. At the very least, Rupido does escape from that hit and run. And again, it's a pretty big kill on Kish. So all things considered, you're happy with what you can find here in Salvation. Yangon keeping that chase. Couldn't quite get there in time for Zarain. Field Rune for Young PH. You do have, well, Maelstrom, yeah. You've got the Maelstrom for Young God. BKB coming out next. Level 12 Faceless Void. What are your supports at? 11 for Lun. 10 for Zarain. So at the very least, you're still above the enemy supports here for Young God in terms of EXP. In farm, you're barely above, but you are. Roche does begin here for the side of Yangon. I'm going to be running down at that objective quite nicely here. And the side of
Radiant's bottom tower is looking so great.
the side of Salvation really can't do much there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Earth gets taken for free.
Radiant's bottom tower is looking
Yeah,
so
not
great.
much you can really do about that right now.
That should
On the
help.
side of Salvation, we just need to stall and try to farm. Try to get this Faceless Void to the point where it might be able to carry you. Kind of go from there.
Radiant's
See if that's
bottom
something they
tower
can
is
get
in
done
trouble.
here. Tier 2 bot being sieged up. Paw, and nothing
Radiant's
but
bottom
fear.
tower is under attack.
They could try to find these isolated heroes. Again, if they find Kish, that could be one way. Even with Aegis, does feel like they have enough to kill him twice. If he's by himself. But that is not looking like it's happening. Just walks through the gate once more. Bloodtorn pretty much flying out here for Kish
Radiant's
into the
bottom
heart,
tower
into
is
the
looking
butterfly.
so great.
It's going to be a very
Temporary
happy lad.
vulnerability, Radiant side.
How much damage and sustainability he's going to have here. Young God just
Radiant's
farming in
middle
the safe
tower is
spots.
looking so
He is
great.
starting to ramp up. You know, the BKB is starting to become a reality here. Yangon in with a smoke. Gonna go for a gate movement across. No one up top though. Pretty far out. They are clearing out their Tormentor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
We'll get the
attack.
Shard going for Lloyd. So you've got the safety coiled back. They find Young God. Really good spot by Young PH. And Young PH now just gonna TP away. No chains, no damage. A little bit hasty from Young PH, unfortunately. No supports around to help stun, but they will find Rufido, it looks like.
Radiant's middle
Though the
tower
damage coming out onto Kish is pretty big. Not something to underestimate. The chain silences as well is smart, but there's that dispose back. Glimpse back as well into the static storm. And they won't be able to find Kish. Valiant effort. But the supports save the day there and do provide
Radiant's
some
middle
safety
tower is in
for
trouble.
Kish to hold on to that Aegis. Could look to start clearing out these last outer towers now. Mid being shoved in by Haw.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Kish going to be cutting up top. Shoving in that top tier 2 as well. Along with the mid.
Radiant's top
Get
tower
the
is
silence off. The Bloodthorn onto Drake and he's gone.
impressive.
Might be able to find more with Lloyd as well. And they will. 420.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Yangon blazing it right now. And the side of Salvation Gaming.
Radiant's lost
Yeah,
their
there's
middle
not
tower.
much they can do here. Sieged
middle
onto the
tower.
high ground.
Radiant buildings are fortified.
Get the fortify going as well. Age is still up for 2 minutes, so Kish could just always go back. No
Radiant's
problems
middle
here.
tower is under attack.
We'll go for the top tier 2. No creep wave, but they don't need it.
Radiant's top
And
tower
now
is
they
gone.
can start to consider high ground on every lane. Amplify damage rune waiting for them to pick up as well if they wanted. Still have some room being farmed up here for Young God. That should be his BKB all done. About 100 gold, so we'll have the BKB chrono. I don't know if damage is there. That's still my main concern. Like, the damage for chrono, it just doesn't feel like it's a massive threat. Especially as this heart gets built up on Kish. Just feels like you're going to be able to dance around us on Yangon. They will smoke up here, though. Salvation, maybe this is where Salvation starts to come in. Start to find some heroes. Get control onto Kish the one time. Age is still up for a minute. Smoke does break now. Kish still keeping that chase up. Not going to be able to fully chase, although still keeping up that chase. Are starting to play tag here. They do find Lloyd. Starting to drop him low. But meanwhile, the bigger fight. Chrono to disengage. Lose Lloyd in the side. Paw not able to do much in that Chrono with a BKB. But the Chrono also does nothing. Like there's literally nothing to happen in the Chrono. Saw Rain, it feels like, does more damage jumping forward. Will die. Being a little bit hasty in that movement out. Young PH, no mana as well. Let's get fingered. Does he have a remnant out? He does, and the song will save from Kish. Just get a little bit of a reset. Sacrifice one and pull back. Grit Spike will not connect. And the side of Yangon cut their losses. Or will they? Kish TPing out. No. Good onslaught out from Rupido. And he will find an additional support to sacrifice. So Salvation swinging it back a little bit. 962 gold going their way. And it's something, right? Like, you take whatever you can get at this point for Salvation. Start the siege onto that mid-tier 1. BKB up on Young God. The damage is starting to ramp up. Have to be cautious about jumping in. Zarain, until the BKB, is still a susceptible target. We'll go for their own Tormentor here. Honestly, a free shard for Kish could be massive. They'll have it for Lun, which isn't bad. It's not amazing either. I do feel like there's some utility to that shard, but it's not like a standout shard, but it does allow you a little bit of vision coming in here for the Disruptor. At the very least, you can just plant them around, help you try to read smokes if they're nearby. That is something. I suppose. It's a very niche shard. Young PH going back to the Sanj with his Kaya. You've got the full heart on Kish. Aegis has expired. So you don't have that backup anymore for Kish. We'll see minute 40 when Roshan will respawn.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
You're doing a great job of stalling into your power spike here for the side of Salvation, right? The Face's Void does get stronger as the game goes later.
Gold is a great conductor.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
We'll just start the siege. What do you unleash? Force the response out. Young God hanging on the sidelines here. And they play it safe. Again, Roshan in a minute. Yangon can go for the safe play and go for Rosh first. See if that's something they want to consider here. Just keeping all the lanes shoved in. I mean, they're just kind of choking out Salvation, preventing too much farm from being found by Young God and Wonder Boy. You know, for Young God, if he does manage to hit like level 20 into Mjolnir, there is damage in the Chrono. There would be. Maybe not for Kish. It's a little hard targeting that Naga with a heart. And the butterfly coming in. But certainly for everyone else, there might be enough once that item and that level spike is there.
Your place is here.
We'll see. A few more seconds until we see that Roach respawn timer. Yangon just keeping every lane shoved in. Does look to be a slower Roshan, so 2-minute wait time for Rosh. Almost dropped Young God just by poking and prodding there. That Blood Torrent. They do manage to encircle Zarain. They'll feed off of this Marcy. Every kill actually counts. I mean, that's 700 gold going away of Wonder Boy. It's a pretty stupid amount of gold to feed out. 524. I mean, that's full Mjolnir. That's a BKB for Wonder Boy coming out next. All off of Marcy support. Have to be a bit cautious on Yangon. Young God. Not going to be able to jump Lun. Ags for Lun is almost done as well. Only about, what, 600 gold away. So that's going to be a massive boon for the Disruptor with a Static Storm, of course. The Muting is going to ruin those BKB timings you're looking for here on Salvation. Still camping around on the triangle. Smoke out from the side of Yangon. See if they decide to jump someone. Could go for Wonder Boy, but does pull back in a timely manner. Full AC up and running on Ha. There's that BKB we were looking for on Wonder Boy. Oh, Young God just time walked away. It does pop the BKB. pops the chrono to run. Will be able to make it out, but BKB to escape. Rupido now as well, dropping that BKB to try to kill off Lun. Not quite enough damage. Young PH coming in for that backline, wanting to find Lloyd. Will be able to clean up. Young PH going further while Rupido in the back, still trying to kill something off, will fall. And Young PH going onto the high ground all by his lonesome. No remnants left. Do manage to get that silence off onto the Faceless Void. Not able to keep the chase, instead going for the tier 3. Fortify is back up. Only able to stall. Not for long. And be able to find those objectives now. Have one more fort to keep stalling if they want. Chrono is down because was used to escape there. Mirax will fall. That's going to be mid. That's going to be bot, mid, and top. More than likely all falling. There's not much to be scared of. Yes, Fortify kicks in, but at what does it still matter when Kish has a heart? It doesn't feel like it does. Mid to fall, Butterfly gun coming out soon as well for Kish. And Salvation. They've got to find Salvation somewhere. Yangon playing it safe, respecting the damage. Won't go fully for the Megas, even for the full super creeps down mid. Do have the Ags up on Lun, so that Static Storm is going to be devastating to say the least. And that Butterfly is up for Kish. See if they can find a jump here. Zalrain has his BKB. Salvation trying to step out. Your Wonder Boy does get caught out. Does manage to pop the BKB. But can he escape? Doesn't look like it. No buyback on Wonder Boy either. Drick gets chopped down by Zalrain. They'll have Chrono in 10, but where's the damage going to come in? Do you have level 18, but no 20 yet? The song does come out as well. They want to find Young God. Should be able to. Static Storm, basic combination. Does have buyback. And will buy back. And he knows there's no Static Storm left. They might be able to run down Zalrain. Looks like they will be able to. Not quite yet. The lift back. And they do get the Pulverize as well. Takes a lot, but they will find it. Mid Rax does fall along with top. The Mega Creeps are coming in. Chrono's still ready. They will catch Young God. Instead, die back for the Faceless Void, and it looks like this game is going the way of Yangon. Salvation, not finding Salvation in this game. They will call the GG. And Yangon play a clean game. They have a great time mid. I will say a couple of things going right here for the side of Salvation. Really strong presence on the runes. I think that's the one thing from the side of Salvation that they can take away and try to bring into that next game as well. Like, try to play around those runes. They made sure Young PH wouldn't be able to find any good runes for a long time. And that was massively detrimental to the side of Yangon in terms of that early tempo they were looking for. But it felt a little bit scattershot from the side of Salvation, right? Like that Faceless Void pickup, the early Primal Beast over some stronger offlanes perhaps. I mean, I don't think Primal Beast was really the issue. It's just the synergy of this draft. It felt like the draft didn't really play together all too well. Like, why the TA pick up when you have Faceless Void when you could have gone Lina, when you could have gone for a lot of other things in terms of just getting some damage in that Chrono? It didn't feel like that was the most synergistic and the most straightforward way to run that. So it does fall flat. We'll see if that's something they can correct here on the side of Salvation Gaming. That is a fantastic game coming out from Yangon. One game up now in the series. One game away from continuing on. And this is the lower bracket we're starting with today. So if Salvation don't manage to rally in game number 2, it's going to be the end of the road here. Of course, the side of Yangon will want to find that path continuing for the qualifier of Wallachia. We'll see if they can get that done after a little bit of a short break. It's Sean Xfire here. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you in a few minutes. Alright, ladies and gents, we are back immediately for game
10
number 2
seconds
here.
left.
Didn't take too long for us to jump into game number 2 for YG up against Salvation
5
Gaming.
seconds remaining.
YG taking game 1 in a very convincing manner there.
Radiance ban.
Salvation looked a little bit shaky. You know, it felt like the drafting wasn't quite on point.
Radiance ban.
I get that Wonder Boy is a prolific
Dire's
TA
got a
player.
ban.
It didn't feel like the best pickup for that last match, so we'll have to see what the shakeup is here. I don't think it was really too bad, right? Like, Faces
seconds
Void did make
remaining.
sense if they had something mid that felt like it could collapse along with his
5
Faces
seconds
Void, that could
remaining.
play with a Chrono, that could dump some damage in early to mid game. Because, sure, later on, Faces Void will have damage, but he needs to get to that point later on, which takes a long time for Faces Void. We're talking about like a level 20 spike
Radiance turned
with
to
his
ban.
talent, and that takes... It's a long time, but laning phase was not easy
Radiance ban.
for Young God 1v1 versus the Razors.
Dire's
We'll see
banned.
what's coming out here. Do you see the Doom, Batrider, and Shadow Demon Lifestealer being banned by YG? Salvation taking care of the Razor Tiny.
10
So,
seconds remaining.
taking care of some of those big options from the last game.
5 seconds, boss.
Centaur's been left, Mars has been left. It feels like these heroes have been kind of ignored for that first series, for that first game. We'll see if either one kind of gets up here. See what they want to ban out on Salvation. They'll take care of that Mars, which is fair. Mars has felt really impactful when we have seen it come out.
Ten seconds left. Radiance choice.
Terrorblade.
Dire's turn to ban.
The sack.
Alright. To get our next picks, we start off with the Terrorblade coming out for Salvation Gaming. And again, that can be flexed into support. We have seen it more on Safe Lane here in Southeast Asia. We do see the Leshrac coming out from YG, which I like as a response. So you already have something that deals with this high armor hero very nicely. It has a really good pacing. It has really good push
10
potential
seconds remaining.
coming out here for YG. I love seeing this coming out for YG. For Salvation,
5 seconds
you can still
remaining.
shift this Terrorblade onto support, so it's not countered as badly in comparison to a core Terrorblade would be into the Leshrac. So I think that could be the way to go here for Salvation. We'll see if that's the way they
Radiance
want to
turn to
go. Again, they could still flex this. Yangon can run this Leshrac off lane. Should be mid overall for Young PH. I feel like he does play a pretty mean Leshrac. Do ban out the Morphling and DK from Salvation. Yangon, what are they going to take
10
out?
seconds left.
Take care of the Lifestealer, so they're trying to prevent any other
5
safe lanes
seconds,
that would
boss.
feel good against his Lesh. Wonder if Young God has something like the
Radiance pick.
AM pickup here. Could be one way to answer. They will take care of the Kotl as well. So YG covering all their bases for the mid matchup as well, like mid and safe lane matchups down the line, ensuring that this Leshrac will have as good of a game as possible,
10 seconds left.
which I like to see.
Dire's choice.
They will pick up the Tusk for Yangon, so they've got some save with like Blink Snowball coming in to break off a fight. They've got a strong lane kind of lined up depending on where they put this Tusk, what sort of laning partner we'll get. Like Tusk Luna sounds really good. Tusk Enigma
10
sounds really
seconds
nice
remaining.
as well if you want to go that route for team fight. So it's fairly open
5
here
seconds, boss.
for the side of Yangon. Salvation have the back-to-back picks, so they need to cement in the position of this Terrorblade, whether or not they're going to be committing it on support or on carry now. We'll find out rather
Dire's
soon.
pick.
They will go with the Jar Copper, so that could be our pause one. I believe when Salvation plays it, though, it has been on Lloyd or Drick. So I feel like that should just be a support
10
Jar
seconds
Copper
remaining.
locking the Terrorblade on core. I think that's the safest bet
5
here
seconds
for the
remaining.
side of Salvation. See what else they go for. What are you going to pick up? mean, it's fairly open-ended. Into Tusk Lesh.
Radiant's choice.
I'll go to Techies. So again, they're completely locking in the Terrorblade. At this point, it feels like into carry with Gyrocopter Techies support. Probably a 5 Gyro Techies 4. You could go either way. You could go Gyro 4 Techies 5 as well. I think that kind of works. So it's open enough to flex
left.
here for Salvation.
5 seconds, boss.
Let's see what the pickup will be. For the side of Yangon. I mean, there's still, again, there's some flex here. You could run Terrorblade support with Techies. But I prefer the sound of Gyrocopter support with Techies. I think that's a fairly aggressive support to it that you can play around quite nicely with. We'll go to Centaur pickup on Yangon. And Centaur Lesh is a really strong combination. Just having this capability of stampeding this Leshrac away, or stampeding him into these fights, stands out as a really strong ability. So I like this coming out from Yangon. I don't know much about the Centaur Tusk lane. That sounds like it's not quite amazing. Maybe you could go with like a Hoodwink Centaur now, or Grimstroke Centaur lane. That sounds like it can work out really nicely for Yangon. Heck, even something like a Mirana wouldn't be too bad. So you can kind of go either or here. So, let's see. What'll Yangon pick up? To kind of tie this in. You really just want to support with a Centaur. We'll go with a Grimstroke. Yeah. Grimstroke Centaur lane coming out, and then you'll have the Tusk 5, which isn't ideal, but this is a really good Grimstroke game. Just because the Shard can, the Ags can be really good here down the line. So Terrorblade with Grimstroke Ags is going to be really annoying for the side of Salvation to play into if this is a Terrorblade core. If it's a Gyrocopter core, it's the same story anyway. So I like seeing this from the side of Yangon. It's a really good read on what they should be doing in this game. We'll see what Salvation Gaming's response will be. What are they looking for here? I mean, you're probably looking for your mid matchup now. Leshrac's definitely locked into mid. What are the options? There's a Pangolier, I guess. There's like the Lena Zeus. Maybe all of those. Lena Zeus probably play pretty nicer into the Lesh than, say, Pango. Pango still works against Leshrac, but mildly annoying. But once you hit the Fusel timing, you can kind of play around later on. So there is a good spike later on with some itemization. We'll go with the Invoker instead, which is not bad. I think you have a really good Alacrity target in the Terrorblade, of course. You've got some decent Sunstrike setup. Matt Magician, thank you for dropping by. This is going to be late. We're 6 minutes off, but Matt, thank you for tuning in.
Ten seconds left.
Hope you've been doing great, bud. Been watching your stuff. It looks good.
5 seconds, boss.
Alright, let's see. What else are they banning out here? I mean, with the Invoker mid, you're fairly happy in Salvation. That shouldn't be a rundown lane for the Leshrac. So you should have a lot of play here. A lot of play left for everyone else.
Radiance ban.
Alright. Do manage to take out the Brewmaster. TA is being banned out by Salvation, so looking at the safe lanes now for Kish. Good safe laner up against the Terrorblade. Naga's actually still a really viable choice. Omni Knight being taken out as well by Yangon. Naga's nice. Faces Void could be okay. Sven. Excuse me, forgot to mute. Sven is a decent option as well. So
10 seconds.
I think all of those can kind of fit in.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what the ban is for Salvation. They're going to have to pick up first as well. And Yangon's going to have last pick overall. What'll it be here for Salvation? What's the ban? What are you worried about? Is it Sven? Is it Naga? Dusa doesn't feel too good. Maybe Luna? Could be nice. Yeah, they ban out the Weaver. So Sven, Naga, still options. Salvation for their pickup, looking for the offlane for Rupido. He has a Tidehunter pickup. There's the Enigma as well.
10 seconds left.
There's nothing to stop the Enigma once a BKB is up.
5 seconds, boss.
So what's going to be
Radiant's
called?
back.
Chito, thank you for the sub. It's going to be the Timber Saw pickup, so that does potentially help you clear out some of these illusions that we were talking about. So you do have some viable clear for that down the line now.
Ten seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
Let's see. Last pick for Yangon. We're looking at something that leans into the Timber Saw well. Luna. Sven doesn't feel as comfy. Luna is okay. There's still some play for Timber Saw there. But plays nicely with Tusk. I guess there's, again, that option for Naga Siren. I'm not the biggest fan of it and more into the Timber Saw, but I can kind of lane into it fine. Life Stealer could fit in. It was banned out by Yangon. Sven. Luna, Sven. Yeah, they go back for the Faces Void. Alright, lanes into the Timber Saw. Well, you've got damage with a Leshrac to play with. You will be running Faces Void and Grimstroke lane instead of the Tusk Centaur lane. Instead of the Grimstroke Centaur lane, which I feel like would have been better. But this is a better lane for the Faces Void. It's an improvement on the Void lane rather than improving on the Centaur lane, which I think is fair. Centaur doesn't need to do too much against Terrorblade, and Terrorblade Reflection is going to be annoying, no matter what. We do have our draft ready and waiting. I will say, I kind of lean into Yangon's draft again. I think this Leshrac for young PH is going to be massive.
10 seconds
Like,
remaining.
it's good damage into the Chrono.
Grab.
You have a lot going on here.
5
So
seconds
I like
remaining.
seeing this coming out for Yangon. I think for Salvation, there is good tempo. They will go with a Lloyd Terrorblade as well with a Young God Gyro, so they do switch things around. I mean, Terrorblade Gyrocopter lane is pretty good. Like, there's a decent amount of aggression. They've got a lot of damage for Ha. I don't think that's something that the Centaur survives in. So that's going to be one major nuisance for Yangon. Whether or not you want to kind of go retaliate on the Centaur, which is not really the ideal build for Centaur nowadays. So it might not be as smooth sailing here for your Centaur lane. We're trying to launch off there. We'll see. Do you get into the game? We'll find out. Again, I feel like they've course corrected on Salvation quite nicely, though, in terms of fixing their draft. Like, correcting their draft. So I think they've done a great job there. It's just, I feel like the execution coming out here from YG, it's a lot easier to play this draft. Again, as long as they ride through maybe a rougher laning start
Don't
for
play like last time.
Ha.
Just watching the replay
I
was
think you have it.
embarrassing.
I think you have a lineup that just comes online really quick. Has some really straightforward synergies here. See how much Kish gets out from his lane? I think you have to have, again, a much better performance than what we saw from Young God. Unfortunately, in the last game, it just didn't come up to snuff.
I was told there'd be a
The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Let's see. No obs being dropped yet from the side of Salvation. You have the early wards from Yangon.
"30 seconds to battle."
See how these all break out. Looks like it's going to be straightforward 2 for 2 on the runes. Nothing too exciting here. Yeah,
May
no.
the best team win.
Maybe bully out Ha a little bit. Yeah, Ha's going to be forced to run off. Should still be 2 for 2. Snowball to try to stall for time,
Get
but
out there.
that's going to be a lot of damage. This is not a good pause time as well. Rupido needing a quick reconnect. They might be able to find first blood. Lloyd is set up for the blocks onto Zarain. They did get Flat Cannon level 1 rather than Barrage. They do have Cold Snap, but it's like 13
I've
seconds
always
away.
wanted to be a giant
They
space
should.
crab.
They might be able to find Zarain. Might be. Haas 2-4 to try to apply the Hoof Stomp. Young PH is holding level 1, so he might be able to get Split Earth and buy some space for Zarain. We'll see. Again, rather unfortunate pause timing here.
You might actually be the goat.
Oh boy.
I'm getting too old for this horse shit.
Rather unfortunate timing. Giving them a lot of chances to think over what to do next. Here is the reconnect.
I've always
See if we have
wanted
the
to be a
go-ahead.
giant space crab.
Okay, Rupido is all ready. And let's see if they find first blood here for Salvation. Zarain starting to get a little bit blocked, but not blocked too long. And yeah, they don't have enough in the tank. So just gonna head back to these lanes, see how they break out. Of course, take a look at that mid lane first. Young PH on the Lesh up against Wonder Boy's Invoker. This shouldn't be too bad of a lane for Wonder Boy. It also shouldn't be too bad for Young PH. I think the Invoker, one thing he will have on edge is, again, just access to a little bit more in harassment with range. His right click can feel good. It's not like Leshrac feels all too bad either. Decent range at 575. Just slightly ahead on the Invoker. Rune control is a little bit more pertinent for Young PH. So that's where Salvation can kick things into gear again. Just rotations onto mid. Blocking off, say, the water runes more often than you'd want. Although Yangon should be able to contest back. If any, they're the ones under pressure to secure it. So we'll see if that is the priority here down the line. So far to start, a good start for Wonder Boy, but the creep wave is coming in here for DH, so he should be able to balance it out. Not connecting on any of the split earths is hurting his mana pool though, but it's not the easiest spell to land. Find how the side lanes are going. Up top, you do have a Lloyd on that support Terror Blade with Young God on the Gyrocopter, up against Ha and Zarain on that Centaur Tusk lane. This is not the best Tusk lane in the world, mind you. And Young God, again, with level 1 Flak, is just trying to apply pressure onto Ha to maybe go for a different build. Again, try to force out Retaliate, which is what we tend to see Centaurs do when they're up against, like, these ranged cores with a lot of commitment. Young God already getting aggressive early.
This ain't yours.
Is keeping up in CS quite nicely. Ha is not being stopped from farming either. But again, you're taking away this bite that this double tanky strength duo on the offlane can really bring out. Just get yourself a farming lane instead for Young God, which is really what you want here in the Gyrocopter. You might be able to line up for kills as well if you hit, say, level 3 a little bit earlier in comparison. The counter action of Snowball to dodge out Reflections, interesting because it does put them in a bad position. Young God getting some free hits onto Zarain. Zarain barely gonna survive. Metamorphosis was popped by Lloyd as well, missing out on the kill. And Zarain does have enough tangos to sustain through here, so should have enough to still stay alive. Reflection won't kick in. But again, not going to be able to do much. I like that. I like this Tusk to snowball through Reflection. It sounds so dumb. As long as you don't die from the repositioning, you're wasting the Terrorblade's strength. So if Terrorblade can't abuse that lane, then it's perfectly fine.
Dyer's fortified their buildings.
Alright. This last lane, you've got Lun and Kish on that Grimstroke faces Void up against Rupido and Timber, as they will kill off top while we're looking elsewhere. Pretty deep move from Young God, but I like that he's, again, just abusing how strong they are up against this dual melee. There's no easy way to gap close, there's no long-range stun without hard commitment here from the side of Yangon. And this time around, you're getting a much smoother laning start for Young God. 14-3. Not too much Hawk can do. He does have to go for 1-1-1. He does have to go for that Retaliate. Even twack a little bit back onto Young God. Even that's not going to be enough early on. He needs a little bit more armor here on that scent. We'll see if he'll find it. But yeah, going back to that bot lane, you're also getting a decent enough time on Kish. A much better time for Rupido, though. Like, this is something that Faces Void can play into with Time Walk. Can really try to abuse the time dilation, but that was nerfed as well. Which is surprising to me. I feel like Faces Void kind of needed that. Now, he needed time dilation to be a good value point. It doesn't feel great. When you start to make time dilation feel like you need to level up, it feels like Faces Void's laning trading is kind of gone. To be fair, maybe that's the idea. Faces Void does a little bit too much in lane with just the value point and time dilation. So that could be the idea behind the nerf. We'll see if Kish manages to start to pull a little bit more out of this lane. It does look a little bit better than game 1 from Young God, but overall, it's still not a great start. Salvation are off to a fantastic start. This aggression from Young God up top is just causing issues for Haw. Zarain can't really do much with tag team either. The only lane that's kind of going fine is Kish farming up decently. Young PH on the mid is lagging quite a fair bit behind now in comparison to Wonder Boy. Great job from Wonder Boy to just keep that control. They've also been blocking those water runes we were talking about, right? Like, this is something you need to do up against Yangon. Up against the Lesh. Hell, Young PH doesn't even bother for the bottle. He does have a bottle. Doesn't have the refill. He's gonna need that power rune as well. So they will kill off Haw again up top. Again, all you need to do is dive.
Radiant's top tower.
You've got the range. You've got the damage. There's just no counterplay here from the side of Yangon this time around.
Denied.
And for Wonder Boy, every time he lands that EMP combination, Young PH doesn't feel good. He doesn't have mana to spam out. They're already rotating in for the 6-minute rune as well. So Young PH probably won't be seeing that refill anytime soon. His supports are stuck in their side lanes, considering how hard these lanes are.
Let us fight.
And we'll see. We do collapse onto Young PH. Young PH is just gone. Late response from YG. Shield rune to be picked up now or denied away by Drick. I'll just take it. Again, this emphasis on mid. That's what we needed to see from Salvation. Just pressuring this lane.
Coin of the realm.
Yangon, these side lanes are costing them. I think it comes down to maybe having to run Tusk Centaur. Just look at Young God. He wants to steal the Wisdom Rune. This is so far forward for a pause 1. Not going to be able to find it. Response was there, so they'll be able to find their own Wisdom Rune here on the side of Yangon. But I love the confidence. Like a 3K start for Salvation Gaming to kick things off here. 0-3. A strong lead, a great start for Rupido, a really great start for Young God, going for the Ags after having this Falcon Blade, getting what, Power Treads in as well. Haw, and he needs so much. He needs this full Blade Mail up. He had to go 2 points and Retaliate. So he doesn't have that presence with a double edge. No nuking damage. You haven't gotten a bottle refill for young PH at all. And everything's falling apart. But right now, for the side of Yangon in this laning phase. Kish can't really do much with Lun. The Grimstroke Faceless Void can be aggressive with the time walk forwards, but Faceless Void doesn't really want to jump forward up against a Timbersaw in the first place. And Salvation looks like maybe the games were just a little bit early. They have woken up. They're doing a great job in just applying this pressure back in game number 2. Zalrain does have the Invis rune. Is scouting out Lloyd. Wonder Boy's around, and they had the sentry to spot him. Does walk away in time. That does allow Ha to play a little bit further back as well. Maybe a rotation onto mid. Drick would be a nice target. A nice soft target to start finding kills on, but young PH nowhere close. No mana either. They'll just dive onto Ha again. Like behind tier 1, who cares? You got the damage output. This Centaur is just not durable up against that magic damage right now flying out from Salvation. Young God doing a fantastic job of just rallying his team to that lane, that very weak lane of YG, and kind of abusing it here. Instantly rotate onto the mid. Start to apply pressure onto this lane as well. And there's nothing much Zalrain can do. And Kish is so low on mana. Forced to snowball away from the sticky bomb. There's the blast off in the combination, and Zalrain. Not long for this world. A jump in. Chrono out from Kish. Do they have the damage? They're gonna lose Zalrain still, but they'll find 2 kills. They'll find another. Young PH finds 2. And that's the big difference right now in comparison to game 1 with this Faceless Void from Salvation. They've got combinations. And Kish gets good read. That's the punishment they were looking for. Not enough to really fully swing this game back, but a 1.7k net worth swing early on. And a great revival for young PH, who almost had no game. Equalizes in terms of net worth. They're not too far behind now in these 2 cores. Only Ha kind of being the outlier now. Might lose Zalrain again. Instead, Rupido wants to set his eyes onto young PH. Not going to be able to fully commit. They do stave off that shove on the mid tier 1, but it's already down to 200 HP, 290-ish. Will steal again the power rune away from young PH. But that movement mid, really big for YG. Net worth lead basically gone. You're still ahead on Young God, but not by that big a margin. 800 gold is somewhat recoverable for Kish. He does go for the Mask of Madness first, so that will speed up farming pace just a bit more in the jungle. Side of Salvation will start to pressure down bot. They can just kind of shove in with a siege creep, plus the Timbersaw to face tank, of course. So it shouldn't be too rough here to find the objectives. There is a lot of room for Ha to recover. Does have Stampede at the ready as well if they need to engage or disengage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Temporary invulnerability, Radiant side. Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
We'll find that bot tier 1. No defense from YG, which is fair. You just need to focus back on farming. They do Stampede up top. They're trying to dive Young God. He has a lot of kills. Well, not actually a lot of kills under his belt. They will be able to find him. They managed to get that punishment on the gyro. Still trying to clean up afterwards. Grimstroke, Soulbind onto the 2. Gives Ha the spacing. No, not quite. Rupido chops him down. Young PH, TP is 45 seconds away. They're going to be able to find him. Young PH stuck in the middle. Can he actually get the damage off? They've got Sunder ready. They don't manage to get the chop. Young PH still set to fall and will. Big kill to find for Lloyd. And Rupido doing the cleanup work that he needs to there to set his team up. Bringing back that lead to 3k. Despite losing Young God. Losing your Centaur and your Lesh. Pretty massive. You only had your Grimstroke around to help to Zalrain was not quite there. Only Lun. You need that Grimstroke to really set up. You need his Tusk. But he doesn't have 6, so he wants that punch. So trying to soak down mid for it. It is space out for Kish, but again, you've lost your lead. You've bled out to Rupido. Bled out a little bit to Young God, who is just farming like a maniac now. Considering what the Gyrocopter can do with a flat cannon. Ag's not too far off, one part away for Young God. Into what should be something like the Chrysalis, maybe Satanic build, BKB. Fast BKB here does simplify the game for the side of Salvation. See what they can get done. Zarain still just soaking mid, does have his level 6 up. Dodging out the call down. Up top, they're trying to set up once more. Rupido is a very tanky target though. But Kish does have Chrono. Someone's coming through the gate. Kish camping in that gate. We'll find Wonder Boy. Not really the target they'd want. Full Spirit Vessel up. They get the combination onto Kish. Kish did not back off. He didn't respect that gate usage. Inkswell's there to bail him out. But they will miss out on the Chrono opportunity now. Instead, down mid, Young PH does get the opportunity to shove in with the Edict. And now look for that smoke angle here. Lloyd would be a decent target. It looks like they will be able to find that support Terrorblade. Catch him out, punch up in the air, and is just going to melt. Doesn't take too long. The Yule's there to dispel. But Young PH still melting to that burst. Chrono does come in, but the Tornado is just right in time. Kish, can he actually get the damage off? No, the Chrono mostly wasted. Drick does manage to start to chip away. Kish still in danger. Time Walk in a second. Yules is there. Time Walk? No! Rupido does chop him down with the Yules to stall. Zarain falls now as well. And Salvation. Again, it looks like they've woken up this time. What looked like a decent flank angle coming out here from the side of YG only nets them to support Terrorblade. And the rest of the fight falls apart. I appreciate Kish coming in for these fights. Again, he understands how important it is to actually set up, play around early Chrono cooldowns. And just get any kill with it, but Wonder Boy is just so disruptive. That Tornado was so perfectly timed. The Chrono did nothing. He was just stuck in the air, got like a right click off onto Drick, and then nothing happened afterwards. We'll see what they can do about that on YG, but Salvation it's starting to get really scary. Full Ags up on Young God. Side gunner there. His farming pace is going to be kicking up an insane amount. Clearing out so many stacks, uncontested. Young God doing a lot of work here. Got the blade mail on How, but not enough to really save him. Feels like you're gonna need a little bit of magic res. Young PH as well, his spacing I don't think has been too bad, but it does feel like he's not hitting these spikes that he'd want to. Rupido, pretty far forward, does have the ults to stall out here. Snowball will still come in, but Zarain is all by himself now. Punch up in the air. Spirit Vessel and the Cold Snap will clean him up. 5 to 12, Salvation again. All warmed up. Starting to get that siege onto the mid-tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
Fortify will kick in, but there's no backup here so far.
Dire's top tower.
Looking down bot. Could have been a movement out onto Young God, but he's walking all the way back. He's got good vision to protect here as well. And Haw will show. Not going to be able to try to jump that. Instead, smoke out from Salvation, wrapping her into that bot area. Playing with his ward. Haw has not had a good day on the Centaur. Looks like it's not going to get any better. Smoke does break on Lloyd. They stampede away. Maybe they find Young PH. He was trying to use the gate across, and he'll just take the gate back to respawn. Salvation. I mean, this is all gears full cylinder here. This is kind of nuts. Like, really well played coming out from Salvation. YG. Again, just not able to do anything here. They're starting to get some farm onto Kish. He's going to have almost the same timing as we saw from Young God last time. Maelstrom at around 18 is flying out now. You've got the Kaya coming in for Young PH. I don't know what you're supposed to do with Haw. Like, he's going to get Blink BKB Centaur. Which can still do work, but feels like you miss out in that early burst window. that Centaur can provide. They're staring up top here. Kish has Chrono, but Rupido is not an easy target. I'm just going to walk away. Has the Eternal Shroud as well, so even if you had some magic damage on hand, it doesn't feel like you're finding that 100-0 that quick. Salvation. Can they keep this pace up? They're going to be able to find Lund. Just a couple of right clicks from Rupido will get the job done. Our Timbersaw 5-0-3. Just unstoppable. Kish trying to get himself an escape angle. Will be able to run out. Meanwhile, the rest of Salvation just eyeing down south as well. Could get a good jump onto Ha. Hold back the Centaur, but does get a good read and backs off. There was a bit of a deeper ward. Perhaps clip vision if they walked in, although I didn't see them walk in that central area. I mean, Ha is going to have a blink, so perhaps that's the initiation you're looking for here. It doesn't feel like that's nearly enough, though. We'll find out. Again, there is space for Kish. But this Aces Void still needs so much time to build up. So much more time.
Well-gotten gains.
PH. Be spotted out by Wonder Boy. Cold Snap is there. Young PH can't even get the ults off. Uses it now, but is set to die. A great combination from Wonder Boy. They will be able to find Lloyd. Chrono out onto Young God, but the tornado again. Where's the damage going to be coming in onto Young God? They've got the punch up into the air. They don't have enough. They get cleaned up. Kish forced to try to run. Doesn't quite have enough for the TP. It will time walk down. Can he bail out? Not quite enough. Stick is enough. Alright, Kish does bail out. 4 for nothing. 4 for 1. Salvation. Just running down Yangon with how strong their lanes came out. And we were talking about the power of the Gyrocopter Terrorblade. Boy, was that way too much of a strong lane here for YG to deal with. Like, Ha has had no game. Zalrain's gonna have his blink up. And that is a bit of a boon here for Zalrain. Could really go for something like the Ags. Then you can start to consider the high ground defense being where you play best on YG. This Chronosphere still needs so much more. Kish needs that full BKB. I don't think going for the Mjolnir is the play here. It has to be the BKB first. We'll see if that's what Kish wants. Pinks are coming out mid. You just can't kill Rupido. I think the way you have to play this Faceless Void game is use Chrono to set up and then basically just hope Young PH is around to do damage. Right, like you just hope there's enough magic damage flying in with your Lesh, because you're not going to be able to do anything in Chrono without BKB. And he is going for the BKB first. Roche, let's go! Excuse me, Roche does go in the way of Salvation. Secondary life up for Young God. Smoke out from Yangon. But Techie's Minds does reveal. And all of a sudden, smokes just don't matter. Maybe they can find this. Movement onto Drick, but he will TP away. No consequence. Instead, they're just starting to flank around here. Young God still has that Aegis. He doesn't care. As the Crystallis as well into the Satanic. Not going to cross the line. Good ward being dropped by YG. Will spot the movement out. And it will retreat. Just allow the side of Salvation to siege onto the tier 2. Stall for time for this BKB of Kish to farm up. Stall for time for the BKB on Young PH. I mean, this is almost... It's almost like the last game, right? Where it's the same feeling where YG just doesn't have that early start to sustain. They don't have the connections they want to make with their supports and cores from mid and off. Like, Ha can't do anything. Young PH could try, but needs a BKB still. Like, they need so much to kind of get going here. Rupido had a free game. He had a relatively
Radiant's bottom
good time
tower
as
is
well
under
for
attack.
Wonder Boy. Bot tower
Radiant's
falls.
bottom tower
Age is
is
still up
gone.
for 3.5 minutes. Roundabout for Young God. They spot Haw. It's not going to take too long to kill off the Centaur. It does have the Stampede to bail out, but the Cold Snap's there. And he doesn't really run anywhere. Young God gets fed another. And that's him being, what, 200 gold, 120 away from the full Satanic now.
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
Inside of Yangon. I mean, man, they need so much more, dude.
Radiant's top
At least
tower
this
is looking
BKB
so
for
great.
Kish is coming up. Looks like.
Radiant's top tower is rubble.
Maybe with BKB Mjolnir and level 20, you can start to play, but I don't know. Like, that's
Radiant's
really
top
far
tower is
out.
in trouble.
Salvation, probably not going to give them that time. Going for the tier 2s mid and top. And a Tormentor now as well.
Radiant's top tower is under
Satanic up for Young God. Daedalus coming out next. Age is still up for 2 minutes. Nothing to be scared of on this Copper. Down mid, they are trying to make
Radiant's top tower is looking
some
so
openings,
great.
but Rupido is really not the target
Radiant
you go
have bought their
for.
buildings a little more time.
Just isn't.
Radiant's top tower is in
About
trouble.
500 gold away now for Kush into the BKB. Paw just pulling the waves and trying to farm elsewhere.
Radiant's
be
top
safe.
tower is under attack. Radiant's lost their top tower.
We're gonna lose
went
their
well.
top tier 2. Mid last outer tower left here for the side of Yangon.
A tithe to the impurities.
And Salvation. Oh, they're gonna try to find some Salvation onto the high ground. Young God, not caring the world, just get started on it. No problems here. Age is still up for a minute and a half. So much more time left. Fortify is gone. That tier 3 is gone as well. They get the punch out onto Young God. Get the snowball out as well, but how do you kill him off? You don't. Zalrain just jumps in and dies. I don't understand what he was expecting there.
Dire's bottom
Haw
tower
couldn't
is
back
under
him up.
attack.
Rupido's cutting him off nicely. Rack's set to fall onto the mid lane. The rest
Radiant's top
of
racks just got nuked.
Yangon is just farming where they
Dire's
can. They
bottom
know they've got
tower
to
is in
surrender
trouble.
some racks here. Mid still stands, so can't immediately sweep for that objective. They will stampede, but the Yules is up from Rupido and Young PH. Force the Yules up of his own. Will just get chopped down by Rupido. Yangon. It's all kind of
Radiant's
crumbling.
middle tower is under attack.
The tower being siege. Only half a minute left on Aegis. So Young God's not going to have that secondary life as a backup. If they time this right on Yangon. This is something they can punish. We'll see if they are able to. They will find Wonder Boy, which is a pretty big kill. But Zalrain's going to be sacrificing himself for that. A bigger trade, for sure, coming the way of Yangon, considering that net worth trade out. Aegis does expire. They will find Lun.
Guidelines. Fate.
Kish still farming up a storm, trying to get that full Mjolnir. Does have the BKB.
Radiant
Daedalus
buildings are
now up
fortified.
for Young God. Just Trower Copper can just melt them down. No problems here.
Radiant's
Focus
middle
shifts
tower
onto
is
mid
looking
lane.
so great.
Again, no Aegis, but is Kish even ready to kill the Chrono? He will TP home. See if they find this angle for the Chrono.
Come and fight me.
Doesn't feel like it. They play cautiously as well in Salvation. They respect that high ground hold. And Yangon. Smoking out. Can they find anything that matters? Can they find more than just these supports?
Damage!
Have the amplified damage rune. And Young God. They see Wonder Boy. They get the Stampede. They manage to get the Hoof Stomp. And the Inkswell off. Tornado does hold them back, but the punch from Zalrain does find it. And the mass disconnects come in from Yangon. This is something we saw yesterday. Hopefully they can reconnect. No problems here. See how long it takes with Salvation. Despite that loss, they're still in a really good position. 20k lead up, 8 to 23. Salvation, again, rallying really strong here in Game 2. They have a follow-up smoke play off the back of this disconnect. This is going to be ill-timed for the side of Yangon. They do have BKB ready on Kish. They need to get this BKB chrono going. They might be able to have enough damage for, say, Techie. The supports, maybe the Gyrocopter, although if you pop Satanic and Chrono with a side gunner, you're not going to have a good time here.
I almost trust you. I almost trust you.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
Alright. One reconnect on Lun, and the rest of YG should follow. This is, again, going to be really poorly timed. Smoke play from Salvation might be able to ruin everything that YG has worked hard to find back here. Reconnects are in. Chrono's still ready. See if that flank is found, though. Like, one big blast off. And you're kind of dead. Let's see. Prime spot for a big reflection as well. The go-ahead is there. What's the play for YG? Do they back off? They're still hanging around the area. They've got to watch this. Flanks coming in. I saw Rupido. The mines will give info. Gonna jump in. The Chrono lands only onto 2, but they've got the Young God. Do they have the damage? Young PH trying to do his best. They're gonna be able... No, they get the Sunder off. The save is there for Young God. Force the time walk away. And they lose 3. They lose 4. Kish, the sole survivor. But BKB's gone. Forced to run away. Buyback on Zalrain. You've got to catch that Terrorblade +1. You cannot allow that Sunder to go through. Salvation. Straight back into the high ground. Young God. Perfectly fine. It's Lloyd with the saves. The Yule's coming in. The lack of BKB on our Lesh. It's going to be the bot set of rats. It's going to be mid as well. No Chrono, no threat from the side of YG. They're just forced to stare at this. The Salvation are the ones to bring Salvation here. Force this series into Game 3. They get the Sunstrike kill onto Lun. Immediate buyback, but the Mega Creeps are up. Can you find Punish here on YG? Can you somehow reel this game back? Zalrain still a ways off from the Ags. Young God with a Satanic just feels nearly impossible to kill off. They'll try to smoke. Chrono's still down for 60. Need to find that movement forward. Who is their target? Rupido is a little bit too canky. He does break that smoke. Stampede out. They'll try onto Young God. The Satanic side gunner. It's not going to be enough. They find one, but here comes Rupido shredding them to pieces so far. Young PH gonna be taken down by Wonder Boy and his meatball flying through. They find the gyro, but can't deal with the timber saw. They will try to jump onto Lloyd. The punch up. Get the chain stunts to clear that Terrorblade. Still, Rupido trying to work his way back. Kish does manage to time walk away. Buyback and Young PH bring the damage in for the team. Zalrain still dropping low, but Rupido does get stunned up. Won't be able to chain down below. Huh? Huh? Blinks forward and gets whirling death by the tree line. And now Kish, saved by the snowball. Buyback on Ha. Need to drag Kish away. The blast off from Drick cleans up Zalrain. They've got some good damage here, but can they melt anymore? No, they can't. Drick's still alive. The Chronos out onto Rupido, but where's the damage from Kish? The tornado again, no BKB. And Kish is gone. The GG is called. Salvation Gaming do manage to force out a game number 3. And Yangon Galacticos, this time around, not able to find a grip with their draft. Again, big shortcoming for Yangon. It felt like this these lanes just didn't go out the way you'd want it to here for Yangon. All the lanes felt a little bit weak. just Centaur Tusk just doesn't do anything up against Gyro Copper. Even Centaur up against Gyro, I think, alone in a vacuum, that's already a little bit of a rough time. So, very well played from Salvation to reel it back in, to find that draft that works out for them. Rupido on this Timber Saw does a lot, did a lot, 15-0-12 on that Timb. And sure, you were having a decent time in Kish, a lot better than I would say Young God in the last game, but still couldn't do enough there. Your laning supports just weren't the kind that would synergize with your lineup. And Grimstroke faces Void could, but up against Timbersaw not really. Tusk Centaur just didn't do anything. I think that's the biggest issue for Yangon. So they're going to have to look at that offlane to try to correct. We do have a little bit of time before that next game, and we are into game number 3. Well, let's see who does come away and keep that journey going into the road to Wallachia in a short time soon. We'll catch you in a bit. And yeah, catch you in a bit. Thank you for tuning in. And we're going to game 3 for Yangon versus Salvation. See you in a few. All right, ladies and gents, we're sorry about that delay. We are back for game number 3. It was lunchtime, okay? It's lunchtime right now. So we are back into the draft immediately. Yangon Galacticus starting off with Puck Clockwork, Salvation going off with the Ember and the Shadow Demon. So they do go back to some like the Wonder Boy Ember. I like the Shadow Demon overall. I feel like that's a hero that just provides a lot without revealing too much, right? Like you have a save, you can be really aggressive in the chase down. You can kind of combine this with maybe Centaur,
5 seconds.
a Mars, which was banned out. You could go with a Marana Shadow Demon with Ember Spirit. Sounds like a really strong combination from Salvation. We'll have to see what the call is. Back-to-back picks for Salvation. We'll go into the line. So they go with the line instead. And get that.
Ten seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
Didn't notice we had some lag. Sorry about that. Alright. So to go with the line instead, could be a pause 5 line, pause 4 Shadow Demon. I think that's still the best way to run this. Just because you have easier time stacking up the camps for the Shadow Demon overall. So you kind of want to play with that strength. For Yangon, what's it going to be? With the Puck Clockwork, what are they going to be picking up next? Still open enough. Grimstroke's okay. Disruptor could be nice here to stop the Ember with Static Storm. They go with Nature's Prophet instead, so they want to be a little bit aggressive on the side of Yangon. They've got the really long-range combination here from Yangon. They've got the Teleport in, they've got the Hook Shot, they've got the Vision coming in from the Rocket Flares. So there's a lot of global presence coming out from Yangon, a lot of mobility coming in as well. With Puck, Clockwork, and Nature's Prophet. I like this kind of response from Yangon. My concern is hard lockdown for the Ember only exists in Dream Coil. So you don't have the best ways of holding in that slippery Ember. That could cause some issues down the line. We'll see. Yangon waiting for that next pickup now as well. This should be our offlane hero. Go to Magnus. I like that. I think that is a good consideration for your hard lockdown. Mind you, you're picking Magnus into Shadow Demon line. There are some saves here from the Skewer back. There are some saves from the RP. Like Blink Instant Hex is a possibility. Blink Disruption is there to save.
10 seconds remaining.
So I think Salvation have ways of doing this on the side. Ways of stopping this from Yangon Galactica. So there's some back and forth play here. At the same time for Yangon, there should be a better time for Ha. Like a Magnus Nature's Prophet lane or a Magnus Clockwork lane. Both of that is highly aggressive. I would prefer maybe Magnus Nature's Prophet. I think that works out a little bit better. Salvation just straight into the Medusa. So that's their win condition coming out. You have the Medusa line as well, where you can just go for the mana drain to top up the shield, which to me is still one of the funnier combinations to exist in the game.
10 seconds left.
So I like seeing that as a possibility. I think that's a very funny thing that happens, so I like that. See what the bans will be, though. They do take care of the AM, so just wanting to make sure that the Deuce is not going to get drained. Yangon, for their part, taking care of that Timbersaw from Rupido. What else is left? There's something like Doom, I suppose. We haven't seen too many of these teams so far pick up the Doom. But there's still Doom. What else is there?
Radiance ban.
Ban out the DK. So just like safe offlaners being taken care of here. For the side of Salvation, what are you taking care on safe lane? Up against Medusa.
10 seconds.
Sven could be annoying. It's just an overwhelming amount of damage. Are you worried about anything with Diffusal buildup? And you could.
Radiance pick.
And take care of the Slark, which can just build off, and we'll go with a Brewmaster. This is something we haven't seen in any of these games just yet, but has been a highly popular offlane, of course, coming out there. So like seeing this come in, it's highly disruptive for Salvation to play with. Laning phase-wise, Brewmaster plus Shadow Team, maybe not the best, but Brewmaster line is a very solid lane if you want to go that way. Yangon,
5 seconds.
what's your call for the safe lane? You want something that plays with Magnus? Faceless Void could still be alright. They go for the Lifestealer, so Lifestealer can go, and as much as this is weird, it can go Diffusal. If you feel it necessary. I do feel like Lifestealer overall has felt a little bit better in this patch. I think a lot of teams have shown us that Lifestealer can actually work quite nicely. So I like seeing that coming out here for the side of Yangon Galacticos. Overall, in this draft, very interesting draft coming out here. And I would lean towards maybe Yangon a little bit more. I think having this Wombo combo in RP and Dreamcoil is pretty massive. So I like seeing that. I think you've got a lot of play there. You've got this long range presence. You've got a great amount of Lifestealer bombs to work with, like Puck Bomb, NP Bomb across the map, Magnus Bomb with RP, Clockwork Bomb. Does look really nice here for the side of Yangon Galacticos. For Salvation, I'm wondering how much this Dusa can get out from the Magnus lane. I feel like there's still some good pressure to apply there. And how well Rupido's lane goes, because I think it kind of hinges in that. Like, we've seen some games go really slow for Brewmasters where they're not able to farm up so well. They're not able to hit some earlier item spikes than they'd like. And the entire tempo of the game just gets thrown out because of that. So we'll have to take a look and see what happens there. We'll see as we do jump into game number 3, the last game for this series before we move on to the next. And again, these are all lower bracket matches so far for our first two series. So, one team will be ending their journey to Wallachia here.
Everyone know who's top?
Both teams just a game away. Last one to close out the series. Salvation rallying quite strong in that game number 2. Looking like they've finally woken up there.
Tell me someone saw that. Tell me someone saw that.
Smoke out from Salvation, no smoke from Yangon. Smoke does break, but their level 1 is a lot stronger on Salvation. Don't want to have to mess with Earth Spike. Looks like we will still end up with a 2 for 2. Level 1 of Yangon is just not as strong. 2 for 2 in the bounties. Shouldn't be too bad here.
"30 seconds till go time."
Yeah, nothing too exciting. Some forward posturing here from Yangon. But running up here would be almost a death sentence.
Take him down.
And again, just going for 2 for 2 bounty trade. Nothing too exciting. See how these lanes break out. Is Drake just constantly taunting? Okay, no. I thought he was. That would have been funny. Do you have an early try lane from the side of Salvation? Could go to punish this Clockwork. Disruption's out. Earth Spike's gonna be there as well, and they've got the blocks. Lun can't do much to stop this. Will TP away, and he does have enough. So we'll TP to the tier 1. Is gonna be forced to eat a lot of tangos here. But should be fine. And that is the early trialing not quite paying off. It's a little bit of mana committal. This is gonna be a little bit of slower lane anyway for Kish. I feel like this is just not the most aggressive you can get with Lifestealer. You could try to run down, of course, the 1v1. Overall, it does feel pretty nice for Lifestealer considering the high HP pool of Rupido. So Kish can just sit back, lifesteal back, apply some good damage, apply some good slow onto Rupido as he gets his Ghoul Frenzy up as well. Probably will want the value point in Rage as they have a lot of damage coming in, especially as you do get the Thunder Brew off. I'm going to chase down onto Drake a little bit with a Battery Assault. Trying to share the stun damage here. And Lun now in a little bit of a precarious spot. We'll get stunned up and we'll be falling. Rupido finds that. Really aggressive coming out there from the side of Yangon. And the punishment is severe. So a good start already for Salvation. Can take a look at the other lanes here. Mid lane, you've got Young PH versus Wonder Boy. Again, this lane is a little bit easier for the Ember. Puck, it's not going to be completely shut down. This lane kind of hinges on the level 6 timing. Young PH should be fine as long as he's not lagging too far behind in EXP. Can maybe start to consider some support movements out. Again, you've got a lot of potential with a Clockwork and with Nature's Prophet. The NP in particular is the bigger tool here. Whether or not you have that free space to rotate on Yangon is the question. Take a look at that bot lane to figure out. Zalrain on the NP, of course, laning around with Haw. He's just farming up on the Magnus. They are up against Young God on the Dusa and Lloyd on that Shadow Demon. So far, it has looked to be a fairly decent time for Young God. Haw not really able to stop the farm. Has done substantial chip damage onto that Mana Shield, though. Do have room for that rotation. They will find Drick. Cogs will trap up, and they will find that kill with Zalrain. And teleportation coming in handy already. Bounty Rune not going to be swiped away here, so still can get a little bit of that gold coming out for Yangon. Not too much. Should still be able to find her own Bounty Rune, all things considered, though. These wards, though, are giving so much over to Salvation. Like, they know Zalrain's still camping here. They know they kind of need to just hold back a little bit more up top. They do go for the 1-1-1 for Rupido, so he does go for the Drunken Brawler instead of 2 points in the Cinder Brew. Just for a little bit more utility. I would say the stat resist potentially coming out there. Zarain will just give up his pursuit top. Try poking Kish a bit. Does pocket that 1 skill point, seeing if he can get away with Outrage. Down mid, 4-minute water runes being camped here by the side of Salvation. Again, this is something they've done a little bit better than Yangon. Just taking away the refill. Young PH not going to have anything for his bottle. No one dying. A bounty rune was taken earlier, so not going to have that either. We'll find the D word at the very least for Young PH. But yeah, rune control, it's been massive. Power rune really has to be something that they can't let go here on Yangon. Doing a great job of just being disruptive top. And still having a decent time for Kish, but they're also having a decent time with Rupido. We talk about, like, Brewmaster laning phase being one of the points, like that laning phase into initial mid-game. I mean, maybe one of the weaker points of the hero, but kind of ramping up to a decent point there. Ha! Opting to go for the Empower, so just focusing on farm as well. Just a farming lane down bot. Which means you're, all again, fairly comfy on Young God to just farm up as well. Maybe not as quick. Does not have points in the split shot. Opting for some laning aggression with Mystic Snake and Shield instead. And Ha is just playing it smart. You know, he's not allowing too many bounces off onto him. But we'll still bounce around onto him anyway. But better than bouncing onto the range creep for some free CS. Zarain does get the teleportation up top, looking to make a sniping move here. Rupido does run the right way. Will get trapped up, but does have a quelling. Zarain not going to be able to do much there. Teleportation rotation doesn't pan out. Bringing out. Lund did try to spot. Does get taken away. They do deny the regen rune as well. But they give away a kill. Wonder Boy now level 6. Dream Coil also available on Young PH. Didn't manage to find anything with that. First power rune. Maybe not the strongest with regen, so you're kind of happy with that. You are getting some room out for Young PH. Just play that lane now. Lloyd does scout out some stacks in the triangle. Not that many. Does block off the one camp as well. Has a rear flanking angle if they want to make a play onto Hao. Could try to play it here. Lloyd, walking the long way, wants the wisdom rune actually. But here comes Lun. Lloyd gonna walk up. Teleportations there just to ensure they get it. And Zarain will find Lloyd. And Lun will find that kill. Nice angle to sneak all the way through. Doesn't quite work out. Feeds away, but it's alright. Not the highest value kill to find either. Still a nice pickup though. Just helpful supports the trudge along to level 6, which is pivotal for the Clockwork and the NP. Does give a bottle refill opportunity though over the way of Wonder Boy. Again, a rather even game. 2-2, less than 1k lead either side. This one's really balanced out. One big thing is that Ha is allowed to just play a farming game. And no one's rotating onto the side lanes, which it feels like it's a little bit stronger to rotate from the side of Salvation at the moment. Mainly in part because you don't really have your level 6s on these supports yet on the side of YG. Massive stacks built up by Lloyd. Good to clear out later on. Wonder Boy does have the Invis rune as well. So again, rune control on the side of Salvation. Yangon falling a little bit flat. Lund not going to be able to jump onto the Ember. And they've got these stacks ready to go for Wonder Boy. Massive amount of gold. Lund is going to try to soak and contest.
Of invisibility.
Not really finding anything for his trouble. Tried to trap up Lloyd, but he's got a quelling. still try, but they don't manage to get the cogs out. Ha instead is coming up. Got the RP ready, but Ember is a very slippery target. We'll just steal a creep away. And now Ha gonna be clearing out this massive stack for himself. Do manage to trap Lloyd this time. Does still manage to get the disruption off, but we'll keep that Shadow Demon away. Ember Spirit, Wonder Boy coming in. Does have the value point in chain, so nice good Earth Spike from Drick. Find that cleanup for Wonder Boy. The stacks are gone though. You managed to find quite a fair bit of farm stolen away from Yangon. At the cost of support. They're opening up a lot of space. This is a lot of free space for Kish. Rupido can't pressure the Lifestealer solo. Kish is perfectly fine going without the rage, going all in on the passives. Having a fairly good time up top solo. You're starting to catch up on Youngado. Does have the points in the split shot, so flash farming for Dusa coming into full gear, into that Manta style.
The seeds of fortune.
The stacks of Yangon still safe. They do manage to get the D-ward on the medium camp. And the Ancients still stand, so still have that farm to go back to. Another power rune going the way of Salvation. Young PH just not finding anything. Wonder Boy been doing a great job. All of Salvation been doing a great job of watching that. They still have their triangle as well. That's been uncontested. So again, a lot of farm to flow here for Wonder Boy into that early Mage Slayer coming out. Mage Slayer in this game, it doesn't feel the most impactful. At the same time, it's probably pretty good against the puck, so it does make sense. Eyes bot, but no hook shot just yet from Lun means, again, the supports can't really do much just yet. Still early days, still hitting the 11-minute mark. Mainly our core's having a great time. YG again maintaining a slight lead with his early performance of Kish. But big issue here is just how poor Young PH is. And he's going to be able to catch up in the puck. Once you have that Witchblade into Parasma, it does tend to feel good. Look at the damage Kish has just running down solo. There's a lot of damage on a strength type hero. Down bot are rotating up. We'll find Lun. We'll find a Clockwork for their trouble. Not going to be able to jump Ha. He's going to be fine just playing farm there. I wonder if at some point the side of Yangon will be able to snipe those Ancients. Starting to shove in onto that mid a little bit. Not going to fully commit. No Nature's Call available for the MP yet, so no treants to help with that push. And just go back to farm. Again, it's free farm for your Kish. It's also free farm for Young God. Manta only the recipe away now for Adusa. Bot tower will be denied by Ha. Does take some gold away. Top, not quite under full threat here from Kish just yet. Here, again, a little bit better map state for Salvation overall. Yangon will go for the smoke though. Smoke does break. They've got the blink up on Ha. They do manage to get the RP off and the silence. The chain stuns coming in onto that Brewmaster. They've got the kill. Ha does pick it up. Great reveal on that blink from our Magnus. That's exactly what we needed to see. And now they're going for the Infest Bomb. Ha still has that blink. And look for a nice juicy target. Lloyd is going to be that target. Disruption does not stop when you skewer forward, so they will find that. Ha might be in danger. Finger flies in and they've got the damage for Ha. It looks like they will. Will fall down. Zalrain trying to clean up Drick. Oh, massive Lotus usage there from Drick, and great Earth Spike cuts off Kish. Fall apart. YG trading 2 for 1. Good pickups. Might find Young PH. Chains are there, but the puck is slippery. Not going to be able to continue for more.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What looked like a good start for Yangon? Kind of pushed too far. get punished for it. They weren't ready with young PH either. And joins in a little bit late to try to dish some damage out. And the side of Salvation, in pretty good spot now.
Dyer's middle tower is
Wonder Boy going for the chase onto Lun. Nice Earth Spike out from Drake. Hex as well. Perfect chain stunts. Lun just gonna try to run with the Battery Assault. Remnant forward, chains out.
They work like that.
Lun's an additional kill for Wonder Boy. This Ember is just... It's gonna be a massive issue, right? You're gonna need to use the Dream Coil to really lock him in. That's your best lockdown for the Ember. Or RPE. Those are both ultimates that you'd have to commit. At the very least, Dream Coil, it's not as long to cooldown.
Tower is under attack.
But still, your options to punish an overextension from Wonder Boy is limited at best. Let's see. Smoke out from Yangon. Young PH, Lun. You've got that hook shot.
Is in trouble.
Could go hunting. No one's down bot though. Closest
Radiant's
enemy
bottom
here
tower
is
isn't
mid.
looking so great.
And that is Wonder Boy, who is also not the easiest hero to pin down. Smoke not going to pan out. Young PH breaks it.
Dyer's top tower is
Group
under
and
attack.
bot. They're going to find a tier 1 bot, but no kill. They're going to lose their tier 1 top in exchange. A 1-for-1 here, it looks
Dyer's
like.
top tower isn't looking so great. Radiant's bottom tower suffered a minor setback.
Salvation more than happy to trade that way.
Dyer's top tower is in trouble.
Yeah, no problems here for Salvation.
The Dyer are falling back from their tower up top.
Slowly hitting some good timings. Radiance coming out for Rupido is going to be faster than it is for Kish, just by a marginal amount.
Radiant's bottom
You
tower
are
is in
close to the
trouble.
blink of Young PH. Combined with the blink of Ha, this could lead to some more opportunities here for the side of Yangon. Side of Salvation. And you're going to hit this
Dyer's
disperser
top
timing
tower
really
isn't
nice
looking
on
so
Young
great.
God. Which is when the Deuce starts to feel like a little bit of an issue. So much self-dispels with Disperser and with Manta. I wonder if you consider something like your own Disperser here for Kish. It's not too bad on a Lifestealer, I would say. Maybe down the line. Not something immediate here. Find out. Both sides chilling out a little bit. Finding that farm. Straight Ags rush here for Ha. So wants the Horn Toss. Lun still staring out. Rupido would be a very tough target. You might be able to find Lloyd, who is a little bit easier. You get the D ward, hook shot out. Lloyd being held back. We'll find a D ward and we'll find a disrupt. They can't really commit with Ha, and Lun just going to be sacrificed here.
Mega kill.
Onto Wonder Boy once more. 5-0-2 on that Ember. Fantastic work so far from Wonder Boy. And Yangon. It's not finding the openings. They do get the Radiance up on Kish. You also have your
Dyer's
Radiance
middle
up on
tower is under
Rupido.
attack.
So some more presence in these team fights for both heroes. Young God, diffuse ults up. Already ripping through onto the high ground.
Middle
They've got
tower is in trouble.
the Medusa illusion spam as well, as they will catch out Young PH. Great Earth Spike out from Drake. Great chains as well from Wonder Boy. Find themselves a fantastic kill.
Dyer's
And
middle tower
Yangon,
isn't looking so
I
great.
don't understand what's going on. Like, they're not really able to play. Zarain's not able to really jump in with Lun. They've got the Radiance, but now they're not investing with Kish. And Young PH isn't really connecting with anyone to try to play with that Dream Coil and the damage on the Witchblade. Do you spot out Lun with a great ward again? And Lun is pretty much gone. Does manage to hook shot. Maybe not. Not going to be able to chase through the tier 2s. Good escape and good D-ward. So he does stay alive. Salvation still 2k up.
Rock it on.
Having a much better time for themselves here. And damage rune up. Stone Gaze up onto Zarain. And
Now you're just showing
supports are really not achieving much on Yangon. Just rather curious. And get the Hex out onto Lun. Earth Spike does not connect. Should be able to find Drake. Dream Coil connects onto the 2. We'll find Drake. Can they find Wonder Boy? No, they can't. Chains out onto 2 as well. Remnant forward, and the damage is going to be enough. And should have ripped through Young PH. Take out Lun. They find Kish as well. Forced to Rage TP out. We'll make it out. A very uncomfy game for YG. Salvation managing to hit all their spikes here. And Yangon kind of streaming in one by one. I don't understand it. Zalrain gets spotted out. Disruption's there. They've got the stomp. They've got the crits. They've got the kill. Lloyd will take it. It's a little bit scattershot from Yangon.
Dire's top tower is under
5k
attack.
behind. Young God on Dedusa, 2k above Kish's farm, right around. Closer to 1.5. Nice little decent chunk there for Dedusa. Smoke out from Yangon. They've got RP in a few seconds. See if they find the targets they need. Down south, pinks are coming in. Lun. If he finds this hook shot onto Young God and they get the chain control, the RP's right there. Hex is out though. Earth Spike as well. And the Stone Gaze is in. Ha cannot do any more. RP's down. They're moving forward. They want to punish this Magnus. They've got the chain in the finger. He's taken out. The hook shot does not connect. Lun's trapped in the middle. Gonna be another sacrifice on to Wonder Boy here. 8-0-5 off the back of that kill for Wonder Boy. Yangon.
Have been schooled.
These smokes, these movements are not panning out. A blink RP without the infest from Kish. Like, it's so hasty. From Yangon. And Salvation. They're as relaxed as they could be. Just playing their own game, responding in kind. Wonder Boy just having the freest Ember game we've seen in a while. Young God as well, having the freest Dusa game we've seen in a while. Butterfly coming out now. I don't know what you do about this. On the side of Yangon. Like, they need to play as a team. They can't just come in solo RP a Dusa and try to go from there. Like, that's not the way it works. Alright, shout out to you, B-Cop. Thanks for dropping by. Hopefully NA was fun. I was tuning into the cast earlier. Sounded like you guys were having a good time there. Good on you.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
I should have taken anti-allergies. I feel like sneezing. I'll take anti-allergies after. 15-5, 7k lead for Salvation. Yangon. It doesn't feel like they have a game. The Wonder Boy is just dominating. 8-0-5. They've got the Ags up. On how, but... The Ags rush Magnus without like a BKB. Additional armor. Even a harpoon. Doesn't feel amazing. Top tier 2 just falls. Kish is the only one to sit around to try to defend. Gonna rage walk away. Young God with full butterfly up. Going for the Scotty next. Not even bothering with Disperser. Doesn't need it. Smoke out. Yangon. RP's back up. Can they connect with Ha? Can they connect with Young PH and the Dream Coil? They've got to. Surely they've got to. Long flank to the rear. Pings are out as the location of Salvation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They need to make this work. This has got to pan into something. Salvation, though, just pulling into the high ground and the top jungle, and will get their own smoke out. There's smoke on smoke. PH just trying to snipe some creeps. It's going to be able to do so.
Radiant's middle tower
Get a little bit of shove on that mid-tier 1.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Down bot.
Radiant's middle tower is
We
about
managed to get a good scan.
of haste.
Kish would be a nice target. Does have rage. TPs are coming in. They need to start.
Radiant's lost their middle tower.
Oh, he cancels. The TP, was it too long? Goes for the infest instead, but Creep's just gonna die. Kish stuck in the middle. Didn't want to TP out. I feel like he would have had time if it was a quick TP. Instead, Kish dies. They'll find Drake in exchange, I suppose. Not a worthwhile trade. Salvation. Another power rune coming out for Wonder Boy. And Yangon. Yangon just doesn't feel like, again, that they're connecting as a team. Like, Ha has this Ags. I don't think we've seen a Horn Toss. Granted, it's like one fight new, so I don't know if it's going to do enough. You Horn Toss up, try to skewer back. Oh, I don't know. Like, the impact of Lun and Zalrain is negligible right now. Their very impact is just food. Quite frankly. To be fair, it's down to Salvation playing really smart, right? Like, having Quelling Blades under supports. Being really smart with all of that. Going for the Roshan now on Salvation. Yangon? Not many options. And Salvation, well, they're playing it safe. They're not fully committing. They've got smoke on smoke now, fighting around a Rosh pit. They've got the forward wards here in Salvation, though. They saw Tish. This is a pause. Young PH gets hexed. Young PH is pretty dead. Can Hawk come back for the RP? And can they get follow-up from that? Earth Spike's flying out now. If he waits for the Earth Spike to connect first, blinks afterwards into the RP, you might have play, but you're not going to catch Young God. Your Life Stealer's pretty far out, and you have to be really quick with a follow-up. Dream Coil. Not the pause you want to see in this kind of fight, but some connection issues. Alright. So Earth Spike's already going to be flying out. Ha needs to just wait for the Earth Spike to finish, blink in, RP, pull them back onto Kish, give Kish Empower, and hope that in the pullback action you also have the Dream Coil. Like the Hex fades in time for it to connect with the RP Skewer back and Dream Coil.
Space crab.
That's a lot of things in order that they need to execute on. Right. And still have that wait. Still need to reconnect. This is so awkward. Like, this is... They managed to break the smoke. They were already starting Roche. They've got Stone Gaze. Ha, again, needs to read us. He needs to see Drake is already casting Earth Spike. Wait for the Earth Spike to fully fly out. Blink RP. Get the Dream Coil off, and skewer back onto Kish. And hope that Empower on Kish is enough to clean up. Maybe you manage to get a good use from Rat of Nature bouncing from bot onto top. We'll see. Do not know why everyone feels the need to disconnect now.
Better luck next. No! Killing it.
Still waiting for Lun. And Lun's back. Alright, let's see if they get a read on this on Yangon or if they just back off. Earth Spike flies out. Can they come for the Blink RP? No, they can't. The split is there and it all falls apart. Young PH just instantly dies. Ha has no RP opportunity. Rage out from Kish. He's gonna get stone gazed and he's dead. No infest. But doesn't get to infest. Lun's gonna be caught as well. And it's only Zarian that survives because Zarian's not even playing there. That's gonna be Roshan going the way of Salvation Gaming. And Yangon, unfortunate timing on the disconnects. Unfortunate timing on that lag.
The seeds of fortune.
It's just gonna be the free Roche. Not even a Roche.
Dire's top towers.
Just a high ground siege beginning from Young God. With the creep wave backing him up. Feeling confident with that siege. Get the illusions out with the Dusa.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All the farm in the world. High ground defense is strong for Yangon, at the very least.
Now's not a good
They've
time
got
to
Blink
be
Skewer, Blink RP still ready to go.
Dire's top tower is looking to
They've got the Horn Toss. There's a lot of utility here on the defense. They just haven't been connecting as a team. The execution has been falling a little bit flat. Salvation's been really good in breaking that up. Smoke out from Yangon, but I believe Young PH smoked in the lower ground, so that was spotted out by the ward. Roshan is beginning. Lun already planting some wards. Hookshot out, trying to trap the Shadow Demon, but it's just going to be forced to force staff away. Sentry does spot the obs as well. Young PH does get a Dream Coil onto the 2. Only the supports instant hex out, and he's gone. RP connects onto 2. Do they have the damage? They're starting to melt Young God. He does have another use of a Stone Gaze. Infest out onto Ha. Stall for time. Kish against the world now. Young PH with a buyback. Can they kill off Young God? So durable on that Dusa, even without any mana. Kish dropping low. Rage up. Is going to fall to the right clicks. Or is he? Wonder Boy. No, he does go. Press to toggle. Doesn't find it. Young PH. Buyback. Die back as well. And it's a full wipe in favor of Salvation. That was everything but the kitchen sink being thrown out. Again, hasty movements out from Yangon. Lun trying to break up that fight. Hook-shotting the Shadow Demon, trying to cut him off, but you can't really get the solo kills at this point for the Clockwork. The jump forward for Young PH.
Dire's bottom tower
Instantly
is
getting
looking
hexed
so
after
great.
Dream Coiling the supports. Follow-up's not quite there. They won't be able to find a Roshan on Salvation, and they are extremely low.
Dire's bottom tower is
And
in
there's a
trouble.
decent hookshot opportunity for Lun, but
Radiant's middle tower
not
is
going to
under
risk it
attack.
one more time over. So that does prevent Roshan at the very least for Yangon, in favor of them. Salvation not going to be able to go in and just go straight high ground end. But they're losing a lot. Like, these fights are messy from Yangon. Maybe it's got something to do with that delay. Not able to react in a timely manner. Maybe they're just getting outplayed.
Dire's middle tower is
Salvation
looking so great.
looking all like a much better team so far.
Dire's middle
Yangon.
tower is in trouble.
What do they need here? I'm gonna go Sanj, Kaya on the puck instead of a BKB. Which is fair. You kind of don't want to go BKB if you can afford to, but Roshan begins again. They scout out with the flare.
Dire's middle
Smoke
tower
out
is under attack.
from the supports of the side of Salvation. They see Kish. Get the Cinder Brew off. Gets ignited as well. Oh. Extremely far forward movement from Zarain. RP does connect onto a massive mount, but there's no... The Dream Coil split elsewhere. They will clean up everyone. They will find one on the Shadow Demon, but Young God's fine. The RP attempt just amounts to nothing. Stone Gaze from Young God protects. They're gonna catch out Kish. Don't even bother with a Lifestealer. We'll find Lun in the side. Rupido taking care of that by himself. Again, another split up fight. For the side of Yangon. RP lands in one spot. Dream Coil on another. And it just doesn't feel like all the things they need to connect are connecting at all. Kish raging. Getting his way out here. Rupido just keeping that chase up. Trying to drag this Lifestealer away. Is going to be able to back off. Roshan down bot though. Now in favor of Salvation. No TP point for Yangon. It is going to be the Aegis going the way of Salvation Gaming at last. Does look like. Rocket Flare scouts out, but you're not making your way down here anytime soon on Yangon. 30-9. Salvation running away with his game number 3. Yangon just looking somewhat lost. See what they can do about the 2 lives up on Young God. Scotty pretty much ready to be bought out. So another tool in the arsenal of Young God.
Top tower isn't looking so great.
So much stats on this Dusa, so much mana. No burn, no real burn here. No diffusal
Dire's
carrier.
bottom tower is gone. Radiant's top tower is gone.
One more outer tower gone, one left for the side of Yangon. Salvation can start to look into the high ground. Another pause coming out from Yangon.
This reward transcends expectation.
Salvation, really well played to them so far. They've been working together as a team. Yangon has just looked a little bit disconnected. Again, it's like the RP's not connecting with where the Dream Coil wants to be. It's not connecting with where Kish wants to be. The supports didn't manage to play the pickoff game in the first, say, 15 minutes of the game, where you kind of want to play with teleportation and hookshot, connect with his puck, connect with his Magnus. None of that really came out. Salvation did manage to punish the split up quite nicely. And they maximized this free space for Young God. And this Deuce is just doing so much work. Going for the mid-tier 2 next. Last outer tower of Yangon. And then the Mega Creeps become a definite possibility here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just casually gets started. Young God cleans it up. Shiva's coming out soon for Wonder Boy. Shove up top. The Deuce illusions already forcing out Fortify. These are just illusions, man. There's no creep wave to clear either. Bot creep wave's coming back in. Top Seteract set to fall. I mean, they've got the RP play. Ha has the defense fight. You can never underestimate high ground RP, high ground Dream Coil, but
Dire's lost their top racks.
I know, again, it just feels disconnected. Top rack's gone, mid set to go next. Young God, nothing to fear. Side of YG farming where they can. Zarain. Young PH just trying to clear out the triangle.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
Smoke out from Salvation, hanging in the sides, using their Deuce as bait.
Dire's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Yangon. We can theorycraft all we want about this RP screwback. It needs to happen.
That was unexpected.
At some point. Rupudo being disruptive in the back line.
Their tower's gone.
Does hold back Ha from the blink. You get the skewered. Instant chains out though. The hookshot falls flat. And the control onto Ha is just melting to the output of Young God. Those chains saving the day. Wonder Boy cleaning up in the back as well. The collapse coming in here. Young PH is trying to clean up these supports. Those gets hexed up. Finger does dodge. Earth Spike, not quite there. Can't blink.
Now you
Will
just
be
showing
able to
off.
run off, but the sleight of fist is there. Mega creeps are up, and Yangon, it looks like this is the end of your road here to Wallachia. As Salvation Gaming finds salvation in this game and rally after a pretty atrocious game 1.
Middle tower's down on Dyer's side.
Mid towers set to go. Yangon, we have not seen the impact of this Magnus here from Ha. We have not seen the impact of these supports. It's just been a little bit disconnected. Salvation coming out as the better team here.
Dyer's middle tower is gone.
Did they manage to get a skewer back? No. Can't even get the blink off for Ha.
I'm betting on a recovery of slim to none.
Blink on cooldown, trying to jump the back line. Trying to melt off Drake, but they lose Zarin instead. The RP does manage to find one. Can they find Wonder Boy next? No, they can't. They all melt. And the GG is called. Salvation Gaming do get to move on. And the side of Yangon, that's the end of their journey here to Wallachia. An unfortunate ending for a rather promising team that we've seen perform better in certain scenarios, but not in this case. And Salvation, again, doing a great job of rallying after a very rough game number 1. They managed to carry on and keep their hopes going here in the lower bracket, potentially facing up against the loser of, I believe, Talon versus Bleed, which is later on today. So very well played to Salvation. Yangon, it just felt like they couldn't do anything from the laning phase. They couldn't connect for this early mid-game that their lineup was kind of geared towards, right? Like playing with the high mobility of the puck, with the level 6 of your clockwork, with a global presence of your NP as well. Early infest opportunities with the Lifestealer plus puck, plus clock, plus NP, plus Magnus. It just didn't come online. Kind of fell flat. So very big congratulations coming out for Salvation. Yangon gonna have to look for their opportunities in another tournament, unfortunately. I'm sure there's a lot to look back in this series for sure. That does leave us with our next series coming up. I'm not sure how much break time we actually have for that. But it is going to be Manta Esports up against Blacklist Rivalry. So a Filipino fight, a Rambulan coming out again. And we're going to take a short break before coming back for that one. It is John Xfire here. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you after a short break. All right, ladies and gents, we are back for game number 1 of this next series of Blacklist versus Manta Esports. A classic rambulan for us in this hot afternoon, a hot fight for us lined up here today. And this should be a fun one. Blacklist up against Manta. Blacklist, again, they had to forfeit game 1 yesterday. They took 1 game off of Geek Fam, lost the last. So Geek Fam managed to move on. Rather unfortunate set of circumstances for the Blacklist boys. Who knows what would happen if they managed to play game 1? Maybe nothing changes. And maybe nothing changes. Maybe Geek Fam would be on top as well. Who knows? We'll see if they can clean up against Manta Esports, who also got knocked down. Of course, Manta did get knocked down by Neon 2-0. So we'll see what happens. That was a very dominant performance as well. And we'll see if they can kind of rally back here. Blacklist is going to be a tough opponent. Just as tough, if not tougher than Neon for sure. Take a look at these bans coming out. We do see the Doom being taken out by Blacklist, along with the Shadow Demon, Chen being taken out, and the Lesh Timbersaw DK by Manta Esports. So limiting the options from the off lane, as tends to be in this first phase. See if the Mars is allowed through here by Blacklist. Has been left in the pool.
5 seconds, boss. Radiant's choice. Dire's choice.
It will go with a Primal Beast for Blacklist, so this should be our Gabby here to start off with. Perhaps, maybe an Abed here on mid, of course, as he does play very mean Primal Beast if the matchup works out, so we'll see. There's some flexibility there.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds.
The side of Manta, what are they going to pick up? They're going to go for the Grimstroke first. Rather surprising they prioritize that support. And going to be interesting to see what they build off with that.
Radiant's turn to ban.
It is fairly open to what they could do here. So we'll find out what they want to do. Do ban out the Mars now from Blacklist. Manta Esports taking care of 1 ban before they start picking here.
10 seconds remaining.
What's your Kimazu hero? Grimstroke, no Centaur. Doesn't feel like you have a lot that can play with Inkswell that nicely now. In the off lane at the very least. Maybe in the safe lane you could.
Dire's pick.
We'll take care of the Faceless Void for a Manta side, and Manta will get to pick up first. What's it going to be for them?
10 seconds left.
They have a lot of options. Again, maybe tie in their support duo first, maybe get that combination with Grimstroke. Really not sure what's left for Grimstroke. Maybe Grimstroke Brewmaster. Like, Grimstroke Brewmaster isn't too bad. Is a decent laning combo. Rundown, Cinder Brew, Thunderclap. They'll go to Tiny. That could be our support here for Manta first. Maybe a mid even. That could be like an Eris Tiny, Jotun Grimstroke. We could end up with a key Tiny as well. Open enough. And we'll find out.
5 seconds, boss.
See what the call is. Blacklist, they've got their back-to-back picks. They can kind of tie in with a Problem Beast combination. For something like the Hoodwink, there's a Rubik here that looks pretty okay as well. If they want to, again, secure this for Gabby.
Radiant's choice. Dire's choice.
They'll go to Rubik, which is a fair choice. A very straightforward lane with Primal Beast. And they'll go to Mirana. I like seeing that from Blacklist. So you've got the Mirana that can go hard 5. You can have it for MJZ. You can have it for Tims. And have the MJZ Rubik. I think Mirana Primal Beast is still okay. Maybe not as aggressive in lane, but it's steady follow-up stun for the Pulverize. So you can play along with that. Just play gank squad, pin someone down long enough, and just instantly burst them. Moonlight Shadow is really strong as well for forcing out fights. Get a good smoke rotation out as well. So I like seeing this coming out from Blacklist. Of course, it's always a treat when you get to see something like Tim's Mirana, if that is the case here. Always exciting to see. We'll see if that's the game plan from Blacklist. Manta have to show a core here. Again, the Problem Beast is flexible enough. It lanes nice with Rubik or Mirana, and it can still lane mid. So it can be a little bit hard to read for Manta whether or not to pick the key hero or lock in the tiny mid, which I think can lane against Problem Beast fine. Let's find out. Digging really deep into the reserve time here. Manta, they've got back-to-back picks. What'll it be? Again, Tiny Grimstroke isn't a bad support duo.
Dire's pick.
We'll go with a Pangolier.
Radiant's pick.
No hard cold once the roll is up. And the Death Prophet. So I like that. That locks in your Tiny as support. You can have Pango mid, DP offlane, or DP mid, Pango offlane. Like either one. You can kind of flip them around between 2 and 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Laning combos are pretty nice as well. Like Pango Grim is pretty good.
5 seconds, boss.
Pango Tiny is not too bad. DP Tiny is probably the best in that lane, so it can look pretty good. I'm wondering which way Manta Esports goes. Blacklist have to tie in this draft now as well in this phase. Have to show probably where the Primal Beast is going, whether or not that's Gabby or Abed.
Radiant's turn to ban.
They'll go with a Terrorblade pickup, so that should be our safe lane. So, straight up, safe lane Terrorblade.
Dire's ban.
There's some nuking potential there. There's an Ags ready down the line for the Grimstroke to turn that Terrorblade against him. I like this coming out. I think the Terrorblade Rubik lane is pretty alright. Terrorblade Mirana it's okay as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Not particularly amazing. I don't think you have the best Terrorblade lanes.
Dire's turn to ban.
You know, I feel like Terrorblade tends to go best with, I think CM's looked really good. CM Terrorblade is a lane that looks really rough. Or stuff like Terrorblade Gyrocopter with Gyrocopter safe, but this is a Terrorblade 1, it looks like. So we're going to have to see which way they will try to drag this one around.
5 seconds remaining.
Next set of bans. Do you see the Naga being banned out by Blacklist? Manta Esports taking care of the Ember.
Radiant's ban.
What's the next ban? Puck as well. Blacklist, what do you think they're going to ban out here?
Ten seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
When's the last ban? We're worried about safe lane matchups. They could go with Morphling. Let's see. Morphling ban would make sense here. I think it lanes alright into a Primal Beast if you're worried about that. Again, Abed could still play the Primal Beast. Taking their time in Blacklist to clear this one out. What's it gonna be? What else is there? Ursa, Sven. Demina Pipu. El Rio, Davao City. That is, I always get confused where El Rio is. I'll be frank with you. El Rio is the one place I'm like, I don't know. And I'm like, oh, that's El Rio. Then I always forget. So I'm not sure. Lifestealer banned out. Blacklist, what's the pickup? Looks like, again, trying to shift the Primal Beast. Maybe go offlane or mid. close out with something for Abed
5
or
seconds
Gabby in this
remaining.
case. I don't see many Gabby heroes left though. What are you gonna pick up on Blacklist? Again, considering flex, I think you just go Gabby Primal Beast, honestly. The lane looks good. So you can just go for like an Abed mid. Is there Leshrac? No, banned out. Zeus, Lina. Ember is left in the pool, right? It's alright. They go to... Okay. Go to Beastmaster, so it's going to be mid Primal Beast. It's a Beastmaster, Rubik lane, Mirana, Terrorblade. Sounds like the good way to go.
Ten seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
Manta to close out. Just a safe lane here. I don't know. Like Sven. No, you're up against Beastmaster. It's kind of annoying. Urs is kind of kiteable as well. Aluna, I guess, could work. You have good push tempo lined up with DP. They go to Morphling instead, so back to that idea. Turning into the Terrorblade, laning into the Beastmaster is not too bad for Gohan. I will say, I think I kind of like what they have on Blacklist a little bit more here. You've got the MJZ Rubik, you've got Tim's Mirana, Abed Primal Beast up against the Pangolier, which is a very straightforward lane for the Primal and Pango. Lots of back and forth play. You've got the DP into Terrorblade, which might be the best lane coming out here for Manta. I think that's the lane that could be annoying. Just like Death Prophet Tiny, again, toss back, Spirit Siphon, chase down on Terrorblade. It's not too hard to do. And there's only so much MJZ can do to stop that, so I like seeing this from the side of Blacklist, but Manta, they will have to really work that off lane. I think if Kimizu manages to get a good slowdown on Palos, they can kind of get some good momentum going here. We'll find out.
Wait. Hello, Tuyo, na hello.
All right. Get into that game now. Game number 1 of Blacklist versus Manta in the lower bracket. This is do or die for both teams, of course. So this is for elimination. This is to continue their journey in Wallachia. We'll see if that's something Blacklist can push through from. We'll find out. A little bit of a pause. Reconnect from MJZ. Let's go Jotun. Says Palos. No response from Jotun. Solaps.
I like what I see.
Solapsap. My lords. Let's see.
Well done, my beauties.
Gonna be an interesting match, to say the least. Of course, it is a classic Rambulan. Huwag mo parinig kay Gohan. Baka maging awkward kayo.
Wait. Hello, Tuyo, na hello.
Let's see where the smoke ends up. Here's how well Gabby's lane goes. I don't think it's that bad a lane. You can apply pressure into Morphling. Like, Beastmaster Moran lane isn't too bad. Gabby, heavy. Is he saying hey Gabby or heavy Gabby? Hev Gabby. And both sides are kind of amped up. Jotun is right, Darling is wrong. And let's see. Blacklist.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Should be the favorites coming in here. But Manta, again, not to be underestimated. We've still got some pauses. Not a Filipino versus Filipino fight without a million pauses, of course.
excellent idea.
Headset issues. Ow. Nate, fix that stuff, man. What are you doing? JL, fix it. Fix it! I have nothing to talk about. I had a really good lunch. Wait, Mike Robot. Okay. I had a really good lunch. I had some palabok. No, pansit malabon. And some Jollibee. Some Chicken Joy. So I'm very happy. So that was really nice. All stuffed up. It is acting my allergies up. All the eggs and chicken. So I had to take some antihistamines. My nose is still itching a bit, but it should be fine. Wonder what these guys all had for lunch. No one was talking in the lobby. And saved it up for all chat. What are the chances that these guys are just pausing to eat? Nah, that's way too fast for food break. We have to go ahead. Everyone says go when ready, and we should be able to walk into that game. Up is right in tower range. Alright, so there's no vision. He's just waiting for vision to pop out. Always forget that. It always kind of ruins it. And see, still grouped up. Could try to play aggressive here. Big avalanche opportunity for Eris. Instead, it will just be a standard 2-for-2 trade. No one snagging away anything. It's a little bit of a boring start, neither side committing, but caution at the start, up against equally matched opponents, up when everything's on the line does make sense. Take a look at that mid lane first. Abed on the Prowling Beast up against Key on that Pangolier. It's been a while since we've seen this matchup. We haven't seen this in a long, long time. But this is something that I feel like Prowling Beast does get away with a little bit more. It's a little bit harder to shove away. His damage output from Onslaught, despite being nerfed, is still pretty high for the mana cost. And Trample's going to feel great. You always have Uproar as well to get the value point in. Something like 2-2-1 this game. Not too bad. Uproar up when Key does commit. And you're going to have the armor to turn around and whack away at Key. So overall, shouldn't be too bad for Abed. Mana management is the big thing in this lane though. He still has a very healthy mana pool. And his spell spam is cheaper than a Primal Beast by a pretty big margin. So he does have that to go for it. See how Abed fares so far. Key having a decent time in lane though. 5-0 up against a 3-2 of Abed, but the wave is shoving in. Rune control going to be big as well. Let's see if any of those side lanes will be open enough to get that done. Down bot, you've got Palos and the Terrorblade. MJZ on the Rubik up against Kimizu on that DP, along with Eris on that Tiny. I mean, DP Tiny again. There is some chase down potential once you have level 3 going for like 1-1-1. Toss back with a Spirit Siphon, Avalanche to get more Spirit Siphon off. Lots of magic damage to burst down Palos if he's not too careful. So you do have to respect that aggression that can come out as the levels come in. Only so much MJZ can do with a lift back. But so far, Palos not really being pressured too hard. Comfy enough to find that farm. Finding that CS, has the stick ready for the spell spam. So is set up for that lane quite nicely. Can take a look elsewhere. Up top, do have Tim's on that Mirana, along with Gabby on the Beastmaster up against Gohan's on the Morph and Jotun on the Grimstroke. And this lane is pretty stable for both sides. It's not that bad a lane for Gabby. It's also not an awful lane for Gohan's. They can get aggressive with Inkswell waveform forward down the line if they want to, but that really depends on how many opportunities Gabby gives for the harass back. Tim's going to be playing a little bit more passive, of course, until maybe the roar is up. You're just going to be clearing out range creeps, clearing out the camps, scoring some free XP on this Mirana. You will have a point where you might be able to leave Gabby alone, say around a 4-minute rune. Try to clear out the power runes, not give any advantage over onto Manta, onto Key. If that's a necessity. Of course, the 6-minute power rune is going to be the big one that both sides will fight over. And again, that's where you can kind of just abandon Gabby. You should be able to just lane fine up against Gohan's. Already early movement out from Abed to just grab that bounty rune as well with a water rune. And Gabby did micro his boar to deny off a water rune as well. So nothing to refill for Key. Again, this lane kind of boils down to mana management. Because both sides do have really good damage, and both sides have very limited mana pools. So it's down to really juggling the rune control out. And so far, that does look a lot better here for Blacklist to start with. Manta not able to do as much so far. They're diving pretty deep here down bot. Trying to find Palos. They've got the Avalanche out. They've got the Spirit Siphons running. Palos, not the healthiest here, has Fairy Fire, is going to eat it. Can they find a counter kill onto Eris? MJZ doing his best. Fairy Fire as well onto Eris, and he's fine. Palos did get salved up. Tim's Courier does fall. Jotun does deny himself to the neutral. Palos still fine. Turns around onto Kimizu. The Crypt Swarm is pretty damn strong, and Kimizu's not the healthiest here. But neither is Palos. Lift back from MJZ. Trying to get the blasts necessary. Just one more hit. Kimizu. One illusion does die, and the zap comes in from MJZ. First blood going the way of MJZ. Palos more than happy. Stays alive in the lane, doesn't lose Courier. It survives to keep farming. That's the early spike of Manta. They have a good understanding what to do, but they overcommit. Great jukes out from Blacklist. And they managed to keep things going here down bot. It's still a solid lane for Palos. Much better than what Gohan's is finding right now up against that Beastmaster of Gabby. And this is going to be a lot faster farm coming through for Palos, of course. Like, you can play with illusions, you can clear camps well, you can split push well. Morphling not quite as quick. He can jump around camp to camp fine, but doesn't have that same utility in controlling the map as you would with illusions coming in from the Terrorblade. So you do have that. Palos does manage to chase down Eris. Apologies about that. As they also lose Gohan's up top. Every lane kind of falling flat now from Manta. They'll even find Jotun as well. That is not what you'd expect. In particular for the Morphling. Doesn't feel like that should happen. There's no Roar yet. Maybe an Arrow clips, but that also should not be happening. Down mid, Abed just getting the pulse off. Dragging back to creeps into the camps and just getting some free XP. No one can really stop him here. 6-minute rune. Eris can stop with the Avalanche. Is an arcane. He steals away. But Abed does not care. Just going to get some free damage off onto Eris. And anyway, that's a rune that's not going to key. So you're fairly happy still. Like this, there's no top up for the Pangolier. They get the top up for Abed with MJZ TPing in. 4-0 start for Blacklist. Starting to set their eyes onto that mid. They've got Pulverize ready here for Abed as well. They could play with the arrow combination with that. If they find the angle in. He has to be cautious. Get the lift back with MJZ. Pulverize into the arrow. Easy combination. Abed gonna be a happy lad. 5-0 for Blacklist. Manta. Not given any openings at all here. And Manta, this is going to bite them. And even Kimizu is not finding the EXP he'd want. Can't pressure for the push. Still level 5, turning into 6. Can't really do much in this bot lane. They tried with her tiny combination earlier on, but again, diving a little bit too far. Did get punished. They've got some backup. Eris is here along with Key. They've got the roll. See if they find something. Clearing out the camps. Palos is clearing out the one creep roll. Key will just commit. They will get MJZ by the looks of it. Zap is there. MJZ is actually a lot tankier than you'd expect, but should still fall. First kill coming out from Manta. Not the biggest one, but let's give you some space to work with here. Not quite 6 yet from Kimizu though for that siege. Down mid, a little bit of a chase from Abed and Tims. And Chotun's gone. Abed finds another. 2-0. Steady shove onto the mid as well. Doesn't quite have a siege creep, so he couldn't fully commit. Power Rune does go to Key. They can try for the toss back on, but Abed's still relatively tanky. Has the Enrage, has a Fairy Fire, has a bottle refill. Again from MJZ. He's gonna be fine. Abed, a very happy lad so far with how well treated he is on the mid lane. You've got a very free lane as well for Gabby up top. Humph the Dominator coming up for him. Just free to clear out the camps, free to farm how he wishes. Constantly applying pressure onto Gohans with a wave shoved in. Looking down bot, Inkswell, was there an Eris, but they couldn't gap close onto Palos.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
And none of the movement right now from Manta really amounting to much. Maybe if Palos overstays, they could do something here, but... Terrorblade's hanging back behind the tier 1, just farming safely, waiting for these camps to respawn. And opts to walk further away. Good wards here to protect as well. Good forward ward in lane. Just watch that movement in from Manta. They are still collapsing. They saw Tim's. Phantom's Embrace does connect, not after he does get 2 leaps off. Toss up. And going to be chain stun, jump away, not going to be able to do so. Stolen Crypt Swarm by MJZ is pretty nice. You might have preferred Exorcism for sure, and this is going to be Siege now from Kimizu. Manta finally finding an angle to push in, but Gabby's kind of getting work done up top solo all by himself. So you should be able to trade 1 for 1 here. Palos still hanging around the area. They do manage to find MJZ. Avalanche toss up with the Inkswell. They will find even Gohan showing up. Palos. What is he doing here still? Getting chased, but Abed does come in with a TP. That's enough to dissuade him. I am getting terrible flashes from that gate with a courier coming through. Palos will switch to top. And Gabby could be able to trade 1 for 1 on these tier 1 towers. It's not the biggest loss. Some big kills coming out there for Manta. Some much needed kills, especially with Gohan's showing up to get some early activity for the team. And that does allow them to equalize. Not a significant lead so far from the side of Blacklist. Palos is starting to lag behind in terms of net worth. Again, as a Terrorblade, should be able to catch up quickly with the Conjurer image. Do you get the roll out onto MJZ? Should be able to blow up that Rubik, and a nice pickup for Key with that Amplify damage rune. Progressing that build up into the Diffusal Blade. Abed, he's got his Blade Mail up. It's the first major item up for the Primal Beast. I does feel like Blacklist can kind of just keep running and gunning now. Gabby does have the Dominator coming in, working onto the Overlord, I'm sure. And then the pressure can really apply from there. Tim's already has the Urn. MJZ, not much, but Rubik doesn't need much anyhow. Just really EXP. Triplet smoke out from Manta. Gonna find a good angle onto Gabby, just farming up. Free toss is there. Inkswell gonna connect with the Avalanche as well. The toss up though. Falls flat, he tosses Key instead. The Roar does still manage to come in. Soulbind onto 2, but the follow-up's not there. And Blacklist with a snappy response to that rotation. Falls a little bit short on Manta. Like the toss coming onto Key instead is just unfortunate. Does allow Gabby to stay alive with that Roar. Give the Invis rune to Abed now as well. And now the clump up begins. But that Dominator starting to siege, lay siege onto that tier 1 mid. They could try for the defense though. They've got the roll ready on Key. They will start rolling. Stolen roll out from MJZ. Gonna be as disruptive on the sidelines here. Key is just isolated, not really able to get damage off. MJZ just rolling around. Gabby not gonna be able to TP away. MJZ is safe. Might be able to catch out Tim's, but he still has 2 lead charges. So it shouldn't be too bad for the Mirana. Does get flipped by the Swash. Inkswell instantly popped. That was on the wrong target. I think they wanted it on the DP. Avalanche will connect though, and Manta does manage to clean up with 2. That was Exo pop from Kimizu. Not too much time left for the mid-siege. Still has some time. Fortunately, again, not enough with the Fortify still up. 8-6. Manta finding some punishment. Palos getting jumped. Does have the Sunder. Doesn't have backup, but is just going to lay siege onto Key. And we'll walk away. Palos, pretty ballsy. Does pay off. He's going to be a very happy lad there.
The prize is mine.
So far, again, a rather even game, 8-6. Manta are finding some openings to punish. I like this build-up from Gohan's, going for the Manta, going for the Lincolns first. Into the Phylactery, into the Kanda. Do have to pause. Manta Gohan camera is buffed. Please restart. Don't want too buffed of a camera.
Meow.
As is classic.
A wise blade takes a fool's life.
Dominator's not too far for Gabby. You're going to have the full Eternal Shroud for Abed, which should allow him to face tank really well here. And I think that's going to be probably the next time you're looking for on the side of Blacklist. Palos, still catching up, but he's 600 gold behind. In comparison to our Morphling, which... Again, he can catch up fairly fast with Conjure Image, which is kind of split pushing, going through each camp. Not going to be too hard for Terrorblade. You do have that going for you there.
Okay.
Wisdom Rune was denied off by Palos and the Illusion. Gabby will grab her own Wisdom Rune, so they take away some resources here from Manta. Haste Rune does go the way of our Pangolier, but not going to be able to use it just yet to really find an angle in. Tim's just being disruptive, clearing out camps. Playing with that arrow. Still a ways off from Eris's Blink.
So
about 1,000 gold away. While all that happens, Gabby has just free access to the triangle. Vlad's not too far off. Full Helm of the Overlord not too far off now, so they will go for the smoke play. Abed taking point. Can they find something big? Eris not really the target you'd want, but it's a target that should present itself here. Yeah, it's going to have to be the timing. Got the roll, lift back, and that is going to be Eris gone. Gabby to find that kill. Only a little bit more until that full Overlord.
Dire's top tower is looking
Gohan's. And Lincoln's not too far off, just lacking that ultimate orb now. Can they go for this pressure onto mid? Tier 1 tower is not the healthiest. They've got the siege creep coming up as well. Moonlight Shadow now for an angle. Defense coming in from Manta. TP's coming out from Eris. Does get the bottle refill as well. But the tower will fall.
Middle tower's down.
There's no contest there. Abed will just run down Jotun instead. They find one. Not going to be able to get more. Manta as well, still not able to get that punish. Really need that blink on Eris. Feels like that's her initiation, really. Just tiny blink. Maybe a down line, a blink for Ki as well. Can help the cause. Now the Overlord. Still just lacking a couple of parts, but with the Vlads, are in a very good spot now for Gabby. You've bought a lot of free space for Palos to just, again, play catch-up. Again, he's still lagging behind, but not by a huge margin. Manta is up now for the Terrorblade, so some additional stats and even more illusions to play with and clearing out and just kind of split pushing. Abed does have that full Eternal Shroud coming in, and Manta with a smoke. Not under any vision, but is broken from Abed in the high ground camp. JZ gonna be fine. Abed can switch to taking point. And that smoke does not pan out. They're still flanking here, but there is a Watcher.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
And it's the side of Blacklist walking back in. Abed. Smoke breaks with the Watcher taken. Just go for the tier 1. Kimizu does have Exo. They've got damage here. They can begin that siege. Blacklist Just hugging their triangle. Still keeping this farm game up.
Radiant's
Will
middle
surrender
tower
that
is in
mid-tier
trouble.
1. They've gotten value. It's 17 minutes in. Gohan's will
Radiant's
clean it
middle
out
tower's
for the
gone.
team. Has that Lincoln's for protection up front now.
Bounty.
And we'll just go back to farming. Again, all the cores pretty equally farmed. Slightly behind for Palos, but he did have a rougher lane. Still playing catch-up a little bit. Going into the Scotty,
Dire's top tower
which
looking so
is a
great.
massive boon up against that Morphling, of course. Key. Going for his own Lincolns. Just anything to break off that roar. Take away the utility of Gabby here. Abed looking for that blink. Wanting that some stable initiation for the team. Taking it slow. 10 to 6. 4K lead still standing for Blacklist. Mainly down to how well Gabby and Abed have been farming up. And how much more Tims and MJZ has in comparison to Eris and Jotun. Like, that's the main difference. Otherwise, these cores are fairly close to each other. It's really like Tims. Most of this network gold is like Tims and MJZ. Yeah, that's a good arrow. Don't tell me what? How does that land, Tims? How do you find that kill? What? Eh? Top? Gonna force that fight out. Roar out onto Ki. He is gone. Aki Ben Aki as they get the pulverize onto Kimizu. Is gone as well. Soulbind does not do a thing. Gonna be able to run down that tier 2. Abed still looking for more. Runs forward. Arrow does not connect this time from Tims. But Jotun is not long for this world. Gets stomped down with a trample. Tier 2 top gonna fall. That arrow from Tims, man. That is, that's such a random arrow, right when he's Agi shifting, too. Holy crap. Tims Marana.
Dire's top tower isn't looking so great.
See, that's why Tims Marana is so insane. And that, to be fair, I don't know if that's purely luck right there, but holy. Holy cow. It's kind of nuts. 14 to 6, Blacklist in a really good spot in this first game so far.
The prize is mine.
Manta.
Haste.
And once you have double Lincolns, perhaps you've got the blink up in Eris. They can start to find some angles. See if Manta can find that opening they need here. Trying to walk towards the bot lane. Tim's already walking across the gate. TP out from Abed. No one's staying. Good game sense coming out here from Blacklist. Could they go through the gate as well? No. Pinging for Roshan. It is daytime. They're going to go for the Rosh here. Scanda's spot. Blacklist knows. They could mount a resistance and they will smoke up. Pop the exit for this one on Kimizu. They've got the damage. Blacklist, do they have the time to respond? Doesn't feel like it. They're pretty far out. They're not TPing in either. This Aegis will go the way of Manta. Blacklist could find a follow-up fight. He is already TPing away. Abed has that blink. Just needs to find someone. Blinks forward. Stomp onto Eris. Take the easy kill.
Now you're just showing off.
They get the lift up on Jotun as well, so the supports will be sacrificed. Nothing major here.
That's actually pretty impressive.
Could have been far worse. They are keeping a heavy chase from Gabby. Sticking onto Gohan's. No. Didn't manage to roar. Again, he does have the Lincolns. So he does need a Lincoln's breaker here, and Gabby doesn't quite have that.
Dire's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
We'll go for the siege.
Dire's fortified their buildings.
Got the granite
Radiant's
golem.
middle tower isn't looking
For
so
a little
great.
bit more HP as well on this
Dire's
siege.
bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna be able to find it, no problems.
Dire's lost their bottom
16 to
tower.
6. Despite having the Aegis, they lose 2 there, as they might lose more. Gohan's lift up. Toss up as well from MJZ. Can they find the Aegis? Does manage to waveform away. Spirit Vessel's still running, but not gonna be able to jump up. Clear out that Aegis.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
Instead, back to the siege. Aegis
Dire's
or
lost
no.
their bottom tower.
Blacklist are not deterred. Gonna go for the Tormentor now as well.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
It will clear it out. Free shard for Tim's the best, I guess. Just having one bonus charge is nice. There is that. Well, a few more pounces out there for Tim's to disengage and re-engage. Smoke out. Manta, looking for that opening. Want to play with his Aegis. Still need to see that blink payoff for Eris. Abed would be a juicy target if they can isolate him. Can they, though? Walking their way up. Abed. Could get intercepted nicely. Pincered here in the triangle. Looks like they will. Good movement forward with the Avalanche and the toss up. And the Inkswell roll committed as well. But Abed's so tanky. It's taking a lot to kill this guy off. The mech comes in as well from Tim's. Soulbind at last to try to take control. Roar is out into Kimizu. They will find Abed, but Gohan's not the healthiest. Palos getting hits off. Gohan's gets arrowed. First life gone. Backline fight starting to fall apart. They rip apart these supports. Find Kimizu as well. Key next to go. Pulverize down onto that Pangolier. And only Gohan's the one to be allowed to escape with the Aegis. And Aegis gone. Palos hit so damn hard. That Scotty just making Gohan's feel a lot more squishy than he is. Not that full power in the strength morphing. Doesn't feel great. High ground begins for Blacklist. Metamorphosis is going to fade in a short moment, so you're not going to get as much as you'd want here, but there's no roll, there's no exo to worry about. We'll be able to just shove out. And Manta, I don't know what they can do about this. Tier 3 will fall. Blacklist will play it safe with respawns coming up. Very well timed heal. You saw how tanky Abed was. Like, it took so much to kill him off. And he's just so damn tanky with that Eternal Shroud.
Coin of the realm.
That should help.
And this game is getting tougher and tougher for the side of Manta. Didn't manage to capitalize on like this push timing that the DP gives you. There is a nice later timing. If you go back for the BKB, I suppose, for Kimizu, you can stand forward. He's got a decent amount of armor. There's a good spike with his shard as well. If he does manage to find that. With the Spirit Siphon Fear. But that does take time now. Smoke out from Blacklist. Looking to make that move through the triangle, it looks like. They've got a good idea as to where the side of Manta are playing. Blink forward from Gabby. Wants to find Aurora onto Kimizu. Gets the axis off. Doesn't manage to land Aurora. They will find Jotun first. There's the Aurora onto Kimizu. The DP all alone. Avalanche to cut off. But there's the toss back. Trying to save. They will get that save onto Kimizu. Buyback and Jotun. You turn into the Terrorblade here as well. We've got a little bit of damage boon coming out here for Gohan's. Does fade. And that's a forced buyback in the support. So you know for sure if you find him again, it's going to be down for longer. You're going to have this opportunity to play a 4v5. Grimstroke has proven itself to be very, very squishy here. Not much survivability on Jotun. When he has a fluffy hat, that's basically it. Not even a Force Staff. And he's 3k net worth. That's a 26 minutes in. It's a pretty rough time. Gabby does blink forward. Gets the Yults off onto Jotun. This would be that dieback we're talking about. Not what you want to find. Lincoln's to protect. There's the dieback on Jotun. Still, Tim's getting caught out from the jump on Eris. Toss back is there onto Abed. But the Pulverize comes in onto Key. The damage coming from Palos is overwhelming. Kimizu's trying to stand forward, but the roar is up. Kimizu's gone. Palos just man-fighting Gohan's. No care at all for the Morphling. Buybacks are forced out from these two. From Eris, from Key, but high ground does begin here for Blacklist. Roll is still available. Avalanche toss still there with a blink. They've got to connect these spells. They do manage to get the Avalanche. The lift back from MJD prevents the toss. And the Eris just dies back that quickly. The roll out from Key, but what's there to do with the roll? There's no follow-up.
Dire structures are fortified.
Gohan's just forced to watch, and Palos just gonna rip right through. Stolen roll as well, ready on MJZ here.
Dyer's
The rack's just set to fall. Manta. I don't see the angle back. It's got to be some really good tosses. Some really quick tosses. Kimitsu trying to find a rear flank. Does manage to get the silence out, and Paula's going to be locked into place. The roll locked in as well, but the Sunder still manages to fly in. MJZ with a roll. It's actually really disruptive, even being held back. They get pulverized off. The GG's called. And Blacklist take this in dominant fashion. 28-8 up against Manta. And Manta, it did not look like a contest there at all. It looked like a tough one for Manta Esports. Just not much play there. Blacklist all stitched together, looking like, again, they've shaken off some of those blues they had from yesterday. Play a very clean game here, going back to the Tim's Marana. Strong outcomes in the lane. Manta did do a good job of like trying to control these runes, but Blacklist was a little bit better, of course, with the Watt runes, and then going into the bounty rune stealing from Abed as well. Gabby had a really excellent lane. That last pick on the Beastmaster was massive, and it did feel like it felt like you really weren't getting much from like your off lane and your mid. I think that's where the issue came from for Manta, right? Like they couldn't really collapse onto mid lane. They couldn't really collapse onto bot lane early with Exorcism. You were kind of behind in EXP compared to Palace as well. There's that deep dive from Manta. That was pretty painful. Like that kind of got them punished really hard. Let's see if that's something Manta can recover from, but very good play coming out from Blacklist. Just in complete control early on. Coming out of laning phase, just right on top with Abed and Gabby. Sure, Paulus was having a harder time, but he was keeping up in EXP. He was keeping Kimizu's EXP down, preventing that rundown that their tempo really needed to play around with all of that. And we'll find out if that's something Manta can bounce back in once we get back for game number 2.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, everyone, we're back for game number 2's draft. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're back for game number 2's draft here. See what happens. What exactly Manta does correct in, because Blacklist just looked dominant in that game number 1, of course.
Turn to ban.
See what the ideas are. Ban out the Leshrac, ban out the Doom here for Manta and Blacklist, respectively. Timberzard being taken out by Manta as well. Do they want to remove that Terrorblade? Because it feels like you do a lot with Terrorblade nowadays. You open up with it, you can just kind of flex it as well.
10 seconds left.
It feels like such a safe pos one to pick in first phase. We haven't seen a lot of punishment for Terrorblade. I think that's a big thing. So I'm keen to see if we start to see some punish for the Terrorblade here,
10 seconds
as it has been allowed to get away with a lot.
Dire's turn to ban.
Let's find out. Ban out the problem piece as well that Abed just had a fantastic time with, of course. Blacklist.
10 seconds left.
What's going to be the ban here?
5 seconds remaining.
Honestly, it's open enough. If you're thinking of Terrorblade, I don't think there's a lot to ban. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a lot to worry about. Maybe take care of the Mars. Centaur feels manageable, honestly. Mars might be a bigger threat. Brewmaster could be annoying as well, I suppose. That's a possibility.
Radiant's choice.
Do ban out the Kunkka, and guess what? MJZ Chen is available, so they'll pick it up. This has been a consistent ban up against Blacklist.
Dire's ban.
Up against MJZ for some time. There's the Mars we were talking about as well. But the Chen out for MJZ is kind of scary. That's a hero that MJZ knows how to play very well.
Ten seconds remaining.
So that's a big confidence boost for Blacklist, just having that Chen. To sustain the presence early on, MJZ's micro is insanely good as well. I think harkening back to like Thunder Awaken, I believe, when they were playing in Singapore. I remember MJZ being a beast there. See what else comes in. Blacklist banning out the Mirana, taking care of one more before moving on to the ban of Manta into their pick.
10 seconds left.
Do you want to remove something like Enchantress? Like, are you worried about trading creeps? Take care of the Terrorblade themselves now.
Radiant's pick.
And the Lifestealer taken out by Manta just to ensure a good lane here for the offlane. They will go with the Techies here for Manta Esports as well. So they've got a decent blast-off combo. They've got a way of kind of checking for the smokes, which is also massive. That's something we've seen. Techies just really destroy these early game rotations. Even into late game, just having prox mines to spot out is kind of insane. See what Blacklist has in mind. They go to Brewmaster and right into the Rubik. There are some good spells to steal. Prox mines isn't the hardest to steal. Arena, Spear, pretty good. God's Rebuke, maybe not as much. But you've got a good lane. Brewmaster Rubik's such a straightforward lane. Lift up, Cinder Brew, Ignite. Very nice damage coming out in that lane already by level 2, level 3. Really kicks into full gear there. So I like seeing this coming out for the side of Blacklist. Manta. They go into the Pangolier once more. Johnny Ice. John Y. Ice. The Pangolier again. This should be our key hero. I mean, you could kind of flex Mars and Pango in offlane and mid, I suppose. But this should just be Key's hero early on.
Dire's choice.
And to go with the Phoenix. So you've got Arena Egg. You've got a couple of beefy cores that will enjoy the Sunray. Blacklist into the puck. And that mid matchup now is pretty clear cut for Abed. It's not too confusing. You've got Gabby as well on the Brewmaster, which again with a Rubik lane is pretty painful. And it's a Tim's Rubik, which is a bit of a treat. Manta now have to
10
kind of figure
seconds
out what to ban in the safe lane. Same thing for Blacklist. What options are
5
left?
seconds,
There's a
boss.
Luna for Manta that can fit in. There's a Faceless Void that can also fit in here for Manta. Let's see, Sven is just overall good. I think Sven plus Mars Pango with a Phoenix can be pretty scary.
Radiant's ban.
All things considered. Then we'll take care of the Naga first. Manta, what you going to be taking care of? What do you not want to play up against with Palos here? There's stuff like Gyrocopter. I remember Palos Gyro is probably... I hear that I really enjoyed seeing him play, especially when he was on Boom. Like that short, brief month where he was on Boom and Palos was like Crystallis build first into Ags. It felt really good. Like that was actually
Turn to ban.
some really clever itemization from Palos then. So I'm wondering if that's what we're going to get once more. We'll see. Ban out from Manta, being waited for here.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
See what they do take out. They do take out that Sven we were talking about, which would fit in for Blacklist as well. What else is there? There's like Ursa. There's a Slark that I suppose you can't really stop here. Dusa doesn't feel amazing, but could still work. You have a natural carrier of Diffusal here in the Pangolier. What'll it be? I'm wondering. It's fairly open. I think the Slark maybe Ursa. Both kind of feel awkward, but they're also pretty good against the Mars.
Dire's ban.
They'll go to Morphling instead, which is kind of same. Highly mobile. Some good forms to turn into here. What do they take care on Blacklist? Is it Slark Ursa as well? Is Lifestealer already gone? Yeah, it is. Luna still in the pool. That feels like all the carries that we've seen in this patch, isn't it?
10 seconds remaining. Dire's pick.
And take care of the T8, and they'll pick up the Faceless Void for their end. Alright, so they don't go over the Faceless Void on the side of Manta. It's going to be on Blacklist. Chrono damage isn't amazing, I have to say. But the lane for Palos should be good. Like, Faceless Void into Mars is a pretty solid lane.
10 seconds remaining.
So I think that does work out quite nicely here. For the side of Blacklist, Manta, what's it going to be for the safe lane? Laning into the Remaster, they could go Luna. Wraith King if they're really worried about Faceless Void Chrono, but I don't think it's necessary. Wraith King could be alright. Sven Slar, yeah, Luna's a safe bet. You've got a good combination with the Arena. You've got a good combination with the Pangolier. If you opt for Ags, you keep talking about the Ags, and whenever goes for the Ags. So, rather solid draft from both sides. I will say, I think I do like the draft of... Overall, the cohesiveness of Manta's draft is really good. I don't know if you can bet against the MJZ Chen. That's the one thing. This is MJZ Chen. We said no damage for Palos and Chrono, but do you need damage if you have Penitence? Maybe not. Now that's a lot of free attack speed for the one target you're going for in these pick-off Chronos early on in the game. So you might not need damage anyway. Abed can scale up as well. Gabby should have a decent lane up against Luna. Shouldn't be too hard to hold that lane. Luna doesn't hit from too far away, so you have some play there. Luna Phoenix can be annoying though. But it's not the most aggressive lane. Not the most directly synergistic. I still expect Gabby Tims to get some more out of that lane. So we shall see. Break into it for game number 2. Manta Esports up against Blacklist. Blacklist already won a game up, of course. See what they can get done. Smoke on smoke now.
Get ready.
it joy?
Level 1 does feel maybe slightly better for Manta. And unless you go for Penitence level 1, then, well, you can just run anything down, I suppose. Smoke broken on Abed and smoke broken on Keith. Forward wards being dropped here by... well, not really Gabby. I think that was Jotun. Yeah, Jotun. Setting up their position here. No steals to line up. Defensive wards as well. For the side of Blacklist and their own side of the river. Doesn't look like we're going to get too crazy here.
"30 seconds till go time."
And it should be a 2 for 2. Unless Palace decides to go a little bit crazy. Should still be able to get their own top rune as well, although no one for Blacklist kind of setting up in that position. MJZ walking back now. Palos. Yeah, he can stand forward. He's got time walk level 1, right? There's no stuns here? No. Okay. Steal. 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 Palos. Yeah, Palos takes it. That's going to be 3 for 1 now. Can MJZ grab her own? Or can Kimizu shove out MJZ here? No. 3 for 1 start. For Blacklist. Very well played out from Palos. Just jumping forward. And let's see what does happen as we do see these lanes break out here. Taking a look, of course, at that top lane. First, Kimizu on his Mars. And if I recall right, this is probably one of his best heroes along with his Centaur in Timbersaw. Kimizu on the Mars, one of his comfort picks, along with Eris on that Techies. They are laning up against MJZ on his signature Chen and Palos on that Faces Void. Level 1 Penitence out from MJZ as well. Getting a lot shot out of him. First blood for Kimizu. MJZ, too far forward to just play with a Penitence. Does not respect how durable Kimizu is. That's going to be severe punishment. Blacklist. Slipping up a little bit there. It's not like Palos can just run up and right-click. So, nice bonus here for the Mars. And this is a highly aggressive lane for Kimizu and for Eris. Time Walk is there for Palos. Does manage to get away. I mean, you can play aggressive as well down the line for Blacklist. Level 3 feels like the time you can get that done. Maybe with a creep as well. And for now, you do not want to play a trade. There's some good range here. For Eris, he has the double bracer, double circlet, double stick, double bracer, double branch stick. You know, it's a lot of right-click damage for Eris. 61 damage with his range. He's going to win out. MJZ can't really do much with the orb walking. See if this lane repairs itself, but again, level 3 is the spike. See if MJZ even finds himself something nice. Good blast off onto Palos. We'll be able to time walk away though. Not quite enough from Kimizu. But they're doing a great job of just pressuring. This Faceless Void is not finding any farm in comparison to anywhere else. And we can take a look at the bot lane to compare. Gohans is having a decent time farming up here. Not under too much pressure from Gabby. We talked about this Brewmaster lane kind of being Cinder Brew and Fade Bolt. And it is. You do run out of mana quite quick on Rubik support. Gohan's just having a decent time farming up. Has the stick. Has some given tangos here. Just to keep that regen going. You can kind of just shove Tims away with Jotun. Damage trade is very favorable for the Phoenix here early on. There's not much Tims can really do. Gets dived forward as well. Still a few spirits left. 2 more. Not going to be able to find more, but does burn out Tims. The lane's looking really good for Manta. Can take a look at that mid as well. Abed is managing to draw this one. It's probably the best laning result in terms of CS so far. And this is to be expected from what we've seen from Puck versus Pango. Puck doesn't get shoved away. Pango doesn't get shoved away either. Rune control's a big part of this laning dynamic. Let's see if either side has room to send in the supports to prevent either one from just topping up with water runes. So far, Abedo just leaves, goes back for bounty. Should be able to go back as well to the lane. A little jaunt back. 1-0 start for Manta. Does set a good tone though. Again, nice little boon for Kimizu. Double bracer now on the Mars is going to be hard to hunt down. You've got a nice creep for yourself here. Chain lightning creep to help harass from MJZ. But again, harassing out a double Bracer Raindrop Mars is a tall order. At least Chain Lightning does get some value out of it. Rotations come in for the 4-minute Water Runes. You have movement out from Tim's, but not going to fully commit. You're going to be able to secure top. Abed will still be able to secure bot, so neither side cutting each other off here. Again, a little bit slower in the laning start. Starting to get aggressive up top. Gabby does get the Cinder Brew off with the Ignite, with the Fade Bolt. So some good damage onto Gohan's and Jotun, but Gabby's still burning through. Fire Spirit's not quite connecting from Jotun, though. One last Spirit to go. Not going to be able to find that Brewmaster. Not going to be able to toss it out either, so... We do manage to hold out. Gabby constantly being dragged low. He's going for the urn, as we tend to see. Gohan's having a great time farming. And he's going to be able to outfarm Palos for a little bit, as is the tendency for the Lunas. Do like the 2-0-1 build, focusing on playing with that beam, trying to shove away, getting some good harassment back onto Blacklist. They're not going full passive with just like a 1-1-1, a 3, then 1-1-2. It's kind of trying to get some presence out as well. Gate usage across. Jotun looking up top. They can spear up Palos. You manage to get one, but the dive is away. It's still Palos. Not far away enough to be safe. Drop and load. Does manage to get a good use out from that time dilation. They'll actually punish Kimsu. They'll find Eris next. Jotun's gone as well. The tornado out from MJZ. And the spacing of Palos just perfect. Missing that spear cost them so much. On the side of Manta, all of a sudden Blacklist are on top. And Palos is going to be so happy with all of that space committed. He's #1 in net worth off the back of all of that shared EXP, shared gold. MJZ gets to have a fun time as well. Shen, with levels, can be a massive threat. Does have room to rotate for the first power rune. Not going to be lucky for the side of Manta. Abed will be able to jaunt and pick himself up the illusion. So after a bit of a slower start, bad rotation top, and just a tough target to gun down, and Palos does lead to some issues. A little bit of a back and forth tip there for Gohan's and for Gabby. Playing tag a little bit. Still clumping around mid on the side of Manta, but not going to be able to play off the 6 just yet on key. Jotun, is he going to try to steal something? No, he goes for the D-ward. Silence up from Abed. He does have the foil and will be able to find this pesky Phoenix. No problems. Great use of illusion out from Abed. The size of Manta wants to steal the wisdom. Tim's not going to walk that way. Key will be able to grab the wisdom though. So that is a pretty big boon.
Middle tower is under
MJZ
attack.
did deny the rune bot, so it is a 1-for-0, which honestly isn't that bad. First rune doesn't feel as big as well, though it's still massive, but you're not giving 2 away. So it's not as bad for the side of Blacklist. You get to keep it even. Buy that space for Palos to farm, and he is finding that farm. Morbid Mask flying out to sustain in that jungle better. Into the Mask of Mandus, gonna feel good. Gabby, Radiance coming up next, already has the urn. Smooth sailing there. Gohan's going for the same Mask of Mandus build. A little bit of a disparity, 300 gold behind. A little bit of back and forth. Air is still building some stacks up in the triangle. Very important for the Luna and for the Pango to find. Only one set of stacks, so Ancients are left alone. Checking for these 8-minute runes. Good sticky bomb onto MJZ. Unlucky again, Manta. It's going to be bought for Abed. Arcane rune to be found by him.
Mine.
So all the good fortune coming out here for Blacklist. Could go for a smoke play. Coil is ready with the Arcane. Will they go for a play? Doesn't look like it. Nah, they will. MJZ has a creep army. Abed's going to be dragged along for the ride. Take a look down bot. Maybe jump onto Jotun. Not the big target. You want to sneak behind and find Gohan. Jotun will be up front first. Can they take the long route to the left flank? Looks like they'll be able to. Jotun does not break that smoke. Roz dropped the ward. That was a sentry, and Jotun rolled back off, but I'll have to settle for that poor Phoenix. And I'll even rotate Palos in. Just clear out these camps more than likely. Does have Chrono ready. They did spot out with ward Gohan's. Gohan's. Chrono, a Dream Coil out first. Do they need the Chrono? Doesn't look like it. 1 bash, 2 bash. Palos finds it. Blacklist just being blessed with everything. All the runes spawning in their favor. All the RNG bashes coming out.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is gone. That was unexpected.
Overall, Blacklist in a smooth point of this game. I like this. I like seeing this from Palos showing up, knowing that you could do something with Chrono. Just catch one out. You don't need a big team fight with it yet. You just need pickoffs. And he doesn't even need it. MJZ, once he hits 6, gonna be a good point. Hand of God, gonna be working towards the Vlads now as well, not too far off from that. A lot of sustain that can flow through here for the team. It's looking at mid lane. Palos still has that Chrono. Sticky Bomb does connect, so not gonna be able to jump in. I mean, he could still jump in if he's a little bit crazy, but not gonna be that forward here. Pressuring all across, really hang around this bot area of the map. Chopping every single side. Abed gonna be TPing down onto mid lane. You steal the Sticky Bomb. Gabby ready with a split. They'll find Eris. He will be blown to smithereens here with Gabby. Does manage to blast off away though. And the taser does stall. They trap out Kimizu. Does have Arena to try to stop this chase. But doesn't really have follow-up to do anything with that. We'll have the roll, lift up. Arena is there with a spear. But Stolen God's Rebuke. Tim's not the best spell. Kimizu's still alive. Abed should find a kill and will. Can they find more? Ki does manage to back off Chrono. Only onto Eris, but yeah, Palos. You find a kill, you're fine. 2-0. With a tier 1 tower to boot. Blacklist. Again, very good tone early on in the game here. All 3 cores above in net worth. Palos willing to join his team for some early commit. And you have to use that Chrono, you know, like it feels like the big selling point of Faceless Void. Just the possibilities you have with Chrono. Jotun trying to soak level 6 up, does not get clipped by the time dilation. Is going to be perfectly fine. Palos also going to be perfectly fine just farming up here. And Gabby inching closer towards that Sacred Relic, 700 gold away. Into the Radiance, which is going to be a massive nuisance for the Luna. And might even break some of these blinks that they're going to be trying to work on, especially for like Kimizu. Up top, find Jotun. Still no 6 on the Phoenix, no egg to play with. Just gets killed off by Gabby. They've held back in that Phoenix a lot. Like, no 6 up. Hell, no 6 up for Eris as well. No procs mines, no way of scouting, no way of protecting it very nicely. Scanning out if there's smokes or movements across. This stall is detrimental here for Manta. And Blacklist, look at them. They're just keeping that mid shoved in, keeping top shoved in, keeping bot shoved in, every lane in their favor. Controlling the triangle, cutting off these farm points. Making it uncomfy for Manta to play catch-up. Amp damage popped on Abed. Not going to be able to find anything though. Oh, I say that. They might find Eris. Get the split off. Eris should fall. The Arena is out onto Tims, but the Hand of God does stall out here. Tims does manage to dive away. There's the egg finally coming in. But only catching Tims. And how does Jotun have damage through the egg? I thought it's supposed to fully heal you. How? Huh. Nice coil onto 2. Kimizu not going to be able to stop that. Ki has the option to run, but there's the penitence. There's the damage. They can't even kill off Gabby with a swash. 3 for 1. 2 to 13. 7k lead for Blacklist and Manta. Getting man-tapped by Blacklist.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And that is a little bit weird. I don't know. Maybe Jotun just got instant damage coming out of Egg? Looked like it, perhaps. Yeah, Paolo is going to be able to find a Wisdom as well. Oh, happy days so far here for Blacklist. Finds the stacks. We'll have Maelstrom coming out. Tier 1 siege up top. Going away with no problems.
Radiant's top tower is rubble.
That Hand of God really forced the hand of Jotun there. Forced out that egg in a spot that didn't really contribute too much to the team fight. Blacklist again, they're in control. Almost feels like cruise control right now. Just nothing to worry about. Region Rune up top for Abed to find later on. Abed split pushing bot. Such a slippery target. Doesn't need to worry about any instant control to lock him in as well. That's alright. Just too slippery.
I thank you.
Just not able to do much. Smoke out, Blacklist. Chrono ready with Maelstrom. A lot more damage coming out here for Palos. Finding this Luna could be big. Gohan spotted by the ward. Lift up from Tim's and they get the Chrono. Why not? Just rip her apart. A nice easy kill for Palos. Chrono, a worthwhile trade for that kind of pickup. Kimuzu just trying to cut this wave. Does have the blink flying out now. Gonna try to juke through the tree line. Is he gonna go greedy for the Lotus? No. It can't go greedy. Silence out. Dream Coil ready.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Spear. A good dodge from Abed. Kimuzu is gonna fall. With a creep army of MJZ ripped apart.
Dire's top tower is
At the
under
least he
attack.
did manage to buy that blink first. TP's up top. Trying to go for more. Jotun's gone. Could this be Roshan? And it is. Ping is coming out. Damage is there. Doesn't take too long. You've got the creep army up anyway. Might as well go for it. Don't even need Palos around. Just a real quick one with Penitence. Look at that. Roshan just goes. Trying to chase down Palos, but he is fairly slippery with just a time walk maxed out. Roll does not achieve much. And ages to go the way of Blacklist. It's gonna be up on Abed.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
They will have that secondary life ready. Jotun does spot Abed, but how do you lock down his puck, man? You don't have hard disables for the puck. Pink's coming out. They want to clear out top. They find Kimuzu trying to clear out the creep army, but does get stoned up. Maybe they find the Chen. Hand of God still comes in. Egg in the backdrop is set to fall. No protection for the egg. Arena comes out too late. There goes the Dream Coil as well, right outside the arena, trapping them in. Abed just causing issues. Eclipse does fly through from Gohan's. But they will be able to find Eris. Double kill coming out for Tim's. Can they find more? Key trying to run out. The spear does not connect from Kimuzu. Abed just too quick with the fingers. Too slippery on this puck. Kimuzu can be chased down. So will Key. Cinder Brew is out. Key does manage to squash away. Palos will still find. Gets the bash. Defusal to slow though with the inhibit. Time walk forward. Key juking around. Still juking around. Gets the disarm off. He will fall. Tims will find it. All 3 kills. What? Ending up for Tims? Yeah, it does. Tims. The cleanup crew here for Blacklist.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My thrift reward.
And Manta trying to waste time, and they do manage to bail out Gohan's. That is something. It's just not the something you're looking for. Tims would have stolen Prox Mines as well. Now they're going to have utility in the middle of these fights. Utility on the map, just some vision coming in. Not really vision, but, you know, a way of spotting out rotations, a way of spotting smokes. In some key spots. Oh! Chrono out onto Gohan's again, and not gonna take long for him to just fall. Palos will find that. Really good patience here from Blacklist. And they just begin to siege across the map. Abed just playing in the middle of the triangle like it's his all by himself. Konda not too far off, and Parasma not too far off. Coil out on Key, but doesn't matter. The roll did manage to come in. Still bot siege. No contest coming out for Palos. All the attention dragged away elsewhere. Kimizu just cutting top, trying to make space where he can. He's going to TP bot. Does have the blink. Blink spear right onto the wall. Into a good blast off. Palos still has a time walk away though. Is fine. They have the egg. Arena is out. Palos entrapped inside. Does manage to time walk out. Egg does not pop yet from Jotun. Is going to get deleted first. Now on the re-engage, chasing forward. Gohan's does have the Eclipse. It's only level 1. Can they find anything with it? They will find Tims. They will lose Eris. That's a big trade. Tims is worth a hell lot more than Eris right now. It's still Abed. Not giving up. Has the Aegis. Does not care. Hand of God to sustain true. Not going to chase that deep though. Instead, Kimizu will be the one to be sacrificed. 2 for 1. Abed still chasing. Wants to pop that Aegis and will. Palos looking for the lucky bashes. Only finds the 1. And Abed looking to clean up. They get the silence. 1 bash. Cleanup is there for Abed. The full Parasma coming in. Palos. It's going to be fine. Abed just wanting to use that Aegis. Is fine as well. Shield rune up for Blacklist to find Abed. With more to come in. Even more damage now with a full Parasma. Man, for Manta. It's just not connected. Right? Like, they're trying to pull off this Arena egg, but it doesn't feel like they have enough hold for Abed or Palos. It just doesn't feel like it. Like, your best bet is like Spear Arena and then a blast off follow-up. Maybe you get some good rolls from Key. All of that has to line up perfectly. Whereas for Blacklist, you've got the Chrono to play with. You've got the Lift. You've got the Silence. You've got the Coil, which does find Gohan's. Stuck in no man's land. And Gohan's will fall. Abed will find that.
Strange time to hibernate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This puck just does so much work. Especially with just that little nice Grove Bow. With that Magic Amp. A ton of damage. Tims blinks forward. Does manage to get the lift back onto Jotun. And Jotun does not want to pop the egg here. Is gone. 4 to 26. Blacklist. 21 minutes in. Stomping out. Manta. Down bot. Key. I'm going to be ignited, but Gabby, is he going to keep chase? Looks like he will. He does have the split, but no follow-up. Not going to be able to fully commit there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going to be able to siege onto the tier 2. Find it nice and quick here.
Radiant's lost their top tower.
Go for the outpost as well.
Monster kill.
Abed, meanwhile, just finds Kimizu solo while he's trying to cut off the waves again. And they do manage to get that shard going for MJZ. So, more Hula Persuasion. They've got the free Ancient stacking up there. Even more utility coming out from this gen, which is massive already.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There, Abed is just going crazy. Abed has lost his mind. Diving tier 4s.
Dire's bottom tower is looking.
Abed is wild. Abed has lost complete control.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
Abed is completely out of his mind. Just diving. Just no cares. Siege coming out with Palos. Smoke out. See if they find an angle here with Kimizu and Ki. Roll coming out. The split's already there. They do manage to get the Spear Arena off onto Palos with a blast. But Hand of God is there. Palos does manage to pop the BKB. The bash is coming in onto Eris. Gohan's already gone. That's your carry dead already. You get the Chrono off. Trapping 2. Great Chrono to catch. GG called from Manta. Blacklist. A quick 2-0 here up against Manta. And they will remove the Manta from the road to Wallachia. Very well played out from the side of Blacklist. And for the side of Manta, well, they're going to have to rally through again. for them, it's not the worst result. They went through open qualifiers. They did manage to take that slot. Blacklist just coming out as the better team, of course. Very well experienced. But for a squad like Manta, for a squad, again, that this is the kind of squad where Ares builds it up. I think there's a lot to pick up here and a lot that they can learn and improve on going into the next set of qualifiers next time. So I'm sure there's a lot to improve upon. Their short journey, unfortunately ends here. Blacklist does get to move on, of course, potentially playing up against the loser of our later series today of Geek versus Neon. So we do have that, and we'll see. I'll try to see if we can get an interview. I think they'll probably just hang out with Cuckoo Stream. To be fair, I don't think I can get a proper interview at all with these boys. And we'll see. But yeah, very well played to Blacklist. They played like a team. This is what we need to see from Blacklist every time. You know, just this level of coordination. This level of confidence coming out as well. Especially on Abed. I think that's how they find their space. But very, very well played. Out from Blacklist. And again, Manta, I'm going to have to pick up elsewhere, but a very dominating game out from Blacklist here. Not much to say about that. Of course, we do have our next series lined up. We're going back to the upper bracket now for the semifinals. It's going to be Talon up against Bleed Esports. It is a rolling sked, so we should be starting with that one fairly shortly. We'll catch you all after a short break. If you want to check the interviews, check out Cuckoo and Armel. I'm sure the boys are dropping by there to chill out. But thank you again for dropping by. Shout out to you, Cuckoo Armel. Shout out to Kuya Nick for using the stream as well. Thank you for deciding this is good enough. And hopefully you guys are having fun. We'll catch you for that next series shortly. See you then. right, ladies and gents, we are back for
10
the
seconds
first
left.
game of our new series, Bleed up against Talon in the upper bracket semifinals here
5 seconds
for PGL Wallachia, Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers, season number 1.
Radiant's banned.
Let's see what goes on here. Of course, Bleed had a fantastic time yesterday
Radiant's
up
turn
against
back.
Salvation Gaming. That was a 2-0 for them. It didn't even look like a challenge. It's a very, very fast series there. Talon did drop a game to Yangon
seconds left.
Galacticos, but did end up sweeping afterwards. So we'll see how the series goes. This should be a very fun one to watch. Very close matchup on paper. I think Bleed with Emo does look better.
10
I mean, it
seconds
does
remaining.
look like it shapes up with the team. And yes, I got answers from Sean Hades Go, the manager
seconds
of
remaining.
Bleed Esports. They do speak English on Bleed with his roster. So let's find out what Bleed brings out today. They do ban out the Bat Rider and the DK. Talon taking care of that Doom. Wonder what else they'll take care of. It does feel like Zeal's heroes on the offlane have been massive. Let's see if they do take out here. Take out the Meepo, and that was a really good surprise pick coming out from good old Emo yesterday. It just completely curb stomped that
10
game in
seconds
game
remaining.
2 up against Salvation.
5 seconds remaining.
See what else they take care of here.
Radiant's banned.
They take care of the Timber Saw now on Bleed. What if the Mars is going to get banned out? I feel like WS
seconds
Mars is
left.
probably the best hero of WS. Like, hands down. Not that WS can't
5
play
seconds
anything
left.
else. It's more that his Mars is just insane. So I'm wondering if they'll allow that true. There's stuff like the Leshrac to consider for
Dyer's
Chuen.
turn.
They take care of the Kunkka. So you do have those options. You have the Lesh option here. You have the Mars. You could
10
open
seconds
with...
left.
What do you want to open with here, Talon?
5 seconds remaining. Dyer's choice.
Ban out the
Radiant's
Razor
choice.
and instantly into the Leshrac. So they prioritize the Lesh here, which is fair. I think the Leshrac is a pretty big hero to pick up for good old Chuen. I think that's it's been one of his best mids, along with, say, the Zeus. I think he's been
10 seconds
master of the
remaining.
Zeus in the last qualifiers we were watching. My nose is still itching from allergies, man.
5 seconds
Should
left.
not have eaten that chicken joy and the eggs. They will get the Shadow Demon out for Bleed, and that's a very safe pickup. You have a great save on hand, a great way of slowing down, chasing down some of these heroes as well. So I like seeing that from Bleed. Really great way of stacking up. Talon's going to have to try to contest into that triangle area as well,
10 seconds
just to prevent
left.
this economy from being set up here by the Shadow Demon.
5 seconds, boss.
Wonder if that's a DJ or Paulson here. I feel like DJ Shadow Demon's actually pretty sick.
Dyer's
It's not
turn
as
back.
flashy, but you can get a blink, you can get some good saves, you can get some good stack money for yourself as well. We'll see. Pangolier being banned out by Talon, taking care of mids from Emo. What matchup does Leshrac not enjoy? I'm guessing Zeus Lena. Maybe,
10
I think
seconds
Quap
remaining.
still manageable. Puck could be annoying down the line. I think that's still a lane for
5
Lesh,
seconds
but
remaining.
it's more of trying to lock in this Puck. Could be the issue, so that
Radiant's
could
turn
be an
to ban.
option. Yeah, there you go. Puck ban. Bleed not going to have that option. Bleed for their part. Bans to think about here. With a Leshrac on hand, Pugna has been something we've seen Town dig into. Lion could be good as well to top up Leshrac mana, but
10
I feel like the
seconds
Pugna
remaining.
with Life Drain is actually a little bit bigger and the Decrep place.
5 seconds,
And
boss.
just a stronger push as well. I think is something to consider here for Bleed in the
Radiant's
bans.
choice.
We'll see what they take out. Oh man, my nose is really itching.
Dyer's pick.
They will ban out the Brewmaster, and they'll pick up the Primal Beast for themselves here on Bleed. So that could be our Zeal here on the offlane, could be Emo on mid. I don't think the Primal Beast versus Leshrac is as comfy, but you do have some good damage to pump out onto the Lesh, to be fair.
10 seconds left.
But I feel like Primal Beast Shadow Demon lane is actually really oppressive. Why
5
does it look
seconds
like my
remaining.
shirt's not even? Huh. Is my room even?
Dyer's choice.
Lion does come out for Talon, so they'll go with that option to top up Chuen. And they'll go with Mars for WS. So they get to go into the WS Mars. Mars Leshrac, really good area control. Oh gosh, heart. Really good damage coming out here for boats for Talon's end. And some
10
good
seconds
comfort
remaining.
heroes to come out here in such a pivotal match as well.
5 seconds remaining.
See what Bleed will want to pick up.
Radiant's pick.
They will go for the Lifestealer on Bleed's end. So, they've got a pretty good matchup into the Mars. I think that lane actually works out quite nicely. I don't think that lane is too rough into the
10
Mars.
seconds left.
What are the bans here?
5 seconds, boss.
What are you going to pick up? You've got Lifestealer plus... Just need a laning partner. Honestly, I feel like CM is pretty good here. If they want that for Paulson. CM Lifestealer into Mars is pretty good. You've got some good chase down. You got some good trade.
Dyer's pick.
We'll go with the Techies on Bleed instead. So I like that. It's some good aggression. Techies Lifestealer can be pretty annoying for Mars. It should be a good chase down lane as well, but not as aggressive as, say, a CM. But Sticky Bomb, chase down from Lifestealer. There's a lot of slows.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss. Dyer's turn to ban.
Morphling.
We'll go with a Morphling here for Talon, the Akashi special. So straight into the Morph. I'm wondering what they're last picking for support then. I'm guessing it's going to be the Ponyo hero. And Bleed are going to be looking for mids.
10 seconds left.
Talon going to be trying to ban out some mid matchups. I think it's just
5
Zeus,
seconds
Lina
remaining.
are the only ones I can think of for annoying
Radiant's
left.
turn to
Maybe
ban.
an Ember could be annoying. I like the OD. OD is something that I always feel like, you know, the OD could lane in, but we don't see people pick it. They ban it on Talon. It is an annoying hero. What's going to be the next ban, though? Bleed, looking with supports.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's ban.
Let's see here. Ban out the Bane, which is a pretty annoying hero, especially considering that
10
they're up
seconds
against
left.
Lifestealer. Just something to go through. That rage is massive.
5 seconds, boss.
What else will be taken out here?
Dyer's ban.
Take out the Winter Wyvern as well. So take out some Ponyo heroes. What do you want here? Feels like we haven't seen Enchantress. There's a Hoodwink option, but a Hoodwink 5 might not be the best. Maybe you go with Lion 5 and a Mars 4? Sorry, a Lion 5 and a Hoodwink 4? That could be the way to go. I don't think
10
a
seconds
Mars...
left.
A Morphling Lion lane's too bad. You could just go for something
5
else
seconds remaining.
for the Jokam hero. And it still kind of fits in with Mars, so... I could see that happening. Are you going to ban out any of Emo's highly mobile mids? There's still a couple of vehicles, like Storm. Could be annoying. It's a good vehicle. Mid matchup against Leshrac. Maybe not the best, though. What else is there? Ember could be annoying.
Dyer's choice.
They ban out Lina. Alright, so it's back to that idea of Lina Zeus. They take care of the Lina instead. Let's see what they'll pick up now on Talon. Whether they flex
10
this
seconds
Lion
remaining.
onto Ponyo and give Jokam something else. I think it's open.
5
So
seconds, boss.
they can kind of do what they want.
Radiant's choice.
Elder Titan it is, and that should be our Ponyo hero. I like that response, actually. I think that does work out quite nicely here. And Bleed will close out with a Husker
combo you
mid.
got
Husker
there.
mid.
Let's see how it
That
plays
does
out.
work against a Leshrac. Your magic res isn't as high as you'd expect. But this is a stomping mid. Let's see if they will manage to stomp. I think Bleed has a really interesting draft to play with here. And this should be a really interesting game 1. I think Emo Husker is going to be something to watch out for. Jackie Lifestealer is pretty nice. You've got the Zeal Primal Beast. What are their support lanes? Should be the DJ Shadow Demon, right? I mean, DJ Techies is also fine. But I think it should be the Pulse and Techies here. And you will get Akashi and a Morphling, WS and the Mars, Chi-Wen and the Leshrac, so nothing too strange from Talon. Each player getting their respective specialty hero. It is actually the Pulse and Shadow Demon, and we'll get the DJ Techies, which is fine. Playmaking on Techies for DJ. Wonder if Paulson will get the room to stack. But I guess your lineup's not really meant to take stacks. Maybe a Husker. Zeal somewhat as well. Let's see. It's rather interesting you pick the Husker up into the ET. There is magic res removal, natural magic res removal as well on Ponyo. And I believe Huskers does count as natural. I'm not sure anymore if that counts as base removal. So there is some counterplay there for the side of Talon. But this should be fun. I think there's a lot of back and forth here, a lot of good saving plays from both sides. Really comes down to the lane. This Mars Lion lane can be really annoying for the Lifestealer. First 2 levels don't feel great for Jackie. Level 3, level 4 start to feel a little bit better. Down to see what Paulson can do to hold him back. If he lands some good Shadow Poison stacks, then he can win out these trades. Can also stack some of those topside jungle camps. Or rather, the bot side jungle camps, as they are on Radiant side.
Remember,
all right.
Dancing makes you invulnerable.
Gonna jump into the game. Take a look at how the game will break out, of course. Jokam! Good luck, Mikoto. Jokam. Shouting out for the Indo boys. Mikoto, of course. Taking the back seat here for Emo. And so far for Bleed, at least in that series up against Salvation, did look good. Whether or not that's because Salvation is on a lower level, who knows? I am Bilgun Altang from Mongolia. Alright, Emo.
30 seconds to battle.
These guys are just silly. Alright. Alright, Emo. I don't know if that's a little gun reference or it's just a joke. See how they fare here up against Talon. Definitely a tougher opponent than what they had in Salvation yesterday. Some posturing around for these runes. Doesn't look like full committal from either side.
Team win.
So it's going to be, it looks to be a simple 2 for 2. Nothing too exciting there. Take a look at how these lanes break out. Never mind, we're not, because it's going to be paused. Yeah, this pause is going to be too annoying. Shout out to Young Bull 1997. I don't want to talk about the lanes before we get into the lanes, because once we get into the lanes, I'm going to have nothing to talk about. Let's talk about Holy Week plans. You know, it's going to be a long holiday here in the Philippines. It's going to be a nice long holiday. I am going to the beach. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to be around for the last day. So I'm going to be passing this, the last day stream off, by the way. So we're going to have a different caster to provide your community cast. But that's on the last day. I'll still be around tomorrow. Let's see. Do you have the go-ahead now? Issues are fixed.
All right, let's do this.
And now we can proceed to actually look at these lanes. Now in bot, you've got Paulson on that Shadow Demon along with Jeki. Bing Jeki on that Lifestealer. Of course, you've got WS on the Mars. You're going to have Jokam on that line. Fairly straightforward lane. You've got some good saves here from the side of Bleed. You've got the Disruption to interrupt the combinations that they might want to pull off. You've got the Rage down the line for Jackie. Of course, first 2 levels, you're going to want to go Feast, Ghoul, Frenzy, trade blows with WS and kind of win out. It's a pretty enjoyable lane for Lifestealer, just off the back of those passives. So it's going to be a little bit harder for them to get aggressive here on Talon, purely because it's Shadow Demon plus it's Lifestealer. Like, there's going to be Rage, there's going to be Disruption. Your full combination is going to be a little bit harder to pop up. But there is some good harassment coming out anyway. Just the right clicks coming out from Jokam is pretty nice. We'll see what exactly they can do. Jokam just rips apart Paulson's Courier. Jokam's Courier is going to be fine to walk away. It does have a Sentry and a Salve. So setting up for the trades here again. Jackie having a great time, but WS as well not really slowing down too badly. See how that progresses as we hit level 3. Of course, up top, you've got Zeal on his Primal Beast, along with DJ on the Techies. Up against Ponyo on that Elder Titan that he loves, and Akashi on that Morphling. So, should be a relatively straightforward lane. This one shouldn't feel too bad for the Morph. There's some aggression that can come out, though. Like the Sticky Bomb connects on, say, the ET. Into the Pulverize. Well, not Pulverize. Into the Onslaught Trample. That is an opening. Akashi doesn't quite have the waveform. He's not going to be able to just bail out there. But he is still finding farm. He's cocking some hits, but he is fully agied up. So doesn't have the largest HP pool anyway. See how much Akashi can get out there. Mid lane, of course. This is the lane that is the most explosive. You got Chuen on his Lesh, up against Emo on his Husker. He's got the value point in Berserker's Blood. And he does have that high magic res. It is base res, it's not added, right? So, Natural Order theoretically counteracts it? Natural Order tech, theoretically, I think, should counteract Berserker's Blood, unless it just removes the base. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it counts as base going up or a separate add on Emo. So, there is perhaps a way to handle the Husker and make it feel softer. For now, Emo managing the lane well, but Chuen not really shoved away. Does manage to get his water runes under control as well. No one coming in to deny. Power rune's going to be the big one for the mid lane. Wondering if anyone comes in for the 4-minute rune just to make it harder for Chuen. I feel like it's more important for the Leshrac to find these runes than it is for the Husker. But the side lanes are pretty tied in, so I don't see that movement coming out in a minute here. Down bot, Jackie's still able to farm up quite a fair bit. WS is keeping up. It is a fairly decent back and forth, but the passiveness of this lane does favor Jackie, I want to say. Like the Lifestealer doesn't necessarily want to trade blows early. It's kind of Talon with his really huge hold potential that wants to play around with that. Just being annoying. Not much you can really do there. Paulson does clear out, well, yeah, does clear out the block. Is really setting up the vision down bot to prevent a rundown onto Jackie. Doing a fine job. So far, even. I'd say these lanes are all rather even. There's no huge lead between anyone. You are seeing Emo pull ahead a little bit, but it's like 1-2 CS over Chuen. Again, no one's really pulling ahead too far. Good snipe on the Courier, though. So Akashi losing out on his Glove of Haste is pretty big. It's a little bit of attack speed, a little bit of harassment not coming out there. Ponyo does get clipped, and there's that combination we're talking about. Into the vibe. And Zeal will find first blood. Ponyo steps out of position, so it's just a Sticky Bomb onto Trample. With a blast off, and you've got the space. You've got the damage needed, the slows needed to just chase down there. Not much Ponyo can do. Again, starting to build up for Bleed. I feel like their lanes are a little bit stronger early on. Chuen does get his bottle refilled. Did manage to grab his water rune anyway. He does get to keep playing. Mind you, again, he doesn't have the best presence now up against that Husker end. Well, Diabolic Edict is still effective, right? Like, he doesn't go for that. He's forced to go for the split or to threaten. But if you could go for the Edict, you don't really care for the magic res of Emo. Of course, Emo is pulling ahead in EXP, and that's the big one. Lots of denies on this Husker. Gonna hit level 6 at an earlier point. That's gonna lead to some good timings there. Talon, though, do manage to snipe away both bounty runes, so a little bit of a boon there for them. Not the biggest boon in the world, but you're giving solo EXP to WS. He's just soaking up. Akashi as well, it's allowed to soak, although he isn't the safest in that lane farming up, but he is still farming. Quite nicely, I might add. And Zeal just trying to pull the wave back. Make it pretty annoying. Get this pull successfully going, and it is. We'll clear out the camp though with a siege creep. And Zeal just pulling that creep wave all the way back. Make it uncomfy for Akashi to tank through. Doing all the right things to be disruptive in this lane. Massive amount of EXP to flow his way solo here, if he's allowed to. Power runes are coming out. Who's going to get lucky? Rune top has DJ watching. It is going to be bot. Paulson's just going to pick up a regen for himself. So you're not going to get that for Chuen. But you don't hand it away either. Some good stacks coming out. They will block Paulson. Get the split as well. Disruption's there to stall, but Paulson's still set to fall. They will give that to Jokam. No choice. Jokam just let an auto attack out. Chuen is out of mana, but find a kill. Even out. Still a rather slow game. 1-1. Again, every lane kind of drawing even, and that reflects in the net worth as well. Like, it's all rather even. Slightly better for Bleed, but Tal not too far back. Jackie behind, but not by a huge margin. So it's a rather back and forth. Very evenly matched so far here. You managed to kill off Jokam. Again, sorry, I'm scratching my nose and checking chat. Yeah, no, just support pickoff so far. DJ will find her own Wisdom Rune Talon. There's this long hang up top. No one to invade in that area. WS slightly behind EXP, not by a huge margin, but that will lead to no arena advantage to try to go for the play. Ping's coming up top. Maybe they could make a play onto Akashi, but once Zeal hits 6 perhaps, you can just land your combinations. So far, again, slower tempo, both sides just wanting to build up. I'm wondering how big of an issue Emo will be, right? Like, he's going to get Armlet, he's going to have all of this magic res, he's going for... even skips out the life brick, just wants that Berserker's blood. He's going to be able to really hold out on the damage coming in there from Chuen. Chuen's forced to walk back to base out of mana. No bottle top up. Got Ponyo soaking mid. Natural Order would be really interesting with the interaction Tosker. Smoke out from Talon, Jokam, and... oh no, they're just clearing out stacks. Alright. Chuen, getting some good stacks for himself there, formed up by Jokam. He's just going to go for the nice easy play and clear with a Pulse Nova. We'll be able to find it, no problems. Free EXP. Kaya, not going to be too far off now for him. I'm surprised that Akashi's allowed in this solo lane for quite some time. Like, they could land the blast off. Did he manage to get the strength morph? No. Doesn't find it still, and will get blown up. Good coordination coming out from Bleed, and that's exactly what they need. Punish that Morphling for being solo. Down bot, they're going to try to punch the Lifestealer. Great spear back. Disruption will save. There's going to be a value point in that rage, and Jackie's going to run off, but not fast enough. Pos 1 for Pos 1 trade.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Overall, it's, again, rather even. Don't know which one that's better for. Maybe a little bit better for Talon. Considering, again, you're a little bit worse off for Jackie. And the Lifestealer doesn't flash farm as fast as the Morphling, considering how fast he goes camp to camp. So you do have that. You're getting some good solo space for Ponyo. Trying to soak into that level 6. And you get some momentum for Chuen in comparison to Zeal on the offlane. Not that Primal Beast uses the gold badly. And this fast BKB and Zeal is still going to make a big difference. No relief for Akashi. There are 4 heroes surrounding this top lane from Bleed. They know which guy to pin down. Akashi already on the way out. Again, does not have waveform, so has no easy bailout. Is strength morphing early. Does waveform now, right then. Gets the value point. Emo coming up. Does get stunned, and Akashi should be able to run off. Good read from Akashi, not seeing anyone on the map. Does back off. They are going to start that siege onto the tier 1 top. Bleed are going to be able to find that objective, no problem here. Rather interesting from WS, no arena. Actually, legitimately no arena. Going for Spear of Mars and God's Rebuke. I don't think we've seen that. feel like he probably doesn't need Arena for plays, just needs to spear back into the wall and have his team follow up. It's a pretty good read, but that does mean he's not going to be able to get solo plays, which I suppose is fine. Solo play on a Lifestealer is optimistic, to say the least. You do have the armlets formed up now. Jackie tries to start to farm into it after his phase. You've got it on Emo, so you can get some sick plays going on that Husker now. And with the top tier 1 cleared out, they can start to invade that jungle. Already the D ward from Talon, though, which spotted that early forward ward. Akashi just farming. Has the Morbid Master who can start to sustain in that jungle. And WS and Jackie just staying in that lane together. Again, no Arena. Yeah, he's gone 4-4. This is crazy. This is crazy. I think this is actually a really good read from WS, knowing that he doesn't need Arena for fights. He just needs to land a spear. And just needs to keep applying damage with a God's Rebuke. Like the Arena right now, there's nothing to tie into it just yet. We'll go for the siege. They smoked up. Not going to really find anything. They might be able to find Jackie. People coming through the gate. Paulson is there to intercept. They do spot. Shadow Poison does not connect. They got the initial stun, but no follow-up onto Jackie. Rage popped out early. WS now stuck in the middle of nowhere. Will TP away. Meanwhile, the blast off does connect. And everyone's on top of this Mars. They will pin him down. Strange move from Talon. But they do back off. They're not going to take further losses. 4-2 start. Bleed off to a fantastic time. Akashi just trying to push in mid just a little bit.
Money changes hands.
Haste rune to be found as well. And he does have the full flats. So again, very secure and just farming up. Zeal walks back top. Clears a couple of camps. BKB only the recipe away. Problem Beast is going to be a little bit of an issue in these fights. And WS, this is, again, rather curious. We'll have Blink up. And should get Arena Lex level, surely.
Haste.
Shall see. Pink's coming out top. They do see Zeal, but can't really pin him down. No more Fiat and Makashi. Trying to go for the Yasha into what I'm assuming is the Manta. They do manage to find Chuen, but Chuen will find that kill. Onto DJ. Does manage to bail out. Not the biggest kill. One that they needed to find in Talon, though. Again, a rather even game at 13 minutes in. Less than 1k lead for Bleed. 1 kill lead for them on the board. But it's not amounting to anything substantial just yet. I suppose your Husker is starting to reach critical mass, though. BKB coming out for Emo next. With the armlet, Husker starts to become a massive problem. Doesn't feel like the Leshrac can really handle that. Natural Order does not go through debuff immunity, so the BKB is just going to ruin whatever synergy they're trying to look for in softening that Husker up. Smoke out now from Bleed. See if they find the angle out. Paulson and Emo looking to make this play forward. Jokam's the only easy target to find. And they should be able to find... No, they've got the sleep. Earth Spike onto 2 as well, and Jokam actually makes it out. That is sick. Sick response from Ponyo to cut them off. And that's the smoke. Sort of wasted here for Bleed. Talon just get to go back farming. Get this build-up they're looking for. WS holding on to the level here. Is very close to finding his Blink Dagger as well. 500 gold away. Kashi, Yasha flying out. Still a ways off until this Morphling is really the front line damage dealer for the team. Like this from Chuen, though. BKB coming out for himself now as well. Which also ruins what the Husker wants to do there, so... Have some good answers on hand. Bleedo.
Top tower is under attack.
I mean, this is a pretty happy spot for them. No, it's fine. Armor toggling. Jackie is allowed to kind of free farm. Oh, whoopsies. Jackie's allowed to free farm. Go into the Radiance, go into Sanjin and Yasha.
All in service to imbalance.
Go Cam. And they're starting to group around. They've got Finger ready. They've got Spear Arena ready on WS at last. And does get his talent up as well. Maybe they find us. We get the Earth Spike off. The Hex, the Chain Stuns are perfect. Along with a Finger. Rage still comes in and the Infest is out. Jackie's still dropping low. Arena does not clip him. And they're not going to be able to chase, so that's a lot of spells wasted. They'll find a tier 1. Not the big objective you'd really want here, but the arena's down. They're coming through the gate.
Lost their bottom tower.
Mikashi joining his team, not going to find anything. We'll go back up. Paulson looking to camp the Lotus Pool. And that's going to be it. Very cautious play from both sides. No finger kills yet for Jokam, so that means the level 15 talent's going to feel worst. Bleed. Getting aggressive top. They spot Akashi. He does manage to get the strength morph off. Can he bail? No, he's melting to the fire. Trying to TP away. Not going to get out in time. That's the big target they need here on Bleed. 5-3 now. Finding the punish. And Talon still looking to build up. Still needing these BKBs. Akashi still needs so much more. Once he has the Manta, that same move is a lot hard to pull off. But they've got Roche access now on Bleed. With Husker. This one's not going to take too long. Fresh BKB for Zeal as well. Talon though with the smoke out. Knows something's up in that Roche. Can they find this rear flank they're looking for? Amplify damage, popped by Chuen. Smoke on smoke. Emo caught out. BKB instantly out. But Emo, he does survive through. That durability with a BKB. And that magic res he has. Chuen just melts with the amp damage. Managed to find more, catching out Jokam. No save coming out from there, and WS can't even play with the arena. And this is going to be the free Roshan that they're looking for here on the side of Bleed. WS though, can he be sneaky? No, he can't. Does blink away. Again, they're stalling out this Roche. Respawns aren't too long. Scan does spot. WS is out. And Roshan should go the way of Bleed. Bleed dancing around town. Playing them like a fiddle right now. And Talon, just no response. All they're here is so damn beefy. These BKBs causing issues. Secondary life up on Emo. Talon need to ride us out. Need much more farm on Akashi. Number 3 net worth. Chuen as well. BKB not too far off. Once you have that, I think you've got some decent answers here. Just need to wait. 2k lead is not unplayable. Of course, Bleed with the advantage with these 2 lives should look to apply that pressure. Like, this is Emo at around near his strongest. There's still room to grow, of course. Stuff like the Halberd, the Ags can be massive down the line, but not necessary at this current power spike still. Maybe they find DJ, Earth Spike out. Should be able to find a nice simple techies kill. Finally, a finger kill for Jokam, building into that level 15 talent for a little bit more HP. You take what you can get. Not a big kill by any means. But an important kill to find nonetheless. BKB up for Chuen. You've got the Manta flying out for Akashi now as well. So you've got some defense. WS also working on to BKB. Bleed could collapse into this area quite nicely though. Paulson's hanging around. Aetherlent's almost done. Just needs to buy out the energy booster. Jackie Radiance is allowed to free farm as well. They've gotten so much space out for Jackie. He's equalized with Akashi's net worth. Like that is actually massive considering that start here. Still only a 2k lead. I don't think either side's pressured for time. I will say maybe the late game is slightly easier for Talon with Morphling, but not by much, honestly. I don't think you get like a huge scaling advantage for Talon by any means. We shall see. 3k lead now for the side of Bleed, just off of how efficient they are being around the map. Sanj up for Emo. Halberd 2 parts away. Age is still 2.5 minutes. So it is leading more into farming Aegis, which is perfectly fine. Again, you don't gain a disadvantage scaling here for Bleed. Husker does scale to an extent now. Especially with like Ags and level 25 can be a really annoying hero. Talon as well, knowing that they need more on Akashi, going for that phylactery into the Conda. Still some ways off here. Oh my god, it's Suichi.
Dire's middle tower is gone.
We'll find that mid tier 1. Talon can't really fully commit for the top tier 1 with the TPs. Just play it safe. Get these BKBs going for themselves first.
Dire's courier is down.
Chuen's courier dies as well, so someone intercepting. And now the mine's telling Bleed where Talon's going. I mean, that's the craziest part about bloody techies, man. Just tells you where everyone's at. Gives Jackie the go-ahead to back off.
Dire's middle tower
and Talon moves 4 heroes to really not find anything. In fact, a fight might break out. TP's coming in from Bleed. Chuen is really far forward here. Stuck in the middle. Could get blasted off. Does not pop the BKB. Pops it now, but is set to fall. Just like that. TP's out. Ponyo trying to bail, will be able to go. But that's a BKB of Chuen just accomplishing nothing. And the push just not happening. This is space for Akashi. But man, this Morphling's gonna need a lot. Like it's the Conda. It's gonna be so much more. He needs so much more stats. What the hell is happening with my camera? Tier 1 bot just gonna go. Aegis, only 40 seconds left, but you're gonna be able to replace that with a Heaven's Halberd, which is massive in stopping Akashi's damage. You've got the Radiance up on Jackie, fully recovered on that Life Stealer for sure now.
Bad call by the Dire
into his own S and Y. Do you have the BKB ready in WS? That could be something. But Bleed are in control of this game so far.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
They've cut off all the movements of Talon. They've just known where Talon's been at. Talon has not had good decisions coming in.
Dire's bottom tower isn't looking so
set to lose a tier 2 as well with no defense. 5k lead now for Bleed. Aegis expires, but again, not a big deal for Emo.
Tower is under attack.
This Husker feels impossible to kill off anyway. Talon just sticking as a unit, finding what farm they can.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
Now do you know? Triangle is where Talon's at. With mines going off. I mean, seriously, Techies is such a massive nuisance. Bot 2 gone. No contest. Talon just farming up. They got the Phylactery up on Akashi. Still not enough to really feel confident here. Blink up on Zeal. You should be able to find this top tier 1. And, you know, maybe they find Zeal if they time this. They will time it perfectly. Finger does come out. Emo now looking for the angle in. WS going to be the lone sacrifice. Well, BKB. They do drop Paulson. Jackie does pop his own BKB as well, standing forward. WS will fall. Trying to bail out Akashi now. Infest to save Emo, but the damage, Akashi just can't deal enough. They'll lose 3. 3 for 2, Akashi. Gonna TP away. Is gonna be able to bail out. All things considered, you still gain gold there for Talon. Like, it's bad. Oh my god! Oh, poor Akashi. Ah, DJ. This Techies has to go. There's no way you allow this again. No way. Every single move of Talon just thwarted by this Techies with these mines. Good god. Poor Akashi just got he got wrecked. What can you do? Playing against Techies, you're a Morphling trying to farm. Full Agi shift with no HP left and you die. Eh, that happens. DJ is more than happy to clean up there. So 4 for 2.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
What do you do here if you're Talon now? I'm wondering. You see the Yules from WS. Blink Shivas for Chuen. Conda, Scotty for Akashi if you can find it. And it's a tough game. Amp damage is up. Looks like Bleed should be in position to find that. Although, no, maybe Joachim just steals it away. It does deny it. 10k lead for Bleed. Game looking very smooth for Bleed so far. 65% win probability now as well. They've been doing a great job in this game. They've been punishing Talon for their inaction. Or punishing them as well for their action. All these mines just, again, removing any sort of movement out. That bot movement from Chu Wen was a little bit interesting. WS does blink away. Not going to be able to start that fight onto Jackie. Still comes in for the farm, though. Does manage to get the spear back. Demonic Purge is there. Charge forward. Zeal does find WS. Spear does not connect. And they'll bail out. Just a little bit of a skirmish. Poking back and forth. Down mid, Chuen will find himself a nice illusion rune. They do manage to get the Hex out onto Emo. Can they get the chain stun? Can they get the damage? Finger comes in as well. They actually managed to kill the Husker. That's without the natural order coming in from that spirit. But the damage is still there. Emo playing tag. WS will fall down bot. Ponyo will be able to TP away. Overall, a win for Talon. It's much more gold bleeding in there. WS, of course, maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit. But finding that Emo kill does help the cause. Still, Bleed is still in control. 13-7, 9k lead up. Talon still has a lot of catching up to do here.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
We'll find a top tier one. Here comes the flank maneuver from Bleedo in the rear. Jackie taking point. Jokam instantly managing to find that. Instantly raging. Going out. Disruption to save, though. Akashi went in with that rage. He's stuck in the middle. Strength morphing as best as he can, but not enough to bail out. It looks like no waveform. Does manage to get out. He will catch Chu Wen with a pulverize. Chu Wen will fall. Can Akashi make it? It's a lot of shadow poison stacks on him. Not enough to kill him off. Chu Wen does fall. Talon cut their losses now. Jokam, good 4 staff away. Still has the blink dagger ready in a few seconds. And it's a 1-0. Could have been much worse if Akashi did get caught out, but barely survives through. A bit hasty with a rage early on. And again, all these saves for coming out from Paulson with a Shadow Demon is massive. Get started on that Roshan now. Call of Retribution is there. It's called Roar of Retribution. Emo just going to solo Rosh, of course. Going for that Ags we were talking about with that taunt. In town, they don't have their own saves here. Whoever Emo jumps, no Lincolns. It's just going to be free food for him. They will kill off Zeal. All of that happens on the mid. And it is some good retribution of Talon. But 2 lives in Emo once more. Believe they had cheese as well. It's still on Emo. Still Bleed in a really good spot. In a strong position. Power is starting to peak. I'd say by 35 minutes you're pretty much set. That's the most you'll grow on Emo. Maybe you have room to grow on Jackie. Say the Ags down the line for Abyssal. But you do start to plateau. Whereas for Talon, maybe you have some room to grow. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of ways to itemize here. Chu-Wen is going for Shivas into what looks to be the Bloodstone. I don't think Ags is bad. I'll be honest. I feel like Chu-Wen Ags is actually not bad. Like, just the ethereal form could be really annoying for something like the Husker to deal with. It's even the Life Sealer to deal with. There's that Ags we were talking about on Emo. So the taunt is up with that life break. Chu-Wen might find us out the hard way. Does blink away in the nick of time. They should see the Ags now on Emo. Talon's still playing down mid. Do manage to get the Hex out. They're feeding off of Zeal. Get the Spear. The instant TP's coming in. And Talon are not going to commit. Instead, they cancel TP. They're going to go for that push top. Talon's the one forced to respond to this. Emo. Again, there's 2 lives on this Husker. He's got the Ags. Instant Spear away. Disruption save is there. Akashi stuck in the middle. Gets taunted up. Akashi, can he save himself? Does not look like he can. Infest Bomb from Jackie cleans up. There's no counterplay here. It's all the saves. It's the Infest. It's a disruption. You have no play here in Talon. All coming off the back of such strong lanes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Every lane, except maybe Emo's. Emo's wasn't quite the rundown. But all the lanes did feel slightly better for Bleed, or at least it didn't feel like Talon was able to play the way they'd want to early on.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Top siege underway. Trying to find something here. Tower will fall.
Top tower is
Emo still has that Aegis, still has that cheese.
good.
You have the split earth constantly popping from Chuen. So that is mildly annoying, but they are trying to go through back door. Slower process. Emo does not care with the Aegis, doesn't mind a reset if it comes down to that. Has cheese anyway. Got the good stomp. Emo's gonna be fine. Do stall long enough for Akasha to respawn, so overall they don't lose as much for Talon, but they are falling severely behind. 12k. These fights look so awkward. Bleed are in complete control. And they're playing so well in Bleed. This is the cleanest I feel like we've seen Bleed in a long time, and this new iteration's already at that point. It's pretty outstanding. Emo still a minute and a half in that Aegis. Sight of Vice for WS. Feels like just having all these sights, it's going to be massive. A Hex in WS. Oh, charge forward. They're going to want to jump Joe Camp, take away that instant control, and they will find it. Does drop it down to 5 magic res, so that does work to soften up the Husker. We'll find WS. Does Ogre Seal? Oh, does get Force Staff back. WS is gone. Talon wants to lose one set of racks. Mid still protected. Straight to the T4s. Bleed can sense that blood. They've got Talon bleeding out. Talon, for their part, still going to TP back home. What can you hope to do here, Talon? Your supports are... Your Hex is gone. You're forced to fortify at tier 4s. There's still 2 lives in Emo. For 40 seconds, there's the Infest as well to heal up.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Ah, Chuen coming in, does get a good Earth Spike, split Earth and the Earth Spike as well. Can they keep this chain control onto Emo? Again, Aegis is still there. Finger does not do anything. They've got Akashi caught out, and this could be the end. Talon, they've got buybacks, but this looks like it's all over as Bleed just take complete control. This Husker last pick paying off dividends. Buybacks forced out. Gonna pay respects here on Bleed. Aegis will give Emo a reset. Still has the cheese available. But what can Talon even do? What can they hope to accomplish? I don't quite see it here. I don't know what you do here in Talon. Bleed. They've got everything. They've got even the Ags on Zeal now. Emo has just done so much in this Husker.
Dire's middle tower isn't looking so great.
And Jackie was just given all the space in the world to farm. Like a 20k lead at 33 minutes in. Look at all these mines from DJ. Just gonna be able to spot all the movements of Talon if they're trying to sneak out with the smoke. This has to be perfect chain stun. I think that's where we've seen Talon find some pickoffs. Like it's a perfect Hex into a perfect Earth Spike. Just perfectly layered control onto one. Issue is all these saves. Like Paulson standing at the back. You've got the Infest. You've got so many BKBs. You've got the Ags up in Paulson now, so you've got 2 charges on the Purge. If he had it in his inventory, but he will now. Talon. There's still 2 Raxes in. Still 1 tier 4 left. They do have wave clear. Sight of Vice and WS not too far off. So more control. But they have to play perfectly. It's so damn hard. Up against what Bleed has, which is so much simpler. They just run in. They BKB. They save. They're gonna smoke up now. Infest up on Zeal. This could be the swan song for Talon. Smoke broken by WS. Gets the Sight of Vice as well. So he's gonna be able to retreat. 20-8. This is a one-sided affair for sure. Clearing out some of the mines.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Chuen farming where he can. Akashi as well, trying to go for his own BKB. Felt satanic up now for Emo. I don't think he stopped this man. He's getting way too much. They're holding out. Bleed could just look for next Roshan. See in 18 seconds when that would be. And there's no rush. Talon can really escape. BKB for Akashi still at least 2,000 gold away. All these timings are kind of thrown off.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Chu Wen. His Bloodstone still a ways off as well. Oh my god, Chu Wen, don't run into all the mines.
Radiant's bottom tower is gone.
Alright.
That was terrible.
Infest out on Zeal again. They are sieging onto that mid.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble.
Without Chu Wen, this defense feels lackluster without that split earth. Oh, charge forward. Zeal does get hexed up. Can they find one? No, the taunt is out onto WS before the arena can fly in. WS trying to BKB and Ogre Seal away, but he is still gone. Does manage to get arena. This is the end. Talon get wiped out, looks like. Akashi still alive for now. Does manage to get open wounds out and was healing a lot, but not quite enough. Waveform away. Do manage to taunt in. Oh, Emo, he's in the fountain. Emo. That's Emo without buyback.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's actually big. What the hell was that? How did... What? Okay. They drag him in. They stall the game. 22-9. Bleed still... You know, you lose your Husker sometimes in the fountain. That happens. Akashi survived. You know, it happens. You're still in control here for Bleed. 23k net worth. It's not going to bounce back off the back of that one kill. It was worth 1.3k gold for sure, but not quite there yet. Talon smoke out. DJ shows himself. Earth Spike out. Hex out as well. Disruption to save. Jackie coming in to back them up. Here comes Zeal. Stomping through. Jokam gone. Pulverized through the BKB. Chu Wen dies back. And Akashi in the middle of this entire mess is going to try to waveform TP out. Can he make it? He will. No Chu Wen for 90. This does not look like a fight for Talon. They tried to find something, but the backup is there for DJ Paulson again with the Shadow Demon. This is why, man, playing into Shadow Demon just sucks. This hero just feels awful to play against. Ponyo gets chased down by Zeal. Zeal no cares, cuts the disruption. They will find that Elder Titan. Does have buyback. But you really lack play. Bleed onto those mid-racks. You got the BKB up on Akashi. Whether or not that's enough, who knows? The racks are set to fall. One last rack standing for Talon. Buyback on Ponyo. Emo's back up, joining the fray.
Dire buildings are fortified.
Bot set rack set to fall. Chu Wen still 30 seconds from the respawn. 3-on-5 scenario. Smoke from WS spotted out by these stupid ass mines again. Pulverize out the arena does nothing and WS is gone. There's nothing to do here. Akashi in the back trying to man fight, but it does nothing. No buybacks, and that's the GG. Talon get wiped, demolished by Bleed. Great showing from Bleed here in game number 1. 32k lead, 27-9. And Talon just looked as miserable as they did in game 1 in their series up against Salvation. Right? Was it Salvation? I think it was. Or Manta. Salvation. And, well, Bleed. Spectacular game. Really clever last pick. Coming out there with that Husker for Emo. And really having great lanes. Like, they allowed Jackie to just farm up. WS couldn't do anything. Like, they had answers for these specialist heroes that Talon brought in. Right? Like, WS on the Mars, not going for Arena as well, going for like 4-4-0 was kind of crazy, but kind of makes sense. And Bleed do come out on top, so very well played to them. They execute perfectly. The coordination of this team was on point. We'll see if Talon can rally. This is upper bracket semis. You want to make it all the way to the upper bracket finals, of course, if possible. Have a smooth ride to Wallachia. But for now, game 1 advantage for Bleed. See if they can keep that momentum up in game number 2. We'll be back after a short little break. We'll see you then. Alright, ladies and gents, we are back for Game 2's draft. I'm not going to pull up my camera for a little bit. I'm really itchy. This is not a good state to be on cams. But we are in for draft number 2. Game number 2 here at Talon up against Bleed.
Radiance band.
Bleed taking game 1 in a very convincing fashion. Talon looking a little bit lost there. Find out if they can look a little bit more guided in this game number 2. Bleed 1 game away.
5 seconds, boss. Radiant's choice. Dire's choice.
The sack.
See what they come up with. Leshrac to open here for Talon. They do ban out the Shadow Demon. Oh, thank goodness. Shadow Demon does way too much. Paulson did so much work in the last game with saves. This hero just feels ridiculous. I feel like people need to recognize that. We saw it a little bit, I think, in Dream League 22. Just how crazy that stuff can really work.
Radiant's turn to ban.
You see the Razor being picked up by Bleed in response. Get the Chu Wen Leshrac again. Pretty good coverage. I like the Razor. You can run it on Jackie, you can run it on Zeal. Maybe Emo. Doesn't strike me quite as the Emo hero, but could still run in mid as well.
Radiant's turn to ban.
See where they go with it. Ban out the Chen, as that does do a lot.
Dire's ban.
Ban out the Kunkka. Timbersaw as well. They do leave the Mars for WS, but it felt pretty low impact.
10 seconds remaining.
I wonder if they're gonna... Yeah, they banned Lifestealer for Jackie. There's some Jackie specialists here, though.
Dire's pick.
Ban out the Morphling as well. Take away the Akashi special.
Radiant's pick.
We'll go with the Disruptor for Bleed. Which again, we've seen rise back in popularity. And Static Storm still feels highly effective. Glimpse is a nasty spell as well. What'll Town respond to this?
10 seconds remaining.
Have a lot of ways they could go about. Could go Rubik if they want to steal.
5 seconds, boss.
Just Disruptor alone is pretty good. Here to steal nearly every spell from except for Thunderstrike.
Radiant's choice.
We'll go to Mars. Alright, so WS does get his Mars again. Hopefully a better lane. Like, that lane was pretty nasty. Like, not much you can do against a Lifestealer. He was forced to go no arena.
Don't worry,
which was
already on it.
Interesting.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon taking their time in this back-to-back. I honestly don't think the line was too bad from Jokem. Maybe you could go with something more aggressive, say a Hoodwink. Not as many stuns, but still fairly aggressive of hero. Could opt for that.
Dire's pick.
I'm gonna go with Avenge, so they've got some swap saves here. Feels pretty good with Mars. Wave of Terror plus God's Rebuke is pretty nice. Minus armor into physical output, with a nice crit.
10 seconds left.
Pretty good way to go about it. Not sure if this is Jokam or Ponyo though. It's still rather open as to who picks it up here. Lead picking next. Back to back. Should start to show where this Razor is going. And what our DJ hero is. Got stuff like... I mean... Techies is still an option again. I feel like that just cut off Talon so hard. Taking your time as well and lead. Got a lot of reserve time left. See what the go is.
Dire's choice.
They will go for the Brewmaster, so that should... Yeah, maybe be a Jackie Razor. Wouldn't be too bad into a Mars lane. Yeah, you have the Spear back for Static Link at the same time. You can just go for Plasma Field. And you've got Static Link plus Kinetic Field to play with. Blimps back. They go over to Hoodwink now for DJ, which I like. The Brewmaster Hoodwink lane is pretty good. There's a lot of damage output there. A lot of good reach. Good team fight coming in. So we're looking at Emo's hero last and Talon showing that support for Ponyo or Jokam here.
5
What'll
seconds
it be?
remaining.
I wonder. You know, they could pick Techies themselves in Talon. Techies Morris sounds like a decent time, honestly. Wouldn't mind that too much.
Radiance ban.
We'll go with a Slark pickup first. So they go for the core pickup very early on. Maybe flex the Leshrac support. I can see them maybe taking that route here, but...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thanks for the sub. Just JCTing. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Ban.
Barlow! What's Barlow? Let's see.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright. Yeah, the Slark is really early here for Akashi, but I feel like...
boss.
I feel like that's, it's a decent matchup against Brewmaster. It's hard to pin down. We've seen Akashi play this a few times now as well. What did ban out? It's Husker being taken out by Talon, so just to protect from Emo. Are we still expecting Leshrac mid? I don't think we've seen Jokam played support or Ponyo. So I'm curious what they do.
Dire's ban.
Take care of the Phoenix, so it looks like they are expecting just Chuen to play the Lesh. Looks like they're expecting a Ponyo hero. What works with Slark? Maybe you could go for Bane. That's something we've seen Ponyo use a lot.
Left.
Maybe Elder Titan? Feels like when they last pick a Ponyo hero, it tends to be the ET.
5 seconds remaining. Radiance turn to ban.
Ban out the Dark Willow as well. Yeah, it could be ET. ET or Bane. I feel like that's what we've seen Ponyo last pick when it does come to him.
Ten seconds left.
What's it gonna be? Ban out
5
on the
seconds
mid lane
left.
matchups. They banned out OD last time. There's still room for that here, you know. Taking your time in these last bans. It's hard to read what Emo will pick, though. What's it gonna be? Odie would kind of stomp on the WS and Akashi.
Radiant's pick.
Ban out the Meepo, so taking away some emo specials. Emo is really putting a wrench in the works when you play against Bleed. Like, it's not really... I mean, the player is one thing. He's played pretty well. I'm not saying that it's better or worse than Mikado. It's just good. But the weird thing is just the pool to adjust into is harder. What are you looking, Talon? Not much reserve time left. The Tusk coming out. So, Jokam Tusk. Tusk Mars lane. I'm a little bit concerned about that. Double melee walking in. I mean, it can play. I'm wondering what Jackie will pick up now. Or, again, maybe assuming Jackie Razor.
10 seconds
Going
left.
for the emo mid. What do you have mid here? Lena, Zeus,
5 seconds.
Ember. You don't have the best lockdown for on Talon. Ember Storm. You actually really don't have good lockdown for anything slippery. Puck is there as well, right? There's a lot of good options here. A lot of really good options for Bleed. And it's so open. I think Lena's good. I think you want to scale off harder than the Razor. So the Lena's an option. Maybe a TA if you're looking that way, but I haven't felt good about the TA. No, it's going to be the Puck. Yeah, Puck is really good. Like, how do you hold this Puck down? Emo is going to be so slippery. Mid matchup, again, is rather even. For Leshrac Puck, I don't think it goes either way. Does tend to hold 50-50. Maybe slightly easier for Leshrac, but not by a huge margin. So, rather interesting draft. I feel like you do manage to course correct quite nicely here. On the side of Talon, just a fair bit. Bleed, this should not be as much of a rundown. So there should be a little bit more play from Talon here. Still, should be a very fun match to watch. And it should be fun. I think Zeal shouldn't be able to stomp as hard onto Akashi. There's some good back and forth trading here. The Talon can bring out on their safe lane now. But Brewmaster Hoodwink is a really good lane. Not really sure what you can expect from Ponyo to do to relieve that pressure. We'll take a look as we get into that game. At number 2 now. Talon, backs against the wall, need this win to go into game 3. Bleed, of course, one game up. Could find themselves in the upper bracket finals. Into that road to Wallachia. Wallachia. Not sure. I'm really not sure how you pronounce that. Smoke out from both sides. Gonna run down for these runes. Why am I getting so much FPS? I just realized. Yesterday I was getting very little. Now I'm getting 170. What the hell happened? Okay. I'm so confused. OBS is running. I am streaming. Okay. Interesting. Anyway. Oh, smoke on smoke does break. Jokam. Not going to be able to find Paulson. Good break by Paulson from the tree line. Talon going to sneak around onto the top on the high ground. Will Bleed force anything out? And they've got an option to if they wanted to.
You took the bait.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Was that smart?
Let's see. No one coming out to bite the bait on these bounties just yet. What is Emo on about?
You took the bait.
Alright.
Take him down.
No one jumping in, and it looks like it is fine. 2 for 2 overall. Let's see how these lanes break out. Take a look at that bot lane first. You've got Akashi on his Slark, along with Ponyo on that Venge TPing in. He is going to be laning up against Zeal on that Brewmaster and DJ on the Hoodwink. Mind you, this is not going to be the easiest time. I like that DJ does start with Blightstone, so he's going to be able to trade quite nicely here into Kashi. They don't manage to spot the ward that's blocking the camp as well. They do block the other camp, so no one's going to have any creeps to pull. Blightstone start for Hoodwink's always really annoying. Just free harassment out. Not much you can really do here for Ponyo. He can try to Wave of Terror and right-click trade, but DJ's still probably going to win out. And Trio Armor Reduction. Maybe yeah, it's slightly better for Venge, but not by much. That and Acorn Shot is so cheap for what it does. There's a lot of damage. I don't know why Acorn Shot's so cheap in lane. Bonus damage of 55. 2 bounces. It's a lot of output for what it is. Zeal as well. Again, you have to maintain some spacing. Akashi did start with level 1 Essence Shift to try to win out these right-click trades, but Zeal's not giving that opportunity out. Still not really able to shove away Akashi either from farming, but they have really good lane control. We should see how the lane shapes up. I think level 3 is when it starts to get pretty scary. Maybe a little bit scarier for Bleed. They can start to play a lot more aggressive there. Take a look up top. We've got WS on the Mars and Jokam on that Tusk up against Paulson on the Disruptor and Jackie on a Razor. So it is a safe lane Razor coming out there. Again, not much WS can do. This is one of those lanes where you can go like 3-1-1 on the Razor. You can just completely zone out WS. You're probably not going to get too much value from the stat blink, but you will get a lot of value from the Plasma Field. Already, Jackie having a really fantastic time here. Some good denies from WS. I don't know if Jokam can ever find the gap closing to chase down Paulson. With that glimpse, he's always going to be protected with these 2 melees up front. So it's not going to be too easy to try to clip out this support here. Taking a look at that mid lane, you do have Chuen on that Leshrac along with Emo on the Puck. This one's a rather, again, a little bit better for the Lesh. That is showing by a pretty big margin, 12-6 for Chuen up against the 8-3 of Emo. The denies really the thing that will set the tone here. Just all this EXP denied away from Emo is going to give Chuen maybe about a level lead. Overall, a little bit faster timing into 6, removing the threat of Dream Coil before Chuen can have some damage out. Rune Control is going to be big once more in this matchup. For both sides, both heroes are pretty rune dependent and bottle reliant for spell spam, so I'm keen to see if any of the supports will have space. I will say Bleed supports collapsing onto the mid look pretty good. I mean, it's basically just Hoodwink that looks really nice. I think you also have a really good time with Jokam if he has free space, but again, the big issue here is that this lane for WS doesn't feel free. Right, so I don't know if you'll have that room for Jokam to rotate onto the mid lane later on. Still, overall, Talon not doing too bad in terms of CS. Slightly ahead in comparison to Bleed. Big disparities real in mid lane. Emo's lagging a little bit behind. Again, the denies are starting to shape up there. Everything else is rather dead even. You're having a little bit better of time for Jack in comparison to Akashi, but not by much. A little bit better as well for Zeal in comparison to WS. Maybe a little bit bigger of a gap there, but it's about most of a wave. It's nothing compared to the lead that Chuen has, which is basically a full wave and a little bit extra. As Emo will be able to get the water rune and will be able to get away thanks to Glimpse. Emo's going to have the secondary refill as well. No supports coming in from Talon. Again, considering how their side lanes are going, they don't have room to get that done. So Emo gets to play a little bit more. Chuen, all out of regen, does have the stick, but doesn't maintain that EXP lead. So at least has that to play with. See if the launching point for Talon's any stronger now. Jump forward from Akashi. Just poking onto DJ. Can't fully commit. Does go 1-1-1. So has a little bit of the Dispel and damage with the Dark Pact. And again, that better trading with the Essence Shift is nice. See if it maintains. Again, farm is rather equal outside of the disparity of Emo and Chuen. That's pretty much the outlier. Everything else is neck to neck, almost. So you are getting some good play out from both ends. I'm curious what Jackie goes for. He's going for the Falcon Blade. They do manage to get the shards, but The kinetic field is there. Jackie does drop low, but not quite low enough. And Jackie still opts for the 2 points in the static link. Jokam does get ferried back with a glimpse. Not going to be under any major threat from Jackie, though. WS. Great combinations out. Jackie, does he opt for 2-2? Yeah, he does. 2-2 on the skill build. Maybe, probably 2-3. Would prefer 3-2 overall, just for farming, but see if that's how he thinks of it as well on Jackie. Just clear out some camps a little bit faster. Again, you're not getting the most value from static link, because if you link at WS, you get speared back, you get God's Rebuke, you can't chase. You have to rely on the glimpse, but who knows if the glimpse will work before the pushback. 6-minute rune, you finally have some movement out from Jokam. And Chuen will find the first one. Scan does spot out the bot movement as well. No luck for Emo. They will manage to pick up all the bounties. They will find Paulson. This should be first blood fairly late. That will go to Chuen. They see the stacks as well, I do believe. They should have seen the stacks. And a rather slow game, 6 minutes first blood. Good wards. Wards being spotted. Emo drops a ward, Chuen drops a ward in the exact same spot.
Unworthy.
It's a little bit of chase down bot, but not going to be able to fully commit for Akashi. Typical build, max out Dark Pact, just trying to scale. Jackie is going to fall from this dive in from Talon. Ponyo with a rotation to the top. Dream Coil does connect onto Jokam, so they will find the Tusk, but probably not finding anything else here. DJ all out of mana as well. Has the 1 stick charge left. WS. Not going to do anything about that. So 2-1 Talon, off to a little bit of a better start. They've got room for Chuen to play his Chen game, or his Leshrac game on the mid. And does have the maxed out Edict. This can start to melt these objectives if left alone. We'll have the bottle refill as well from Jokam. Very nicely timed after fully healing up. And just goes for the push again. Fortify was already expended. There's a glimpse out, but it's just really wasting some time here. Jokam comes in, gets the shards. They should be able to find Paulson. Kinetic field to stall, but Chuen finds another. 3 kills for Talon to the 1 of bleed. And this Leshrac is starting to really create the disparity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going for the Kaya first. Mid-tier 1 already gone. Can start to look at rotations elsewhere. They don't find any stacks here. No time for bleed to build that up. Could go for the flank on Zeal. He does not have the split yet. But after a couple of creeps here, he's going to have that level 6. But he does walk away from the wave. Got the 6 ready on Akashi. Going for the Orchid first. Overall, a better game for Talon in the early paces of the game. Again, mind you, it's not a massive lead. But it is the difference of Chuen and Emo right now. The puck still has a lot of play, of course. And again, it's still a really slippery hero. Holding down Emo this game is going to be the big question as the game goes on. We'll see if they can find that. An answer to that later on. Smoke out. Sneaky smoke. Emo. Oh! Bushwhack does not connect onto Akashi. Great read to just pounce away. We'll get the D wards off. But they make their position known. Akashi hanging by the Lotus Pool. We'll pick up a Lotus and we'll back off, I'm assuming. Maybe not expecting to sneak around on the gate. Akashi in a load of trouble all by himself. Maybe plays against Paulson. No, it does manage to jump away. Does pop the Dark Pact as well. But is stuck in the middle. There's not much Akashi can do here. Has some stick charges. Eats the Lotus as well. He's buying a lot of time. That's 4 heroes onto him. But they can't really do much with that time. Talon just going to go for the push top. Not able to hunt down Jackie. Big kill for Bleed. They'll go for the siege play. Zeal does have the split now. And that kill Akashi. And here comes Jackie right in the middle. They do manage to get the stun. They get the chain control. Jackie will go. Great save with a snowball away from Jokam. Chuen still alive for now with a glimpse back. Will take care of that Lesh. They'll find Zeal. Melt through the pandas. 2 for 1 for Talon. They get some sweet core revenge for that death of Chuen and that death of Akashi earlier. 5-2. Both teams out for blood now. Sensing that early tempo. Mid-tier, top tier 1 will hold. You do have that. But that's some good plays coming out from Talon. That was a sick arena. Really nice save from Jokam. Gonna be able to find Paulson as well. Wants to hand the kill over. We'll hand it to WS. What a good support, Jokam. Truly supporting his cores, giving them the food they so desire. The sustenance they need to live on such a barren world. Not gonna be able to chase DJ, but they should be able to find top now. Kaya up on Chuen. Top tier 1 tower set to fall. Gold going the way of WS, it looks like, as his Blink Dagger is inching closer. We'll find that objective. Akashi just playing down bot. Again, Orchid is the build-up. And it's not too far off. Just 2 components left. It's still the question of how do you catch Emo. It feels like if this puck is allowed to come into these fights, Emo is the big difference maker. Right, you don't have anything that disruptive on Talon. Out of maybe Tusk with Blink is just as disruptive, but not in the same level as Puck, it feels like, so... I'm curious to see. Overall, 6-2, Talon 3K lead up. And Bleed. Going off to a slower start. Somewhat to be expected with Razor. Honestly, not the biggest fan of it on safe lane. I do feel like Jackie's going for the right build. Yasha first, maybe a Manta. Just get this spell off from that control. Amplify damage rune for Chuen. Rune control is much better on Talon. They're smoked up. They've got that blink in WS.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
Need to just catch someone out. If they catch Zeal without the split, that could be massive. Going into the triangle. No one here farming just yet. Might be able to jump Emo. And this puck is a harder target, but he did just use the orb. He did just use the orb. They do mention what? Huh? Okay, they still catch him. What? Yeah. You can... The spear flies in and you can still dodge after getting shish kebab? What? I'm so confused. That is weird. Or was that a bug? I'm so confused. I do not understand what happened. Alright. Now that is the kill they want. Go for the siege. Amplify damage onto the siege. A lot of output from Chuen onto that edict. Should be able to find it, no problem. Spirit Vessel out. Zeal, not respecting the chain stuns, just gets bursted. We'll find a tower as well. DJ trying to stall, but not really able to do much. And Talon, 8-2 now. They've got control here. On the side of Bleed. Not able to connect this team fight. Like, it does feel like you're hinging on Emo. Get this full Witchblade. Is it Witchblade or Witch? Yeah, Witchblade. Why did I think Witch Knife? Witchblade and Blink on the puck. Blink forward. WS does manage to catch up Paulson, and the glimpse just saves WS. Thank you, sir. Says WS. This is good old Senorita. And Bleed. Yeah. Losing one by one. At the very least, again, this is space for Jackie. Mind you, Razor being given space to farm, it kind of reminds me of what happened to Akashi when he played Razor. It's not the player. It's really the hero. It's really tempo setting. It has some scale. Jokam does get caught. Breaks the smoke. Is swapped away. Ponyo with the save. The sharpshooter does connect. Jokam still set to fall. Does get the snowball away. Emo pinged down by the spear. Not enough to fully lock him in. They do trap in WS. They will get off the static storm. WS is going to be able to make it out. Does look like he's glimpsed back. Zeal is out of the form, but the punch into the air with the spear. They clean up, and Talon take everything away from Bleed. They don't even find Jokam. They don't even find WS. Talon, looks like they've woken up. Maybe they're having troubles in game 1. These qualifiers, but game 2 looking a lot sharper. Bleed. It's a valiant attempt. Jokam with a smoke break, though. Right by a teleportation spot, and that tier 1 still standing at 15 minutes in. Does provide the angle back for Talon.
Dyer's middle tower is in trouble.
And the side of Bleed. Having a little bit of a rough time. Talon.
A tithe to the impurities.
They're about to hit a critical mass with Akashi. Diffusal Blade coming up for our Slark. Woody Orchid. That is the key lockdown, just pinning down something like the puck here. Control on that top jungle as well. Sentries down. A nice sneaky obs right outside the camp. Hard spot to de-ward. Down mid. They do catch WS. The Bushwhack. Oh, great swap from Ponyo. After the Bushwhack connects. So it doesn't connect onto him. Ponyo has been on point. He's woken up this game. With these Venge swaps. Right in the edge. 12-2. 6k lead. Emo looking for this pick off on the Venge. Akashi going forward. Does not manage to connect with a pounce. Will dodge out with a Shadow Dance early on. Arena out. Can they chain stun Zeal? Oh! Gets deleted! Doesn't get the split. Doesn't have split anyway. Chuen though. Saved by a great snowball out. Will be glimpsed back in the middle of the static storm. Chuen will fall, but Akashi does have the room to find Emo and Will. Jackie gone as well. Keeping the chase going. Looking for DJ Spear back. WS, is he going to find it? They should be able to. It's Sharpshooter out though. And the save with a kinetic field. DJ will skitter away. Oh, the WS glimpse not quite enough. They will find the kill. The save late from Jokam. 2 for 2. Not bad for Bleed. Massive streak on WS. Shield rune for Akashi. Could look for the turnaround here. That's 1,600 HP. Paulson is a juicy target. Does get the inhibit off and the Orchid silence as well. And they'll find another. Akashi 7 permanent Agi stacks up now. Still the chase coming forward. Emo does get the Dream Coil off. Akashi snowball save once more from Chokam to pull him away. Chokam saving lives and making plays. Talon 16-4, but Bleed pulling up a fight, finding some punish here. Standing back and forth. Bleed, of course. Still need more to come in. Emo with the Yules should save from the Orchid. Sanj and Yasha, BKB for Jackie is about the time when the Razor starts to feel strong. You get the glimpse back. They're still forcing this fight. Looking at Jokam, but Akashi's here waiting. Don't want to force that fight into the Slark. Akashi going for that Ags next. As the point booster up. WS into his own BKB. Chuen into his Bloodstone. All they need is a little bit of patience. They are grouping up top. Catching out this puck, again, is a very tall order. As long as Emo has his spells, he's going to be able to escape. Clearing out camps, going for the next camp. Should be able to spot that. Jokam. It's a very small window, 1 second. They do manage to find it. Catching out Emo, and he's deleted. Patience does pay off. They do isolate Akashi, though. He's all by his lonesome here. Did pop Shadow Dance, is going to back off. It's still looking for the re-engage. Without that Shadow Dance, could be a little bit risky. But knows how far to push this hero. 17-4, Talon. Looking good here in game 2. 9k lead up. Bleed. Falling a little bit short on the mark. And again, they need a lot more to come out. Zeal still trying to go back for the Radiance. Has that full Spirit Vessel. But they need a way to stop the Slark. If we're talking about how slippery the puck is, the Slark with the Dark Pact is just as slippery. He's not an easy hero to pin down by any means. Roche will begin for Talon. Kashi not even necessary here. They've got the regen rune to sustain Chuen with that Pulse Nova. And they'll have enough. Gotta love new regen. Not breaking from non-hero damage. So easy to find max value here. And that's going to be Aegis coming out for Chuen. Secondary life ready. Fully topped up. And ready to go. BKB up on Chuen as well. BKB up in WS. Double BKB timing lining up here for Talon. Ags for Akashi. Still about 2 parts away in terms of gold. They don't manage to clip Paulson. We could get the silence off, and Akashi just wants a nice simple kill. We'll find it, no problem. Static Storm taken away from the equation. For around half a minute, not too long.
Dire's top tower
enough
is
time
looking
to perhaps
great.
look for a tier 2, though. Top being shoved in. Chuen
Dire's top tower
with the
is
edict.
under attack.
Again, doesn't take too long to get this push going.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Should be able to find this. No response from Bleed. Bleed just trying to get some farm going. BKB coming out for Jackie. That's a turning point for the Razor here as it flies out. Emo.
Radiant buildings
What
are
does he have? Has his blink, so the puck is, again, at that point where it's very slippery. Talon with the smoke, looking to wrap through the triangle. 1k gold away from the Ags for Akashi. Finds a couple of kills here. That's going to be the full Ags up. Pounce ready to go. They are going for the Tormentor. This is an awkward time. Talon coming in. The big arena from WS. Traps 3. Finds 2. Zeal still gets the split. Only the supports to fall. And Bleed cut their losses back off. At the very least, Paulson died to Tormentor. So, you have that going, right? He dies to Tormentor. So, you know, it could have been worse. But Talon, gears full revving here. All revved up. Pistons all fired up. Looking for that siege onto the mid. And Chuen will get started onto that mid. With the Edict, doesn't take too long. Top tier 2 cleared out. Bot gonna be next for sure. With the Aegis, 3 minutes left on that. Talon have control here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kashi, 500 gold away from full eggs. Longer pounce, double pounce. Gonna be in play rather soon. We do have Emo playing across. Does have a decent war to watch. So he should be safe to back away. Trying to find some catch onto Paulson. Well, not been easy here to jump with Chuen. Bloodstone, only the point booster away. Or the energy booster away. It's about 400 gold. And the siege can begin on the tier 2. They've still got a couple of creeps here.
Got it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
With a siege creep as well. Shouldn't take too long. With the Edict. Smoke out, Bleed. Trying to find an angle up top. Might be able to find WS. This could be a good kill. WS though, we'll find a regen. We'll pull it away. Are they going to be able to catch this? Doesn't look like they will. They see him in the mid lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Pings are
attack.
coming out. Getting some forward vision on the triangle. Bot tier 2 will fall. WS knows they're probably sneaking around somewhere. Good lines being drawn here from Akashi. Signifying some movement top. There's that Bloodstone for Chuen. Bleed, what timings are we looking for? Sanjin Yasha for Jackie. Yule's the save for Emo. Yeah, that's going to be a big saving tool. Oh, Yule's out. WS, can he get the spear back? He will with the spear arena. Needs the follow-up. Where is it? Emo going to go forward. Does have the blink. Is going to be able to blink away. Jokam, though, still manages to catch out the blink punch out in the air. The spear does not connect. Or before... Oh, WS. He finds it. They have to work hard for that, but they find it. They'll find Paulson as well. And Sakashi just going ham on the high ground without Orchid and the Ags. Not going to be able to clip anyone, though. But all outer towers gone. Age is still up for a few minutes here. Well, for 50 seconds. Not too much time, to be fair. Chuen can still look for that shove.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Pop
attack.
Edict, force to fortify out.
Dire structures are fortified.
And for the side of Bleed, it does feel like this kind of boils down to this early Razor pickup. Right, like I feel like you're not getting what you want with this Razor here. Maybe they were planning on giving it to Zeal. And then it ends up on Jackie. I don't know. Although, to be fair, I feel like Jackie's the kind of core player that just plays whatever you give him. So if you're like, you know, I think we should start with Razor and give you Razor, it's like, yeah, he can farm back. But Razor's just not one of those heroes that just farms his way back. Granted, Sanjin Yasha BKB is pretty good timing, but we're 25 minutes in. Number 4 in net worth, considering this game state, isn't bad. I suppose there's stuff like refresh Ags down the line that can be painful. Gleipnir could be nice as well. AC could be nice with minus armor. Akashi on the hunt. Wants to find anything, someone, anything. Not gonna be able to. Creep cutting coming out from Bleed, so they're stalling the game out nice now. Aegis is gone. Respawn timer at 220 for Roche when we see that timer come back up. Bleed going for the smoke play. This could actually pan out. If they isolate Talon, catch them one by one. Talon somewhat split apart. WS on the low ground. Does have the ward up top, so if the smoke breaks while he's by the ramp, I'll be able to see it. WS is going to be able to rack. Smoke breaks. WS should be able to back away. And no, he goes in. He wants to kill off Bolton. This is crazy. Chuen right in the middle. Does get static linked up by Jackie. Has the BKB. Lots of damage coming in from Jackie though. Chuen stuck in the middle of nowhere. Does get swapped away. Get the stuns. BKB's fading. They will find Jackie. Chuen still alive. Zeal trying to melt him. Zeal gonna lose the last panda. And they get the control onto Emo. Does manage to hide. Snowball does connect across. Jokam gets that chain stun and Bleed. Good idea with the smoke, but the GG is called, and Talon will rally in game 2 to force us into that game 3.
Middle tower's down on Dire's side.
Bleed. A great effort. But Talon look revitalized coming in here for game 2. And way better form than they were in game number 1. And kind of reminiscent of what happened yesterday for Talon, where game 1 in their first series didn't look amazing. Game 2 will look pretty sharp, and this is the Talon that we were looking for here. Not having to deal with the Husker of Emo as well looked like a massive effect. And think for Bleed, it's this early Razor pick that didn't feel amazing for Jackie. Like, Jackie can play anything. Jackie will find farm. Jackie was finding farm. But what impact do you expect for this Razor to get if it's not going to play tempo? Right? Like, if you have a Razor core, it feels like you need a win condition elsewhere. The Puck could have been that win condition, but Puck as a win condition takes so long to build up. And that's just time that Bleed did not have with Talon going back here. Rather surprising they allow Chuen to keep picking up the Lesh rack. Maybe that's one thing to consider here for Bleed as well. It's something like banning out the Lesh. Chuen just plays it so fine. They pick it first phase every time, and you're not finding any answer for most teams. So curious about that, along with giving WS the Mars, which looked a lot better in this game as well. We'll see what the corrections will be from Bleed, but we do have ourselves a game number 3 here. Let's give it a little bit. Let me add the score. 1-1 for Bleed and Talon, and a spectacular series so far. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back for that game 3 in short order. All right, ladies and gents, we're back for game number 3 here of Talon versus Bleed. And it's going to be an interesting one. Talon managed to crush in game 2. They got crushed in game 1. Bleed looked really strong in game 1. Talon looked really rough in game 1. And then it switched around in game number 2. So let's watch what happens here. Game number 3, Bleed. Will they ban out something like the Chu Wen at Lesh? I feel like that Lesh rack has been a problem for many a team. Something that Chu Wen has performed on for quite some time now. Do you ban out the Zeal heroes into Doom and the Problem Beast here from Talon's end? DK being taken out by Bleed along with Batrider, Timbersaw, and the Lesh rack. So they will take care and respect ban the Lesh. What's the pickup now? What's the safe opener here for Talon?
10 seconds left.
Because you don't have the option of going for that safe
5
open
seconds remaining.
any longer. So what's it going to be? They're going to ban out first. If you're looking at Zeal here, maybe Centaur on the off lane, right? Like that's been a popular off lane that's still popping up. They take care of the Shadow Demon instead. They take the Razor to open up. Not the biggest fan for Talon. Akashi can play it. WS can play it. Maybe even Chu Wen, but I'm curious what they build around this, because it feels like the Razor can fall flat if you don't manage to have a good start.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like mid is probably the best position for this. Off lane, perhaps, if the matchup's good, but that means WS is not going to do any playmaking with Razor. No way you do playmaking with Razor. Like you're not going to jump in, you're not going to try, you know, taking control there in the middle. See what they go for on Bleed to open up. They'll go with a Tusk, so kind of flipping it around. We've got the DJ Tusk on hand, which is pretty hype. DJ Tusk is really, really big, and he still performs to a really high level there. Time for the rest of the bans. What do you want to take care of here, Talon? You might want to take care of something like the Mars if you're not running... If you're running WS Razor, just take care of the Mars ASAP. Take care of stuff like maybe Lifestealer for Jackie again.
Dire's turn to ban. Radiant's ban.
And take care of the Faceless Void instead. So maybe setting up for a Razor safe indeed. Oh, sorry, Razor off. Trying to lane into Jackie for WS. See what the next pickup is.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Or the next ban. They're probably gunning for a mix of Akashi and Chuen heroes. There's like Zeus. There's Lina. There is still the Centaur. Honestly, Paulson was... sorry, Ponyo was doing a great job on Venge last time. There's the Hoodwink still available. They'll take if the Lifestealer themselves on bleed. They're gonna have to open up. Okay, they do go to Mars, so maybe anticipating the safe lane Razor, which we know doesn't feel great. We saw Jackie struggle with it. I'm sure Akashi will face the same thing here from Zeal. So what's the call here for Talon, I wonder?
10 seconds left.
What are you going to try to pull out?
5 seconds, boss.
I mean, I like Hoodwink with Razor. I think that lane's good. Either safe or off. That lane sounds pretty hype. You have a good chase down potential. You've got a lot of damage that can flow through. You get the Blightstone start that we saw DJ go for, and it can feel amazing.
Dyer's pick.
We'll go with the Tiny. So this could be Chuen Tiny. This could be Jokam. Like, Jokam Tiny sounds good. Razor Tiny is a pretty good lane. And that seems to be setting up for the WS Razor. So, you pick the Mars. You're not laning Razor into Mars, which is nice.
10 seconds remaining.
So what's it going to be for Talon? What's the follow-up? There should be the Ponyo hero now, unless you go straight for the Chuen hero.
Radiant's pick.
They'll go to Pugna. I like that. So it looks like we have the Pugna for Ponyo. You've got the Razor Tiny lane. You can go... I don't know. Pugna Morphling could be really defensive. I like this. I don't know what you're going to be topping up in mid. Maybe you get something like Storm for Chuen. Like, Tosca's not going to stop Storm. Mars might not stop Storm. We haven't seen much Storm. So they might not be ready for that. We'll find out shortly. Bleed with her own back-to-back picks here. Have to show a little bit more. Probably looking for our Paulson hero. And likely our Jackie hero already coming out at this point. There's options like Terrorblade. Pugna can make Terrorblade feel slightly uncomfy. What's it going to be here? Digging into reserves quite deeply.
Radiant's choice.
They'll go with Vengeful Spirit, so they do take the support duo we were seeing from Talon last time. Run it themselves. In fact, 3 of the heroes Talon ran are on Bleed. 1 of the heroes that Bleed ran is on Talon, so we're switching things around here. Which is rather interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
Should be our Jackie hero coming up next. What are you looking for? You want Slark? We'll go with Lina. Is that a Jackie Lina or an Emo Lina, I wonder? I feel like Lina mid is still good. Lina offlane up against Razor is also really good, because offlane Razor doesn't just run down Lina. You can't just play with Static Link. So you're going to have to play with Plasma Field, which honestly is not too bad for Razor. We've seen Razors going like 3-2-0 be really good. I would say 3-1-1 is probably a little bit better. That added move speed can be pretty nice for the Razor with Brown Boots for the chase down to guarantee like really good spacing for the Plasma Field. What are you going to do, Talon? Like, how do you read us, Talon? Do you read us as Emo Lina or Jackie Lina? Let's feel like you tried to last pick Emo's hero here.
Dyer's ban.
See, they will go with Magnus. So that could still be Chuen. That could be WS. I think it's better for WS to play the Magnus. You go with Chu Wen Razor.
10 seconds remaining.
Because Razor kind of, theoretically, sort of plays like DK in terms of what it does in the game. Except it doesn't push as well. So you could put him on the Razor for Chu Wen. Could put the Magnus off lane, then you get the Magnus tiny lane. Which is pretty strong. And you get Akashi, some safe laner that plays with Empower. Slark is okay. I like the Meepo ban just in case, not leaving any cheese options for bleed. There's Ursa, there's Sven, there's Slark. There's the big ones that play with Empower.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
What are the bans for bleed? It should be one of those big cores that plays with Magnus.
Radiance ban.
They take care of the Naga first. I guess there's an option, a weird option like Terrorblade here. Maybe the Sven. I feel like Sven with just Ags is pretty good here. Sven Mag is a good combination. You run Razor mid. Oh, you run Razor mid, you run a WS Mag.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What are you going to be picking up? Last bans for bleed and for Talon. What are they going to be taking out here? It's either like the Sven, the Terrorblade.
Dire's turn to ban.
Yeah, it's going to be the Sven. Alright, Sven taken out of the pool. So you have like Ursa. Ursa's fine. It's going to be kited around by Venge and Tusco. Sven wouldn't have had that problem. There's a Slark that's still okay. Like a Slark to Talon's not bad. Doesn't quite feel amazing. I know, this Razor pick throws me off.
5 seconds remaining.
Because your team fight's kind of all in on like Jokam having a good time in the Tiny. Like that is the one thing. I'm not sold on the Razor.
Dire's pick. Radiance
You've been out the Husker. We'll go with a Troll. I like that. I actually think that's good. Troll with Magnus is nice. There's still the kiting though. Like say you get punched in the air during your ult. You're gonna get swapped around. You're gonna get
10 seconds left.
kited out in the arena. It's gonna be annoying for Troll.
5 seconds, boss.
And Troll Pugna doesn't strike me as an amazing lane, but there is a really good push. I think that's the one thing for Talon. Like Troll committing onto a tower with a Pugna backing it up is nice. We go with a Slark for bleed, so we are gonna get the mid emo Lina. What's gonna be your mid matchup though? Is it gonna be Razor? Razor Lina? Yeah. Chu-En Razor, WS, Magnus. Overall, rather interesting drafts coming out. A little bit different from last time. I say that, but in the case of bleed, they're running what the Tree Heroes that Talon just did the last game. Let's see if Talon understands the shortcomings of their own draft here. And we do get into game number 3 at 1-1 so far. Winner will go through to the upper bracket finals. DJ Tusk is a treat. Slark versus Magnus is pretty alright for Slark, I want to say. It's not too bad for Mag, though. You can go for the Empower build, just harass out the cleave. There is a threat of toss back into skewer back. So I kind of like that for Talon. I will say this can go either way. I don't think it's a straightforward game by the draft. I think for Talon, they've got to play around with his push potential. Right? They play with the Nether Blast, play with Troll, just plopping himself onto the tower and melting it with attack speed, with a fervor stacks, and kind of run from there. There's a lot of pressure in WS and Jokam to find this initiation, though. Like, they've got to be able to jump in, they've got to be able to pin back this backline, find this Lina from a million miles away where she's just hitting free, and kind of get going from there. Let's see as we do get into it. Game number 3 underway now here. Bleed versus Talon. This should be a fun one. See what happens. Bit of a smoke on smoke. Bleed trying to sneak their way onto the triangle, onto the high ground jungle. Do drop an early ward from Ponyo, spots the smoke break. They spot all of the smokes break. So they can kind of set up. They've got good vision, they've got the Watcher. Watcher will be taken away. Akashi hanging around. Do I have in-game mic on? Just curious. Yeah, okay. Alright. So Bleed with a full wraparound, still holding on to that high ground. DJ, Zeal.
30 seconds.
Could try to make a play. Talon being very patient here as well. Should end up being a 2 for 2 unless Bleed start moving early onto their bot rune. See how far either side wants to go here. And looks like nothing too crazy. I mean, Avalanche should allow Jokam to win this, right?
Stick to
no, they play it safe. They respect the chain stuns. Looks like it's still going to be a 2 for 2 anyway. Pink's coming out for the bot. Jokam's going to get that done.
Kick some ass.
And it's going to be a 2 for 2. Nothing too exciting here. See how these lanes break out. Starting down bot, you've got WS on the Magnus. Laning up with Jokam on the Tiny. Up against Jackie on that Slark. And Paulson on that Vengeful Spirit. Mind you, pretty decent lane, I think, for a Slark. You've got some good trading, first few levels at the very least. Once, like, you have level 2 Empower, this lane gets pretty annoying. Again, the threat of Tossback Skewer is always there as well for Jokam. But this is not a great lane to be a melee support. If you're not able to just walk up to Jackie and trade hits, he will win with Essence Shift early on. And there's not much WS can do to relieve that pressure.
Poor little guy.
Paulson as well, using that minus armor quite nicely with a Wave of Terror. Wins out on the right-click trades. Does manage to kind of just set up a good tone here early on. Some good CS coming out for Jackie. Not the best for WS. Let's see what WS will go for, because sometimes you see him go for a 3-0-2. Sometimes it's 1-3-1. Sometimes it's like 2-0-3, which I think is a little bit less common. I would say 1-3-1 is probably the best bet. Try to get some stacks and just farm a little bit. So let's see. So far, again, not going to be a hard lane for Jackie in these initial levels. Take a look elsewhere. Up top, already being shoved in quite hard. Kashi just getting the pulled wave back and getting some farm going. Troll not going to be pressured too hard, but again, you have to respect the Tusk and the Mars lane. Again, with the pulse, just soaking some free EXP. DJ trying to be as disruptive as possible. You do have to respect the damage output of the Nether Blast. Is a lot. We'll find a courier. Get some good gold for himself. Creeps will get pulled back though, and that should allow again the soaking here that Bleed wants to achieve. This does mean you get free farm for Akashi. They will get first blood onto Paulson, and it does look like that was the toss back, skewer back, and it is.
Radiant's courier is down.
So you have to respect that. Nice snipe on the courier as well for Jokam. Good tone for Talon. And it looks like WS might consider some like a 1-1-1, maybe emphasizing on Shockwave instead, which is still pretty good up against the Slark. Down in the mid lane, last lane we haven't really looked at, the Razor versus the Lina lane. And this is playable for a Razor. You just play with Plasma Field. Still easier overall for Lina considering her range and her magic damage, but not too bad for Razor. In fact, Chuen is getting a little bit more, 11-5 in comparison to Emo at 9, 10-4 now. Not a massive lead by any means, but actually rather impressive he's able to control the lane so well. So, hats off to Chuen, doing well so far. See if the runes are something that they will pressure here on Bleed. It does feel like you want to take it away from Emo more than anything else for a Talon. Top lane again, still with laning shenanigans, pulling the waves all the way back. Kashi does get pulled back, but not onto a tree. Already has the double rate ban, so hits pretty hard and can cop through a lot of this physical output that this lane has. This is mainly a physical lane with God's Rebuke and tag team combinations. Not as much in magic, although I suppose Spear is magical. Actually just getting some free harass off.
Got it.
You have DJ sniping a bounty rune. Very heads up play from them. And looking to secure water runes. Might be able to find Paulson. Ponyo. Ponyo does get caught out. LSA. And they will get the water rune out for Emo anyway. Ponyo still dropping low, but gonna be perfectly fine. Overall, that run for bounty does end up being a big win for Bleed. In terms of just that first rotation at 4. 6 minutes is the bigger target, though. So far, the lanes are, again, rather even. Every core kind of matching each other in farm, save for mid, which Chuan is having a slightly better time in. Toss back, skewer up. They will entrap Paulson. We'll get the stun. We'll be annoying up here. Does have TP. But they're slowly chipping away at Paulson. It's kind of funny. WS just coming in, poking. Jackie pokes back. Jocam can't poke. They have Avalanche. WS, are you really going all in? Oh, you have to respect. Oh, the skewer down, but it's away from the Avalanche. WS will fall, but they will get Paulson. That's a little bit of a mistake. And that is Jackie finding a stack of permanent Agi, so not too bad. You're a happy lad. You did lose Emo solo here. WS kind of going a little bit crazy. And crazy there. We'll see. So far, again, Talon coming out a little bit better. Akashi farming up nicely. Going for the Maelstrom. Did lose Courier again. Good snipes coming in from DJ. Mid lane's really the one that's a little bit surprising. I expected a little bit more from Emo, but Chuan is playing the Razor exceptionally well. Does go for the 3-1-1 build, having that little Storm Surge. A little bit more move speed to reposition is big. They do manage to Blood Grenade down Paulson, the most dramatic death. And WS does go for a 1-1-2 build. And going 1-1-3 just really wants to skewer people. Which I appreciate, considering the potential for toss back as well, like this. And there they go again. Jackie under tower. Doesn't have a jump tangle. Will find one in the end. The tree will connect. And they do miss a hit. WS needs a right click. Come on, break that salve. Not going to be able to. There, break the salve now. Okay. Jackie is still going to be able to find more. The damage being sustained is massive. Skewer back. Did they have the Avalanche? Got the toss up. Jackie, gone. WS will get that kill for himself. Takes a little bit of time. The investment in Skewer does pay off. Until now, 1-5. The lane phase looking sharp. They are committing here early on. Did get the Invis rune for Emo. We'll try to scout out, check the triangle, but nothing built up here by Talon. Very focused on lanes. WS going for the 1-2-2 build. I like that. A little bit more in farm as well. Jocam. Gonna get a magic missile, but nothing to really do with that. They will manage to grab this Wisdom rune, DJ. Getting some very important EXP. Zeal grabbing her own as well. Talon missing out. And that's massive for Bleed, considering how much EXP you want on the Venge and on the Tusk. Collapsing down bot, though. A massive commitment out. You managed to get the LSA, and that's everything thrown out onto WS. Jocam can't do anything but watch. Doesn't manage to get the toss. Will be next to fall. Another set of permanent Agi coming out perhaps for Jackie, or not. Does have the ult to sustain this dive. Jocam. One right click off, trying to juke. Not going to be able to juke too far. Here comes Chu Wen. Paulson going to be sacrificed. Emo already gone. A 2-for-2. They're going to get the bottle refill as well for Chu Wen from WS. Chu Wen fully topped up once more. 3-7, a 2-for-2. I mean, it's nice Jackie gets to hit and run. All things considered, not too bad, but gold-wise, that was neck to neck. Slightly better for Bleed. This is by a small margin. I'll say Chu En is showing us how to play Razor active. He is active very early on. Akashi, pretty far forward with his movement on this troll. No mana. Doesn't have the ult either, but does have Empower. Hits like a truck early
Dire's top
on.
tower is under
Not that hard, but hard enough. Maybe looking for a play. Joe Camp just needs the avalanche out with a toss. Not going to be able to find it yet. No. Maybe now, DJ? No. That's a lot of heroes down bot. That's everyone from Bleed. Get the arena onto Akashi. Akashi in the wrong spot. A bit surprising. I thought he went all the way to the right side here and walked top. Good punishment from Bleed. A little bit questionable from Town.
Money to burn.
Radiant's
You do find a
middle tower
punish.
is looking so
Instantly
great.
take the get across. Ponyo by his lonesome. Not going to be punished too hard. They're setting up some forward
Radiant's
vision
middle
now.
tower is under attack.
Good wards here from Bleed. Paulson scouting out that top jungle quite nicely to snipe Akashi another time if he does go there. And he will. Talon suspects nothing as well. So this could be a little bit tough for Akashi.
I'll take that. Illusion.
Akashi.
Dire's top tower is looking so great.
Still fine. He does have his ultimate this time. So pinning down the troll can be a little
Radiant's
bit
middle
harder.
tower is in trouble.
Doesn't need that full Maelstrom to really feel good. Down
Dire's
mid
top
already
tower is in
sieging
trouble.
here. But Chuwen, again, slower process for the Razor than would be on his Leshrac, but making good progress there. Joe Camp
Dire's
trying
top
to scout.
tower is under attack.
Nothing in the tree line. Ponyo will be the brunt of the damage here
Dire's
for the
lost their
siege.
top tower.
We do get the haste rune on Chuwen. They lose their
Radiant's
top.
middle tower isn't looking so great.
Not in any position to shove in bot. But they'll go for the mid. Slowly and surely, just Nether Blast away. Chuwen going for Yasha into BKB. And start shoving in. Pop the ultimate on Chuwen just to ensure that he's not under threat of being dived. And they will just find this objective, it looks like. Another blast will clean it up for
Radiant's middle
Ponyo.
tower is down.
They have the haste if Chuwen wants to chase, but not going to chase down. Not going to get too greedy. Be satisfied with the objective and back off. Jackie's getting a ton of speed. Free space while this happens, so Diffusal coming out for our Slurk soon. WS still waiting for that blink to get ready here. And again, you have to appreciate the vision here from Bleed. Spotting out the triangle. Sure, they can't contest the stacks, but they know where the Razor's at, so they can kind of plan their next move. They know no one's up top. There's some good vision from Talent to watch this top lane. Pretty clear. To protect Akashi from getting jumped. Yeah, they're buying space out for all their cores. Mind you, Talon's hurting a little bit more with Akashi and WS. But not the biggest margins just yet. Chuwen does have his Yasha up into BKB. Could be looking bot. You know, catching out Jackie before he has Diffusal. Would be a nice timing. No blink on WS yet, so the initiation is a little bit slower. Just gonna farm up the Radiant Jungle instead. Akashi, I mean, this vision game from Bleed is so scary. Constantly keeping track of Akashi in the sneaky spots. If Akashi dies again, that's gonna set them back by a pretty substantial amount, I'd say, on Talon. Bleed, despite being behind by a few kills, are starting to come online. The Diffusal for Jackie is one big timing already. You've got Zeal inching closer to his blink on the Mars. We'll try to siege Ponyo. Can be fine. Does have that little decrep. Should still fall, but here comes the skewer back. They managed to find Jackie to get the RP off as well. Shadow Dance is forced out, but the Avalanche is just being pinned. Ponyo makes the sacrifice, and they find the bigger kill. A good exchange for Talon in the end. Granted, that does mean the siege is not going to be as quick. Akashi not ready to really join full force here. And with the RP committal, Bleed should feel some confidence, although WS, he's confident. Instantly going for the shockwave back. We'll find WS. DJ gonna be allowed to go through though, and Paulson will be the only sacrifice.
Dire's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Still, Ponyo is back. Akashi's in.
Radiant's bottom
And we'll
tower
be able to
is
find that tier 1 siege.
Radiant's bottom tower suffered a minor
Two tier 1s down for the side of Bleed already. Mid still stands for Talon. Slight advantage there. Maelstrom coming out for Akashi next. They've got that blink ready on Zeal. So the initiation for Bleed is ready.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just waiting for that BKB. Jokam, blink is close. We've got the blink up on WS, along with the Echo Saber coming in now. Kashi, his farm can start to escalate with that full Maelstrom up. There's a clump up mid. Ponyo spotted out by the ward. Wen dodges out that LSA. Does get all the damage out from Emo, but he's all by himself here. Pretty far forward. The save coming in. Wen decrept up with a life drain. Not enough. And will fall with a swap. Paulson cleans that one up nicely. Ponyo now stuck in the middle. Not able to escape, and they should be able to find Jokam as well. WS hanging in there. RP in 14 wants to wait a little bit longer. Will just make the sacrifices. Kashi will find the amplified damage as Jokam's left for the wolves of Bleed. 3 for 1. Massive sacrifices being made by Talon and Bleed. Feed themselves a little bit better this time. Does cost them Emo. But you're getting good activity on Jackie. 7 permanent Agi stacks up. Slark, a decent margin ahead of the pack. Of at least around 800 gold between him and the next, which is WS on that Magnus. These wards of Bleed, by the way, still haven't been taken care of. It's expiring up top, but that jungle area, the mid-jungle area on the top, still there. So know where WS is at. Should be able to dodge out. Sentry is dropped, but doesn't quite find it. I mean, it does. If they care to deward, I think, right? That should be... No, that's outside the hitbox. It's a little bit unfortunate. They actually don't deward it. Bleed, are they actually going to force this fight? They've got the blink ready on Zeal. Should back off in the nick of time, and they will. 8 to 10. Very even game. The investment onto Jackie starting to pay off, though. Going for his own Orchid into the Ags after this diffusal. They've got to smoke out DJ Zeal. Looking for something with Jackie as well. Now, it was under a ward, so Talon should know something's up here. Looking to collapse towards the mid. Tier 1 still protects that area. Still holding the top jungle, though. Play it cautiously for now. WS Echo Saber not too far off. Akashi going straight for that full Mjolnir into the BKB shard. That shard is massive. It's a lot of extra damage in his ranged attack. Can't underestimate that. Emo straight into his Ags as well. Also a massive DPS boon for Arlena. Only a part away. Only this camp away from finding the gold. And that's going to be the full Ags coming in. Talon does feel like they need to play around with like Roshan potential, right? This is something Troll does really well. Just need that full Mjolnir recipe, which is, again, also a camp away for Akashi. But they need to take a fight into Roshan. They're lining up bot. Spot DJ. Get the avalanche off, but they don't manage to... They get the toss back as well, but DJ does manage to snowball away, and Jokam, the attempt falls flat. Got their losses here in Talon. Mass TPs out from Bleed, keeping that chase going. Jackie wants more. Wants more of those stacks. Can find anything. Ponyo would be a very easy target to pin down. They will get the spear off as well. Ponyo should fall. And he will. Another stack coming out there for Jackie. 9 stacks now for the Slark. And Talon not able to take any fights. Farming up on WS. Farming up on Wen. Farming up on Akashi. Full Mjolnir up now. But the BKB feels necessary.
Dyer's lost their bottom tower.
Still only a tier 1 to fall. Down mid though. Great movement out from WS. RP does connect. They find Emo. Arena though from Zeal trying to save the day. Pulls back, holds back Akashi and WS. Here comes Jackie. Has the Orchid onto WS. They've got the damage for that. They do a toss back, though, onto Akashi. He still has that ultimate. The swap there to try to find that kill, but DJ will still fall. Paulson next to go. 3 for 1. And Talon do get good activity from Akashi with that full Mjolnir. Probably not enough to go for Roshan yet, though, unfortunately, but they've got room to take control on the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Inside of Talon, reeling back a slight network advantage for themselves here. Not a massive amount, mind you.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
What have we here?
They are holding on. Talon for their part. Bleed for their part. I mean, they're still going to hit some timings. DJ with a kickback is going to be massive. Talked about the kiting potential. It's going to be coming in from that Blink Ags on the Tusk. You've got the Yules from Zeal, which we've seen from WSB very impactful as well. And Janky with his Ags, with a reach that Slark will have, will make a big difference. We'll see. Chuen going back for the Manta. 4 staff for Jokam. Just a plain old Glimmer Cape for Ponyo. The Harpoon already flying out for WS. This Magnus is fat. Not massively fat. Good amount fat.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they want to cross this side of the map. Jackie would be a very important target to find. Not going to be able to get there, though. Again, play it safe. Play it farm. It's hard to tell who this favors. I feel like you've got 2 really good scaling heroes on Bleed in the Lina and the Slark. But Talon has scaling in Troll, Razor, and Magnus. So that's 3 scalers up against 2. You could argue about Mars, but he was directly nerfed with the Revenant's Brooch changes. Right? And the Divine changes as well. He was one of those crazy heroes that fed off the attack damage and the spell amp in a meaningful way. I don't know if I don't know if you can safely say Mars is a very strong late scaler now in comparison to before. And it's still crazy if he gets like Divine. You're gonna have to focus on the physical. You can't go for the Revenant's Brooch. It's still a lot of damage though, so perfectly fine. BKBs is going to be the timing here for Talon.
Middle tower is under attack.
Once you have Akashi's BKB kind of set, probably need WS to have his BKB up as well to really feel safe here though. You're going to want to have just an easy time for the Blink RP out for WS and Skewer backs.
Bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Roshan should be the next objective though. Bleed, they've got control over the pit if they want it, but I know if they clear it fast enough, they'll go for the smoke play. No vision to spot that from Talon. Talon hang on the other side of that same sort of area of the map by that bot jungle. Smoke out from Talon. More heroes for them. Have a rough idea where Bleed are going. They know it's going to be into Roche. They see that plasma field. They know where Talon's at. Saw the shockwave as well. Talon. Choices have to be made. Amplify damage rune. Akashi's just leaving it. Is he going to give it to Chuen? Are they not? They don't think to check Roshan? Scan is down as well. Again, it's probably not the fastest Roche in the world if we'd go. They need Emo around. He does have travels. He can show up.
Tower isn't looking so great. Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Does inhibit Ponyo. Kashi, BKB, 1 camp away. WLS still a ways off from his. Talon's still hugging the spot. And they understand the importance of Roshan. Not willing to give that away. Question is, can they find it themselves?
Dire's top tower is
What do you amp damage rune on Chuen? Surely you could. They do smoke up. They've got the wards. Again, Bleed's warding has been good. DJ, by that Lotus, does manage to spot some movement from Talon. And they know the encroachment is here. Talon standing by the portal. We'll go into the Roche pit. No scans. Pop the amp damage, and with Akashi around, this should not take too long. Very quick Roche to go for Talon. Bleed. Not able to do anything to stop that. Akashi with a secondary life and a BKB. Very pleased with himself right now. Again, as this game scales on, it's a little bit strange to think. I feel like it gets complicated with thinking about swap. Thinking about like this long range reach that Emo has with right click damage down the line, but he is going full spellcaster for now. They will smoke. They could jump Akashi here. Jokam in a good spot. LSA does not connect, and he actually just interrupts their movement. With that avalanche. Fortify forced out. Tier 2 still set to fall. Creep wave incoming pretty far away.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But Akashi has the time. We'll find it.
Radiant's lost their bottom tower.
Tier 2 goes just like that. And Talon. Play it safe. Bleed. Still playing this farm game. Have the Ags up on Jackie. So the 2 pounces are up. The longer range pounces there. You're going for the Kaya on Emo. Is it going to be Kaya Sanj? Or E-Blade? Is E-Blade still built from Kaya? No, it doesn't, right? It builds up from Aetherlands now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And BK, this is allowing WS to get his BKB. I actually think relieves a lot of that pressure in this game here. Collapsing onto Ponyo. Nice simple kill. And that Pugna just gets crushed like a bug. Zeal, pretty far forward here. Chuen wants to find that. Zeal, still pretty far forward here. Gets insta-rooted. There's the Yules, and Zeal is going to be tossed up and gone. So you find the Pugna, you lose your Mars. You're in a happy spot for Talon.
Regeneration.
Chasing for more. WS has managed to get the Skewer out, and they will burn down Paulson while he tries to TP home. Again, inching closer towards that BKB. Chuen going to be very pleased with himself for that. Going for the Hurricane Pike.
Radiant's lost their top tower.
Top tower is just gone. Tier 1. Trying to find more.
Dire's bottom tower.
Talon just going to go for the Tier 2. The defense is mounting, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Jokam just jumps in. Skewer back. They caught Jackie. They've still got the RP waiting. Jackie trying to run. Is going to be able to escape. They will find Jokam. Akashi's still alive. Does manage to pop the ultimate and will melt Emo. Aegis still stands. BKB was popped. Akashi going to be able to just walk backwards, though, and start that siege. 3 for 1. Losing out on Jokam. Finding that kill on DJ. 2 for 1. Tormentor not going to be long for this world. Akashi going to get the free hits. Has his shard up as well. And WS now will get his shard. Which is pretty nice, the Shockwave. Just a little bit more presence. There's the BKB coming out now for WS. And he still has RP. They do manage to catch Akashi, though. Aegis will fall. Can they take the follow-up fight, Talon? Arena does drop. Chuen still has the BKB, but here comes Jackie finding the backline. Ponyo not in a safe spot. Will fall. Jackie still wanting to force this fight. And it will pin Akashi down. Akashi, he has nothing. RP does connect only onto the 1. Snowballs to save from DJ. All dropping low on Talon, but they're dropping low as well on Bleed. The swap is there from Paulson to save. Chuen does get Laguna down. WS looking for the skewer kill. Will find one. Jokam stuck in the middle. Avalanche toss does manage to find Zeal, but will sacrifice for this. 2 for 3. 2 for 4 if you want to count the Aegis, but Talon still manages to bail out. Big win for Bleedo with those kills. Nullifying the Aegis, isolating Akashi. Talon just being a little bit too far out. The RP looked like it could have been good from WS, but there's a lot of pressure there. There's the Yules to save. There's DJ coming in with a snowball. Managing to grab them as well as the RP kicked off. So they're not able to maximize it on WS. Really great timing from DJ again, which is why his Tusk is such a treat to watch. But Talon, despite those losses, are still 8k ahead. They've made progress to just leave one outer tower left for Bleed. Gonna be waiting for that next Roshan 3 minutes away. Shall see. Side of Talon. I'm looking forward to this refresh in Chuan. That's the big moment for Razor, right? Like, getting the refresh up, double BKB, double static link, double Eye of the Storm, and then somehow getting free access. Big to Chuan, though. The damage! Emo! Jumping forward with Jackie as well. Not in the right spot. BKB was forced out, but Chuan lives. That was scary, but they do pop the smoke. Can they angle in? Paulson is holding mid, but that's not the target they want. Jokan will find it, toss back, take the simple kill, swap away. WS will be able to find... Oh, the arena out from Zeal. Traps them all. BKB up. This wastes the opportunity for Talon. Initiative is gone. But that's arena down. And that's BKB down on Zeal. They'll save Paulson, but they use some resources to get that done. Talon, have to be patient into that Roshan. They've got RP ready. WS needs to find a big one. Could find an angle here. Clump together. Emo jumping onto Chuan. They'll find that Razor. Chuan taking forward. Zeal with a blink forward. Isolates WS. Jokam cut off with the shards. Here though, the skewer back onto Zeal. They'll be able to trade. The swap saves from Paulson. And now Talon in the middle of a very bad fight. WS BKB TP out. Shashi forced to run away. And they'll find Ponyo as well. 3 for nothing. Bleed striking back. Good timing as well. Roshan only a minute off. But not quite close enough for them to see that timer and to secure it. Talon have to cover up these holes. That's a huge swing again for Bleed. Win probability is still 53% the way of Talon, but that's not a massive margin. That's negligible at this point. Almost. And Bleed. Fighting hard. Talon. Slipping up. You need to be so careful here. Akashi gonna pop the ult to clear out Torm. We'll get that free shard for Chuan, which honestly is not too bad. The pull is nice. Can be mildly annoying for Slark. Roche timer we'll see in about a few seconds here where it'll be. It is currently daytime. There's a good chance it'll spawn down bot if it's an early one. Maybe a full 2 minutes 50, then it's going to be potentially just switch up top. Look at this from Bleedo. Pushing into side lanes, setting up for that key objective. A minute respawn, so it's going to be down bot. Big advantage for Bleed into the next Roche. Talon going for the smoke play. This has to connect. BKB ready in WS. Arcane Rune to be found as well. Chuan going to be picking that up for himself with a bottle. They need to get this kill. Needs to be someone. Needs to be someone big like Emo. WS. Emo already running off though. Is going to go down bot. Talon gets a good read here. Jokam. They spot Emo. They get the skewer back. Emo tossed in the air, and that's the sacrifice. Roshan still 30 seconds away. No buyback for Emo to join in if the Roche fight breaks out in the next minute. Or next half minute. Bleed taking the gate across. Talon. This is a little bit of an opening for them. Can look at those tier 2s now. Last outer tower for Bleed left. Again, with the pushing pace you have with Pugna and with Troll, this does not take long. Tower's gone. Roshan. Talon actually in position to take it. They're going to try to trade tier 2 top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bleed will be able to find it, but Roshan, it's only a few seconds away. They've got the wards here on Bleed to watch this area.
Dire's fortified their buildings.
We've got DJ still hanging around the area as well. 800 gold away from that full Ags. They'll start Roche, but this is under Bleed's vision. Where's the sentries?
Looking so great.
Ponyo needs to drop the boards. We need to watch this area. Roche, though, does go fast. Does come with Roche Banner to help aid in that siege. And Bleed not keen coming in for this objective at this point. Good read from Talon. They find that pickoff on Emo and take this opportunity to take a clean Roshan. They'll find it for themselves here, no problems. The ward still stands, so value's still there. The kick is ready on DJ. This can mess up the high ground fights. This can complicate things beyond what you could imagine here for Talon. They have to be so careful. Let's see. Feels like for this, it's down to DJ. With the kicks, it's down with Zeal, getting these big arenas. And that instant lockdown on one of these heroes. Akashi, though, good read. Going straight for the Lincolns. Xuen, again, making progress onto that refresh. Still a ways off from it. WS. What's he going for? A Lincolns of his own? That it is. Excuse me. Allergies acting up. Alright. Oh, good thing I have a mute button that I remember to use sometimes. Bleed have an angle to shove in. They can keep top under pressure, force Talon back. Talon? Playing down bot. What are we looking at coming out here from the side of Bleed? Is this a site of vice for Jackie? Wouldn't mind that. Maybe the Bloodthorn. No, it should be the site then. I always forget. It's a refresh for Jackie. Alright. Double Shadow Dance, double... No BKB. Double Shadow Dance, double Depth Shroud. It's pretty big. Rather interesting pickup, but I like it. I think these invulnerability states are massive up against Talon. Jokam spotted out, looking for the swap. Not gonna find it. Quick 4-staff away. Talon with smoke. That was away from the board. Bleed heading into their triangle. Trying to bait Talon into that choke point. There's that full Lincoln's up on Akashi. Take the D ward. Smoke is revealed on Akashi. We see Zeal, but not gonna be able to jump onto him. Is that Akashi? Just a little bit of a siege. Keeping bot shoved in. Could try for the high ground. WS. Again, with these Lincolns, maybe that kickback isn't going to be as big now. You can get the spear back. Akashi being held in. Does have the ultimate if need be. Is going to have to pop it. No, the first life is gone. RP is massive from WS onto everyone to skewer back out of the Depth Shroud as well. And they will isolate. Jackie still has that second usage of all of his spells. Does get the one Shadow Dance off. They will lose DJ. Paulson's gone now. Akashi still has the ult, still has the BKB. Onto the high ground. Fortify does come in with a creep wave. Won't be able to stall for time here. But that's a refresh gone. Depth Shroud still available. Shadow Dance, a very short cooldown. But the siege does not take long here from Talon. And WS putting Talon on his back with that skewer. And the RP.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Setting up. Out of the Depth Shroud, out of that save.
Bottom barracks are down.
Bot rack set to fall. Mid to follow.
Lost their bottom racks.
No RP though on WS. This takes away a massive tool for Talon. They can play with the skewer backs with a harpoon. So they'll have to respect this from WS. Fortify going to be forced out again, stalling for time. Respawns aren't too far off. Paulson will have that swap ready. And he's back up. Jackie coming in. Trying to find one. Shadow Dance is there. Force Staff is there to save. They get the skewer back onto Zeal. Stuck in the middle. No BKB. Does drop with the gem. Toss out. Paulson's gone once more. They might be able to find Jokam, but the Yules is there to save. And they'll start ripping onto the high ground. Buy back out on Ponyo. On Paulson. Akashi. Still safe with the ultimate, but they'll show respect for that group up coming back for Bleed. Some mercy on the mid racks. Amplify damage rune ready here for Talon. Bottle going to Akashi. I'm telling.
Sense a connection between us.
A bounty which
It's that fear of team fight, right? It comes back to that. It comes back to the scaling. Where, yes, Lena can scale with damage. Yes, Slark can scale as well. To an extent, the Mars scales. But when it comes down to team fight, like, this is RP. It's like the Black Hole. It's like the Chrono. There's no easy answer for it. For Bleed, it's down to DJ and the kick. It's down to the swaps. It's down to these two supports. Repositioning these heroes. But the Lincolns is causing issues in that sense. It's hard to find that one here you can swap in. You're going to have to pop the Lincolns. You're going to have to swap in. You're going to kick afterwards. That's how you get the angle in. So it's a little bit more forgiving for Talon. But they don't need to care about any of that. Heck, even the Death Shroud, again, you can just skew her out if you land the RP anyway. Bleed, going for the smoke play. Not too much forward vision left here. You have the lane ward, but it's not giving that much info here. Jackie does reveal a little bit. A little bit with the Dark Pack. Jumping forward. Jokam, 4 staffs to save. Still has the Yules. Jackie wants this. Oh, Yules out. Jokam does not want to die with the gem, but might be forced to. Will fall. So that's a gem coming out now. Was it picked up? It was instantly picked up by the courier. Was it? It was? Holy crap. How in the hell does Jokam do that? The courier just pops in for a moment. Like, Jesus. This guy's crazy. Wouldn't even give that away. He was buying the full Lotus, and the courier was there, and he gets the pickup. Holy heck. That is nuts, Jokam. Oh my god. I mean, he's dead, sure. That's still a big kill. Not taking that away from Bleed. But they don't get their gem back. They still have a gem on WS anyway, so maybe not the most important thing in the world. I feel like this is where the magic build for Emo kind of falls flat. It's down because of these BKBs. Because of these Lincolns, even. Like, yes, you have multiple ways of popping Lincolns, but you have to be really smart in how you do that. Next Roche, 50 seconds until we see that respawn. Did anyone use the Roche banner? I think it... Okay, it must have been used, right? Yeah, okay, it was used up. Everyone grouping for the Roche down bot. Smoke from Talent on tree. They see Chuen up front. He's got the refresh. He's got the BKB. He's got his team backing him up. WS, again. Pressure is on the Magnus to find that entrance for the team. WS, smoke broken. DJ in a good spot. Blink forward. They could find Emo. Is dancing around. Does manage to grab Emo. The arena only traps Chuen. Meanwhile, Emo dragged all the way back. Refresh on Chuen. Trying to get the Static Storm to swap there. Safe. But the toss back from Jokam onto Emo. Lena left alone. Lena gone. And they're still trying to find elsewhere. Chuen not taking any damage from Jackie with a Static Link. And a fight for Bleed. It looked like a good smoke break. But they shouldn't be smoking anyhow. No smokes for you. It's bad for the lungs. And Talon punishes. I don't know where I was going with that. But Talon, a great punish out. No buyback on Emo. Great refresh reveal from Chuen. Double Static Link on that Slark means nothing. No damage. Keep the bot lane shoved in. Turn their attention onto mid. Roshan a minute away. There is time to respawn for Emo. Force them back and go into the Roshan fight. We're gonna have to repair lanes. Refresh for Akashi as well. 2 uses of the ultimate. 2 uses of BKBs. React to set fall. WS being cheeky with a blink. They will find DJ. Snowball to save. No, Yule's catching him out. Snowball to save now. Does get the kick back. All the way back onto Jokam, but DJ's gone. Buyback and DJ. Trying to find Jokam. Decrep plus Link Lotus does save. Skewer back. We'll find Paulson. That's a dead Paulson. Still in a dieback timer as well. And the top rack set to fall. Talon. Rock back in strong form. Off the back of some sick plays. Oh, RP. Only catching one, but it's the big one. Jackie gone. Does have the buyback. Arena out from Zeal, but just melts in it. Jackie trying to fight against the world. Has the Depth Shroud pop, but not doing any damage. Where's the output? What's he supposed to do up against this mess? Shadow Dance is up. They might be able to blow at Jokam, but he is saved once more by the Decrep. That's all they have. WS hunting for more. Skewer back lands on Jackie instead of Emo. And Jackie is gone. Bleed. The GG is called. And Talon will be the first upper bracket finalist for PGL Wallachia Season 1 on the Southeast Asian Qualifiers. What a back and forth bleed. They're finding their own openings. They're finding some good punishment. They slow down Akashi. They take away Chuen's big hero. Metalon come out on top. They play a sharp game. They have a really creative draft to close out with. And it's just the late game execution for Bleed was just so tough, right? You're talking about good swaps. You're talking about a good kickback from DJ. 2 Lincolns makes that feel nearly impossible. Not quite, but it's so difficult to kind of get that done. Big props to Bleed. Really strong fight. They looked amazing in Game 1. Game 2 was a little bit shaky. Game 3 looked very even and was back and forth, but Talon were making the right calls. And they play really damn well. Like, Jokam playing his heart out, WS as well. Going ham. Just getting a lot of work done. We can have an interview, I do believe. Let me ask Brando Oloan. Bram easy. Brando interview. Alright, I think I have it set up, so this should pull proper. But yeah, that was a spectacular game coming out from Talon. Very well played. And just, that was amazing to watch. I think that was just... That was a pleasure to watch from Talon and Bleed. There's some big moments from Bleed there as well. We'll see if we'll get an interview or not. But Talon do get to move on. Again, very well played. Feels like... I mean, Zeal is getting a lot done, but it's just... I don't think it's the Mars. I think it's just the scaling. Talon looked for a later timing. Emo went for, like, much more burst play instead of, like, right-click scale from the mid. You know, like, usually Gleipnir, Daedalus, I think it's a build-up for right-click on mid. You still get the Ags. But he went all in with E-Blade as well. So you missed out a lot of damage in scaling as well. We'll see. But very well played again from Talon. An outstanding game, an outstanding series. I see we've hit 50 subs. Thank you guys. I've never hit that point at all. So thank you very much. We should have an interview coming up. So let's take a look at that. And you're gonna have Inception for a little while. We're gonna have Jokam coming in. This is trippy. This is very trippy, but we should have Jokam coming in. So, should have an interview coming up. No problem, just wait for Talon to get in. Jokam! Hello! Mr. 3.
Hello.
Can you turn on your webcam for me? And we'll ask a few questions. First of all, Jokam, thank you for joining us. How are you guys feeling after that back and forth series?
Feeling good, of course.
Okay. Good to hear. What happened in Game 1? I want to hear what happened. What happened in Game 1? It looked a little bit rocky there. What went on?
I think we just a bit
sleepy.
Sleepy, yeah. Because wake up in the morning. This is always happen in our series. The first game we cannot focus. Oh my god, so many things.
Yeah, it does feel like that. We've seen that 2 days in a row, but you guys managed to bounce back well. How did you guys feel coming into this with Bleed? Right after that first game going as rough, how do you guys shake that off and go into Game 2 and reset?
We always try to go out and talk to each other and not talking so many things about the Game 1. We just forget about this and focus on the next game.
Right. Fair enough.
And we changed a bit about draft, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we did see it, and it did look really good. I'm curious going forward. You know, it seems like a lot of teams. I mean, I don't want to get into too much strat, but it feels like teams are actually allowing you guys to pick stuff like, you know, the Mars for WS or the Leshrak for Chuen. Why do you think they allow that? I mean, it feels like we've seen all of these heroes from Chuen and from WS for like 2 months now. Why do you feel like they're allowed to pick it up?
I don't know. Maybe because we play so many games, we play so many tournaments, and maybe the opponent a bit confused also about our draft or hero.
Fair enough. Now, you guys are the first team to be there in the upper bracket finals, of course. Road into the grand finals here for Wallachia. Out of the teams that you might face, which is either Geek Fam or Neon, which team would you want to face up against here for the upper bracket final?
Geek Fam maybe, because they bring the old player. Like I mean, not old, but Jinx and Meg is back. Like maybe they are pretty strong.
Yeah, I think they brought Jing back, and then they have Bob, so it's a little bit different.
Bob,
I think
is it?
so. Yeah, they have Bob. They swapped Mac for Bob right now, so it's a little bit different.
Okay.
All right, I want to get your personal opinion before I let you go. How do you feel about the sub patch? It's not big. Are you happy about it, or is it like okay?
It's okay. Not changing so many things. I think it's fine.
What hero do you want to play in the next patch? Like, what hero do you want to see buffed so you can play it again?
Do you want me to play next patch?
Mm-hmm.
I kinda want to bring up the let me check my hero. Oh, maybe a checker. I want to play a checker.
All right, we'll see. I mean, as it goes into TI, right, we tend to see that. All right, any messages from fans out there watching before I let you go, Joe Cam?
Yeah. That's
Give a shout out. Yeah, your space to say it.
Shout out to all Talons fans and my family and my friends and all my teammates.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe Cam. You guys have a good evening ahead, and we're looking forward to that next series of yours. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. That was Joe Cam for a little quick interview. And we heard him. Yeah, they want to face up against Geek Fam. We'll see who they will face up against. It is going to be Geek Fam up against Neon Esports, if I'm not completely losing my mind right now. We'll be back for that series after a bit of a short break. Thanks for tuning in. Sean Xfire here. Thank you again for letting us hit 50 subs. Hopefully you guys stick around for that next series and see what Bob can cook up for us. We'll catch you guys after a bit of a break. Alright, ladies and gents, we are back for game number 1 between Geek Fam and Neon Esports. I did swap around. And we're not going to use cam for this one. My nose is really red. I just realized watching the stream back. Thank you, Sophie, for dropping by. Thank you, Dudo, as well, for giving us 50 and 51. Well, 51, actually. Thank you all of you again for all the support. It's been fun casting. It's been fun running production. You know, it's actually fairly easy to run that production with the gift Mike gave me, so I'm really thankful for him. Shout out to Mike LaPhoenix, of course. We miss ya. Your stream deck is being used to great potential. It's actually really nice. So I do enjoy that. And it's very good. Okay, focusing on the draft. Batrider does slide true for Neon, so they do get to pick it up. Primal Beast comes out for Geek Fam. Could be our Cox Zero on the off lane. They banned out the Naga, the Shadow Demon, the Kunkka, and the Enchantress on Neon's end. Geek Fam did take care
10 seconds
of
remaining.
the Chen. Timbersaw, Leshrak, DK.
5 seconds, boss.
Next ban out here for Neon before you see the Geek Fam's last ban and to pick.
Dyer's turn to ban. Dyer's pick.
All right. Lifestealer being banned out as well by Geek, so it should be securing that for Cox. On the off lane, I like the Mirana coming out from Geek Fam. We talk about this pickup a lot. It's been popping up here and there. We've seen a lot of it in, I believe, the last Dream League. In Geek Fam, I like it. Sure, Primal Beast and Mirana in lane might not be the best, but down the line, straightforward follow-up from Pulverize. You can always snipe the range creep, prevent deny games, clear out the camp. It's a good way of playing maybe a little bit greedier in the support. Neon will go for the Mars, so they've got the Batrider Mars combination on hand here for themselves. Should be the JG Mars here. As well, with the Techies. So that's a Techies 5, perhaps. No, it's so hard to see Bombi playing anything else but the Techies. Maybe we'll see the Bombi Techies here. I do like seeing that coming out. Like, Bombi Techies is a
10
treat.
seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what Geek Fam picks back-to-back here. Should start to show more of their hand. What have Mirana picked up? Anything with stable stun honestly feels good. Lion feels nice here. Lion into Techies always feels good because you can just stop the blast off. I don't mind either way. I think you're open to a lot of options here on the side of the fam. See what they will opt for.
Dyer's pick.
We'll go for the tiny pickup. So maybe now seeing the Skem Mirana come out into the Death Prophet. There's a lot of flex here for Geek Fam. They could run the Bob DP. They could run the Bob Primal Beast mid. Lots of ways of kind of shifting things around. I will say, I honestly really like Death Prophet Tiny. I think we talked about this lane coming out before and it looked really good the last time we saw that. So, DP Tiny could be the offlane here for Cox. You run Primal Beast for Bob. Which, I'm curious what Neon will do with a Batrider now. Like, is it support? Because it's going to have to be the Bombi Techies. I mean, maybe Castaway Techies as well. But Bombi, again, he's a mean Techies player. He's a Techies player from all the way back that we have watched. Like, on his time with 498. Or was it? Yeah, 498. Gold Vietnamese stack. So yeah, let's find out. Pick for Neon out. Should lock in the position of the Batrider and show us the lanes just a little bit better here. What's it gonna be?
This is a good
Radiant's turn
opportunity
to ban.
to learn. This is a good opportunity to learn.
Dusa comes out for Neon, so should be our CDR hero. You don't have anything that instantly drains your mana here. I suppose they ban out the AM.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, you have options here on the side of the
5
fam.
seconds remaining. Dyer's turn to ban.
You have stuff that can still build the Fusel. Slark is available. Sven is a decent answer. Maybe. I think Sven is nice, actually. Yeah, Sven's decent. What else is there for Natsumi? I like Slark. I like Ursa. Ursa could be nice. Ursa laning into Mars is pretty okay. Slark laning into Mars is pretty okay. Both of these build the Fusels.
5 seconds, boss.
Sven not so, but can just outright burst down Dusa anyway with some fat crits once Daedalus is up with God Strength. See what the call is as they take their time here in Geek Fam. They will ban out the Kotl with Puck. Neon, one last core. Slark, Ursa, Sven standing out. Lifestealer was already banned by Geek Fam. Maybe even a Terrorblade. Not the biggest fan of the Terrorblade into Batrider techies. There's enough burst here. It does feel like, along with Mars.
Remaining.
Enough chain stun burst. Let's see what the call is.
Remaining.
We're taking their time with the last ban. Really digging into the reserves here. Will it be? I'm gonna really dig into reserve. They ban out the Slark. Alright. So Ursa's Sven, still options here for Geek. Neon, last pick. See what they want here. Probably your mid lane. Shift the Batrider to support. I mean, they could run Bat mid, but up against Bob, he knows the ins and outs of that. Again, Batrider versus Primal Beast is pretty okay. Feel like it's not the worst thing. We'll go to Zeus. So that should be our mid now for good old Ken. I like that. You have really good magical burst on hand. You have great scaling with Dusa and Zeus. And Geek Fam, they'll go to Faceless Void. So Natsumi Faceless Void comes out. They've got some damage in the Chrono in the form of the DP and even the Tiny Mirana. Not so much with the Primal Beast. It is going to be the Bombi Techies. We'll get Castaway on the Batrider. Rather interesting draft. I would say that I maybe... Maybe I prefer the side of Geek Fam just a little bit more. I think there's a lot of play for Geek Fam here. Really good scaling. You can get the Fusel on Faceless Void, no problem, if that's even an issue. Like, I honestly don't feel like the Fusel Disperser is too bad in Faceless Void anyway. We'll see. I'm curious how the mid matchup goes for Bob. Primal Beast versus a Zeus. It's decent. Once the Heavenly Jump is there, you're probably not going to be able to be on top of the Zeus. So I'm keen to see this. It is the Scam Mirana and Jing on the Tiny. Cox taking that DP. I will say the aggressiveness of the lanes looks a little bit better on Neon. I think it's a little bit easier to execute. You've got the pushback with Batrider that can come out here. You've got a Dusa that shouldn't be shoved away too hard, although, again, if you can be on top here with Cox, say, Tiny Tossback, it can be a little bit scary with the Spirit Siphon, so it's not the smoothest going for Chidori, which is, again, the power of the Tiny DP. Well, let's see as we do get into it. Game number 1. For Neon up against Geek Fam. Fam wanting to go into that LAN.
My apologies. You got rocks in your head.
They've been so close multiple times.
Someone's got the pre-fight jitters.
Let's see if they will get the ride up.
By my whiskers, that's good stuff.
Hang on, sorry about that. Let's see if they'll get the ride up now. Smoke out from Neon. Maybe look for a nice position here to force a fight. Their level 1 is pretty damn strong. Castaway Smoke does break. Sticky Bomb does not connect. Flame Break does, but Jing is pretty speedy with the Windlace. Not gonna be punished. They do get the block. That is spotted out, I believe, while they are taking. They should know sentries are down and blocking their camps. But this is still fairly heads up from Neon. I like this. Like, they don't find a kill. They set up to block the economy, a little bit of Geek Fam, block that recovery.
30 seconds to battle.
That's pretty nice. Some pokes onto Natsumi. Gonna be fine. It looks like we will end up with a 2-for-2. Once the issue is forced here, they've got the ward watching on Geek. You're gonna see JG.
Stick to the plan.
Sticky Bomb does not connect. Natsumi does not find it, but you are still going to go for a 2-for-2, as you did get a steal with Cox on the other side. All things considered, not too bad. Take a look at these lanes as they break out. Jing already down to very low HP. Good harassment coming in from Castaway. Of course, Jing is on that tiny tips out to Castaway. Cox is going to be his laning partner in that Death Prophet. And Castaway, again, on the Batrider, up along with Chidori on that Medusa. This lane can get a little bit scary once you've got the Spirit Siphon running and the tossbacks. But that's going to be, what, level 2, maybe level 3 timing that you're going to be looking for here on Jing. That's going to be a strong timing as well for Castaway. So, it's not going to be too bad there.
You were doing very well.
Good to go.
It's all about who does manage to find that positioning. It's maybe a little bit more aggressive here on the side of Geek Fam. Just a tad bit because of the repositioning they have. We'll see how much they can get out so far. I don't expect Chidori to be fully zoned out here. Like, even at level 1, this should be fairly safe for Deduce to just farm in. We'll see if that stays true. You have Skem dropping low and does fall to Bombi. You can't underestimate the slows. Sticky Bomb being set up by God's Rebuke with a slow. There's not much Skem can do. And this is the slower lane for Geek Fam. The Mirana faces Void is very much just sit back, farm. You're not going to be looking for any sort of play. You're just going to be clearing out the range creep with Scam. Clearing out some large camp creeps with the arrow. And that's basically it. Natsumi just tried to sustain with a time walk. And you're not going to look to trade. Like this. Techie's Mars. We've seen this multiple times before. It is a really strong lane. You don't want to have anything done with that. So just find your farm. Push the wave. And get some EXP. That's the best you can hope for. Natsumi having a fine time. Not fully zoned out. So he is still finding some CS at least. Just has to be careful about these jumps, but Time Walk is there. Last lane we haven't looked at yet is mid. Bob on that Primal Beast up against Ken on that Zeus. Bob's doing a fine job of staying in this matchup. No one denying off any water runes just yet. I will say this does, again, feel a little bit nicer for Ken. But it's not completely unplayable for Bob if you can get on top with the Onslaught Trample. He does have openings. It's just that the Heavenly Jump does cause some issues there. Bob still going for this. Doesn't have much left. One more Zapparini. One more Arc Lightning. Not going to be popped out from Ken. And Bob does pop his bottle. But the resource trade does favor Ken. Big wave coming in. Can you find it? No. Doesn't find it. Flag creep. So Bob can be a little bit behind, but no problem there. See how it shapes up elsewhere. You have that level 3 on Cox, level 2 on Jing. Not quite going for the Avalanche or the Toss just yet. Cox at 3 does go for the 2 points in Spirit Siphon. You do have that. You can just maybe need to get that Toss Avalanche ready on Jing. And then the punishment can really start to kick in. Jing does get the Toss. Again, just running up, not going to do the job there. Scam does manage to get the pull. And again, Natsumi in the 1v1 lane is pretty alright. Has a time walk to go back. And just focus on that farm. Mid lane is starting to pull ahead for Ken now. Bob. Not having the best of times. To be expected for a Primal Beast up against Zeus.
Denied. What have we here?
It's a little bit rough. Good old Bobby. They will manage to find Bombi. That's a little bit surprising. What's that? Just an arrow? Yeah, that's a sick arrow from Scam. Sorry for missing that one.
Bought their buildings a little more time.
I'm sure Alphon must be yelling at his screen and say, "Oh, watch Scam." Sorry, I didn't. Still evening out the game state here, Geek Fam.
The Dire have killed Radiant's courier.
Nice courier snipe from Jing onto Chidori's courier. Did deliver the goods, I believe, but it was heading back to grab those boots of speed.
Temporary invulnerability, Dire side.
Right there. Down mid, Bob just looking to aggress in. That's all he can really do. Try to shove the wave out. Maybe he can consider jumping some camps. Oh my god, it's actually so hot now. You know that sensation when it's wet and it's about to rain and it's hot? It's that at like... What time is it? It's 7 p.m. That's not right. 1-1. Rather even start, but the lanes are shaping up a little bit better here for Neon coming out of it. More than happy with his results for Neon, for sure. Aside of Geek Fam, not much they can do to stop that so far. Do have the gate movement across, but that is just Scam coming back. Oh no, that was an attempt for movement from Castaway. He is farming up, which is the one thing that you can do really nicely here, of course, on the Bad Rider. Clear out camps, get some early levels. You have a Dusa that's not going to be pressured. Jing is trying to snipe and punish.
Middle tower is under attack.
Not going to be able to do much, though, as punishment just yet. So you have a nice solo time there for Chidori. Leading to some good build-up onto that Dusa early on. Wondering if... Oh, the blast off does connect onto Natsumi. The spear as well. Time walk is... Oh! Thunder God's Wrath. Done. More than enough. Takes it across the map. Good read watching his teammates across. Some early activity already here for the Zeus. And good manage to get the toss back. Bob will get the haste up top. That's a pretty powerful rune for the Primal Beast. See if they manage to get that anything done with it. Well, onslaught forward. Castaway could be nice, but Ken is the bigger target. They've got the pulverize. No, the jump down. Heavenly Jump is a spell. Bob did not manage to get the pulverize off. He's going to be missing out on that. Bit of a whiff here for the side of Geek Fam. Neon more than happy. Again, solo lane coming out here for Chidori. No early tower pressure just yet. They will start to make that play with Bob rotating in. Onslaught forward. They've got the pulverize. Not going to pop it yet. The stick charge is more than enough from Chidori for now. The bombs blasting off from Bombi. And they might be able to find Bob. Blast off connects. Bob. Did he not want to pulverize there? It's a missed opportunity. Geek Fam missing out again. Side of Neon finding everything they could have asked for. Chidori's just fine. They're getting good farm and JG top. They've got this great start for Ken. And everything's kind of lining up here so far for the side of Neon. Geek Fam off to a slower start. Not the worst starts that we've seen yet. This is still recoverable for the side of Geek for sure. Not the be-all end-all just yet, but a lot of catching up to do. They do at least manage to find Castaway. Pulverize does finally fly up from Bob. And Bob will get the final right-click necessary. He secures his stacks. He finds the kill. And he is satisfied with old Bob. And he's your uncle. Perchance. Cox does have Exorcism ready, so you should expect some movements now to try and pressure onto that bot tier 1. That's the one thing we really need to see here. Just that push coming in. You want to see it happen. You need to make some space on the map. You need to relieve some pressure that Natsumi's experiencing. And connect with this Primal Beast that is pretty strong right now. We'll see. Group up top here from Neon. Bombi hanging the tree line. Already shoving in at that tier 1 tower as well.
Call it divine intervention.
And Scam is just going to soak up. So, not revealing too much. Play it safe. Get that farm going again on Neon. Playing a little bit more... Geek Fam, sorry. Playing a little bit more passive and just waiting for that build-up. Sign of Geek Fam. They are giving Cox as much room as possible here. Grow. Grow your Cox. Is going to be spotted out, though, with a rotation from Ken and Castaway. And the slows are there. The rundown to damage from Ken. Overwhelming from the Zeus. 4-2. Smoke out from Geek. Bob wants to find something. He's going for the Blade Mail. Scamp does not get connected with a sticky bomb, but the collapse is coming in. Neon will retake control of their triangle. The smoke play from Geek Fam does not connect. What are you honestly waiting for here in Geek Fam? Like, Vale is coming out in Cox. Again, level 6 ready, but he can't knock away Chidori. Chidori is 2 levels ahead at 8. Not what you want to be seeing necessarily. More like a level ahead once 7 comes in here. I think it's the connections for Scam. Like, he's not able to move around. He's level 6. He could get the value point in the Moonlight now.
Dyer's middle tower.
So they could try to play around with that, but so far, not yet. Level 6 already up on Bombi, so these smokes can be broken with some good sticky bombs, or some good prox mines. At the least, Natsumi's given some free room. It's a little slow going for Natsumi, but eventually he will catch up. He's going Maelstrom first. Maybe Mask of Madness gives you a little bit more, but if you're not expecting to fight, I suppose Maelstrom is the safer bet in clearing out camps. Bob takes a look down bot, doesn't go in. Good wards to protect here for the Dusa.
Dyer's middle tower.
Not overstepping. Blink timing is going to be key as well for Jing. If they get that initiation, this could be the way Ken. Moonlight Shadow is there. Heavenly Jump was already expended. They do manage to break that onslaught with the Lightning Bolt. And now that combination for Bob, not there. Pulverize still ready. But this siege, with a siege creep, unimpeded from Neon. Geek Fam, arrow from Scan will find the siege creep at the least, slowing that push down a little bit. Natsumi and JG just playing tag a little bit. Overall, again, just a very smooth start for Neon. Like, these timings for Jidori, this could be Manta at what, 12 minutes in? No, more like 13, 14 minutes in. Jidori's going to have his Manta up. That is pretty sick. Pretty fast. You're going to have you already have the full phylactery up on Ken. Could go for the Kai Sanj if he wants. Or into the Manta if he wants, into the Shard. Already an overwhelming amount of damage. It is walking right into Cox. Bob not able to run up. Castaway a little bit slippery too, and they've got the lasso ready on the Bat Rider here. So they'll just secure their stacks. Cox, Bob can get work on that. Looks like priority is on Bob. He'll be able to find a farm, pulverize out as well. And that's the Blade Mail that should be done. Neon with the smoke out though. Good angle to find here. Scam is a bit too slippery. No blinking JG. They will just go away. They will lose 2 creeps. That's a smoke for 2 ancient creeps. I don't know if you'd say that's worth. There's that Blade Mail for Bob. So you can start to stand at point. Would be a good game for a pipe on someone. And when you can farm that up. Veil up in Cox again. Exorcism still has not been popped. But again, all this movement across for Neon. You know, they're moving away from the one here on the map that really needs to farm, which is Natsumi. Taking the gate across. They do commit the Exo now. They're trying to go onto Chidori, but here comes the lasso onto Cox. Has more than enough healing on hand. Moonlight Shadow is up. Jing trying to break the TPs in. Chrono out, but there's the Stone Gaze from Chidori. Oh, Natsumi still ends up looking. Jing's Curry is down. Castaway still alive. The Ghost will take care of it. Here comes Bob with a Pulverize out onto Ken. Could be a massive kill if they find it. Instead, that Heavenly Jump again affecting them off. JG with unit stall. And it's a 1-for-1 so far. Can barely escaping with his life. So is Scam. The siege. Still have a little bit of time on that EXO. Quarter of the time left. Not going to be able to fully find the objective. Overall, I think you'd still be happy on Neon. 1 for 1, some activity out for Ken, and he's still alive. You'll take it. Geek fam, this lack of hard lockdown is troubling to say the least. Like, they need a blink on Jing.
It didn't even move.
Maybe Yults or Atos on Scam can help the cause a little bit here, but still a long ways off for these supports to itemize to help control. Gate usage across for Neon. Starting to eye top now. Lasso for Castaway, not too far off. Get started on that siege on the top tier 1. Geek fam.
Dire's top tower isn't looking so
Doesn't
great.
feel like they have too much play here.
Radiant's bottom
Down
tower.
mid, Ken tossed back. Will they finally find a Zeus? They will. Lasso for Castaway is ready. That's a massive streak for Skem to find. For everyone else to soak up. Smoke out now. Geek fam. Reeling it in a little bit. JG, another big kill to find. Pulverize on cooldown for now. Jing does manage to get the avalanche. Toss up is on Bob, but that's a lot of trample damage. JG speared back onto Bob. And JG should fall. One more right click. Come on, any damage. Sticky bomb disconnect. Bob is cut off. And JG will be fine.
Bounty.
So nice an opportunity there.
Take a few more of those.
They find a freebie in Ken earlier. So I suppose that's fine. What is really nice for Neon is this free space for Chidori. Manta up, Diffusal coming out next. Already have the Blade of Alacrity ready. Diffusal Disperser timing for Dusa is massive. Like, it is a lot of output. The self-dispel is huge. The slowdown as well with the inhibit on target. It's pretty painful. Why is there a blink just dropped here? JG trying to hide the blink. Holy curd. Almost lost the blink. There goes the Pulverize out. They want to find his kill. The arrow does not connect. On the wrong side. Will still find JG. Moonlight Shadow with the dust does connect. And he equalized now, Geek fam. 5-5, 1k up for Neon. A lead down from around 3k. Geek fam starting to play their game here. BKB for Cox coming out soon. Natsumi free farming this entire time. Maelstrom up, Mjolnir afterwards into the BKB. He's going to be sitting happy in this jungle up top, although there are some good forward wards here. From the side of Neon to watch. Scam does have the mech, so some sustain coming out for the team here. Smoke out. Neon again want to reveal this blink on JG. Well, I mean, reveal it in a better way. Or at least use it. And they've got Thunder God's Wrath to scout. Question is where? Nothing up top, they're walking right under their own vision, man. There's just nothing there. Natsumi's hanging on the right side of the map. Not gonna pan out for anything. Diffusal fully up on CDR though. So Chidori again, this Dusa hitting like a massive truck right now.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Side of Geek, playing that bot jungle. Eternal Shroud for Bob, not too far off, 2 parts away. You do see Ken. Excuse me, they do see Ken. Let's smoke out here, Geek.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
Trying to wrap up top. Ken already far away enough. JG could be the target here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If they find anything, Geek fam. Moonlight Shadow now as well to protect the smoke.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Bombi, not the prime target. Scam. Might find JG. The mines do give tone.
Thrilling.
No, JG's fine. Smoke not going to amount to much. They'll take the gate across. Maybe try something on that tier 2 tower. BKB up for Cox. So Cox can start to... Oh, find some openings like they do onto JG to toss back from Jing with that blink. Instant trample on top. The lasso there, though. Bob gonna be fine. Arena does break that off, but they will find JG, it looks like, in the end. Damage is there. Bob. Amplify damage still up. Bombi trying to find an opener. And they will be able to find Bob. Amplify damage does not do enough. Stone Gaze out. Natsumi needs to look away. Does have Chrono ready. Not gonna be able to gap close, though. Can they still find something with this Exo being dropped? Scam actually snipes Bombi. Did not expect that. Exo still running for a little bit more time. Half the duration. Not enough time for really push, so they will just pull back here on the side of Geek. Tsumi also didn't mention to use the Chrono. Does have the full Mjolnir to show. So he is hitting a lot harder now on that Faceless Void. And once again, Geek Fam, they drag that lead back their way, just very marginally so, but is up there. Side of Neon, only Chidori really running away the game right now. Otherwise, par for par across the comparisons, with a little bit more coming out for the Geek Fam supports. They're able to play with a little bit more there.
I'll move into position, and then I'll strike.
Let me a treat.
Hidden, even
2k lead a swing back for Neon, though. Again, showing how efficient they are on the map. What time is it we're looking at? Manta for Ken. Already has a shard. So illusions will be a problem. Don't have the best illusion clear here from Geek. Moonlight Shadow, but not going to be able to scout anything out here. Side of Neon, I mean, they're fairly loaded. This blink up on Castaway is going to cause some issues. You don't have a saving support on Geek to save you. To stop that lasso pullback. Geek Fam. Probably just waiting for this BKB on Natsumi. Once he has that, he's going to be in a pretty good spot. Start joining these team fights. Looking for that big chrono play. Smoke out from Neon. Bombi Castaway, the ganking squad. And we'll find Skem, lasso out. Blast off as well with a Prox Mine, and the ult. Ken claims that for himself. And he is Kenough. And he's great at doing stuff, this Ken. So do check him out. He's just Ken. Great movement out again from Neon.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great.
And that should be Manta. So Zeus is starting to be that big pest. Manta illusions just shove out all the waves. Not get the, I mean, the Medusa illusions. Well, real problem. They do manage to get the toss back onto JG. Does get the spear away. They need a bash. Chrono instead to come out from Natsumi just to grant them this kill. And they will. It does cost Chrono, but the pick-off is a pick-off. You're not looking at bigger fights right now for Geek. Natsumi will be more than happy to have that under his belt. What are we looking for? Bob, Eternal Shroud out. Going for the blink. Gonna be hard to kill off. We'll go straight for the Tormentor. Gonna run it down. See what lucky shard they get here. They will get it for Scam. Again, additional leap charge is nice in Mirana. The forts may be less useful, but I guess some farm that can come in here. Some farm acceleration for the Mirana can be nice. Side of Neon. About to hit Scotty on Chidori.
Top tower is under attack.
And this is scary. This Deuce is very scary. I'd like to see Scotty Disperser or Scotty, maybe Butterfly. I think either one is pretty good here for Chidori. Smoke out from Geek. See where this leads into. No blink yet and Bob. I can get the rundown. Get Jing to join in on that action. Bot lane would be nice. Pick off on Castaway, well, not the biggest for the support Batrider, is still something. Chidori's around the area as well. Moonlight Shadow. Scan does not connect. Can they find Chidori? Went back for the further farm, further camps. Instead, Avalanche will connect. It is going to be Castaway. It does have the Force Staff, but will go.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Chidori will TP out. Not the biggest kill, but that is the opening for Roshan. Mind you, there are wards watching. There's sneaky wards watching that foray into hit. So Neon is aware. The Roche will fall fast. They're going to try to pressure top tier 2 in response on Neon. Find what they can with the space given to them.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble.
See if that's going to be quick enough. Roshan set to fall. Secondary light looks like for Natsumi. They will find it. No problems here. Top lane. Do manage to TP in time. Jing with the avalanche toss back onto Ken. Pulverize on top. Zeus gone. Can they keep that chase going? Chrono is ready. Just needs to find the angle. The slows. Natsumi still chasing forward. Will BKB. But the Stone Gaze arrow will connect perfectly though from Scam and Chidori. Not safe for this world. The arena though to try and save. They're buying some space out for the Dusa. They blow up Bombi. Everyone's stuck in the middle, but Chidori still stuck. Not enough in the mana pool. Geek Fam does clean up. Good attempt from JG to save, but just not enough there. Stone Gaze as well was nice, but Natsumi confident in the Chrono, confident to just do damage and let Scam's arrow connect. Let's pay off. 7 to 12 still. Very even game so far, but with the Aegis on Geek Fam's side. They've got a safety net here. 4 minutes still up. Lasso out. Castaway wants to clear that Aegis ASAP. Time walk out though. Bob with a save. With the onslaught. With a blade mail tagging through a lot up front. Natsumi playing on dangerous edge. JG set to fall and will. Can they find Ken? All these slows on Natsumi. Making it hard to find the angle. Blast off as well on Natsumi. But the bashes come in. Disarm with a taser. Natsumi will time walk forward. And we'll find Bombi toss out onto Ken. No bashes for Natsumi. Time walk again, but we'll go backwards instead of forwards. Not that crazy on Geek Fam. 7 to 14. 3k lead being built up. And Natsumi is the man so far. Top of the worth board. BKB popped the one time. Sanj up. Probably Sanj and Yasha coming in play here. Cox with that Shiva's guard. Very slippery. Very hard to kill off Cox. Love the halberd pickup as well. Just try to render that Dusa useless. And the slow siege begins. Onto the tier 2. Save the Exo for the high ground. As it will get speared back. Pulled back onto Bob as well. Arrow does not connect. Here comes Jing with a save. Avalanche toss back. Arena right in the middle. Ken still gone. Huge blast off from Bombi. But to no avail. Bob still set to fall. Exo from Cox keeping alive in the middle of all of this. Chrono still ready on Natsumi. Can he find a big one on the sides? Looking for it. Looking for the angle. The damage onto Natsumi is too much. And he's out of mana for the Chrono. Will lose the one life. Cox set to lose a life as well. But no mana on Chidori. Natsumi. Chrono catches through. Does get the spear back. Wasting some precious time for the damage. Needs the chain bashes. Needs so much more. Needs to find Chidori to make this work. With the Chrono gone. No, doesn't find it. JG. That spear saving lives. Natsumi's still trying for the chase. Bashing up Ken instead, but the Force Staff there to save. Jing does clean up Chidori in the side while that happens. JG spearing back. Natsumi! Oh! Time walk back. Will still fall. 4 for 1! Neon, the punishment is severe. 3 for 1. Fine, with a buyback. Alright. Still works out for Neon. Big gold swing. 3.5k going their way. Geek Fam. Just a little bit overzealous going forward there.
Dire's middle tower isn't looking so great.
And they get punished. They need some more BKBs. Pulverize coming out from Bob straight onto Castaway. Can't resist. We'll find a Bad Rider. Very well calculated out from Bob. Does make that work. Jing keeping eyes out on these illusions. Just going to clear them out. And ensure the split push from Ken is not going to kick in. Ken caught out. Does manage to jump away. Great arena out from JG's. Pins down Skem. He'll find one. Jing gonna Yule to safety for now. Gonna be able to run away. Bob jumping in the middle. Lasso's committed onto him. Not durable enough for this, but the Eternal Shroud is keeping him alive for a lot longer. Still will fall. One by one they come in. Here comes Natsumi. Getting a couple of lucky bashes. BKB still ready. Spear back from JG's. Perfect though. Pinning down Natsumi. Still fine. Chrono's still ready. Is this really the point you want to Chrono? Will catch two. Going for the softer targets instead of that Dusa. Ken though doing so much damage in the back. Mana already gone from Natsumi here. Stone Gaze as well. Natsumi. He has no mana. He can't time walk. This diffusal. Ruining the Face's Void and Natsumi. Oh, there's nothing Cox can really do here. Cox might even die trying to help. No. Scan comes in with that Guardian Greaves. It's more than enough. Get the Lotus usages out. Cox dropping low. Spirit Siphons are ready. Cox still set to fall with a couple of right clicks and will. Natsumi zipping in and out of there. Gonna be fine, but they're bleeding out here on Geek Fam. Neon do lose a couple. Just feels like this matchup is not working. 2-4-4 once more. Going the way of Neon. Natsumi. Feels like he needs that Diffusal Disperser himself. I wouldn't mind it. Maybe an MKB if he feels like this butterfly is going to be coming out, which it will. On Chidori. He's going to go back for the Disperser. I don't think he needed the full Sanjiasha. I think if you went no stats, full on Glass Cannon, you might be able to just play around just looking for the Chrono. Go all in on one. And back off. Still down bot. Fight continues. Arena was expended. Might be able to find Bomb. Be charged forward from Bob. We'll find one. Can they find more? Blink away from JG. And the Techies is all they'll get here for Geek. Not going to be able to get any more. I do love these forward wards from Geek Fam. Right around the ramps. Watching a good line across on the high ground. It does allow them to punish for the defense. And Geek Fam, marginal lead. Chidori, this Deuce is growing massive. Butterfly coming in now. Now the Diffusal's not going to feel great for Natsumi. They will isolate JG, force the BKB usage out. Try to cancel off the blinks. Gonna keep finding JG. Avalanche toss. BKB does fade. Castaway blinks in on the Avalanche. Chrono onto 2. Natsumi wants to find the simple kills. Arrow will connect onto Castaway as well. He'll find a double for his trouble. It's gonna be it for now. Geek Fam. Moonlight's still up. Bobby wants to jump the back line. Has that blink. These two solutions just hit so hard. They will go in now. Exo at the ready. Fortify is still there for the side of Neon. They can put a stop to this push, and they will. Fortify out. Fortify from Geek as well to keep the creep wave alive.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
They will rip that tower apart.
Radiant's lost their bottom tower.
They open up the higher ground. Not going to be able to get the racks. Could have the opportunity for Roshan here on Geek Fam. But the respawns are coming in shortly from Neon. So there's going to be a fight on hand. See what the call is. 15 to 24. A back and forth game so far. 4K lead coming out for Geek.
Time is money.
And the side of Neon going out for the smoke play. Geek Fam as well. They know Roche is going to be the next focal point. So much pressure on Jing and Bob, it feels like, to find us. Ooh, Thunder Gods will reveal that position. They saw it. They saw the strike so close. Smoke breaks on Natsumi. Bob not able to get pulverized off. Does get speared up. Can they come in, force this fight? Arena forced out only onto Bob. The break is there. Bob still a little bit tanky up front. Is slowly starting to melt in the backline though. They will find the supports. Lasso out onto Natsumi while the BKB runs. But they will find Castaway. Castaway for Bob so far. Can they find more? Cox. No Exo. Moonlight Shadow to back off. BKBs were expended. Chrono in 15. Bombi does fall. Jing with a snipe. Oh! Natsumi poking in and out. Trying to dissuade him. Good push back from Jing with a Psychic Headband. But will still get Chip away here. They'll try to clean up. Yule's to stall for a time. They've got the Chrono back up. They've got the damage for Ken. They might have the damage for Chidori now as well with the defusal. But the missed chances. The spear keeps Chidori alive. They've got the silence off. No mana. No snake. And this is it. Chidori finally falls. Full team wipe. Geek Fam on top. No buyback. With a butterfly being picked up
top tower is in trouble.
for Chidori. And now Exo coming off cooldown. Geek Fam gonna be able to start ripping into the high ground. Neon. They blew everything in that last fight. Again, no buyback. That's at least a set of racks here. And it will be. Tier 2 still stand to protect, but the rest of Geek are trying to clear that out. And they will. Slow going with the supports. Wind Waker coming out for Jing is going to be a massive tool to save. Back onto the high ground. Fortify is available for Neon. Try to stall this one out. Jing, force staffing all the way back. Bob, charging forward, just clearing out the creep wave, enabling that access point for that mid. Without the fort, this one's set to go. Neon. It looked good. It felt like the Thunder Gods Wrath should have given that info on that smoke from Geek, but it is hard to read. Especially if it overlaps with some vision from the creeps. Which it might have done. 2 sets of racks for Neon, for Geek Fam. 14k lead. They'll be able to go on the retreat now. Considered a Roshan, a nighttime Rosh in their advantage. Natsumi clearing out that creep wave top. Does have the full Scotty out. Nothing like the MKB to hit the Dusa though. Again, maybe not an issue when you've got the Mjolnir. A little bit of that Pierce. Get started on the Rosh. Rosh number 2. With the Aegis and the Cheese. They still have their tier 1 top. At 36 minutes in, still. Jing. Trying to scout. Moonlight Shadow does save, but Wind Waker is there to drag him out. Spear back does connect. JG trying to isolate Bob. Jing still manages to get a good avalanche off. Pulverize onto Ken. They'll blow up Jing. They're going to lose Ken. Lasso back from Castaway. Does not do enough. Castaway's gone. The gaze. Oh, great chrono out from Natsumi to trap them. There's no HP left on this Dusa. No buyback still on Chidori. Buyback from the 2. Castaway TP'd up. Is going to be a dieback if they can connect, and the Onslaught should. The GG is called.
3 down.
Neon understands what's going to happen here. No point dragging this one out. And Geek Fam will take a very hard-fought game number 1. Very well played to Geek. Holding out, finding that timing for themselves here. And the side of Neon put up a great fight. No, they had a really good start coming out there for Chidori. Ken had a fantastic mid lane. Bob could not do enough. And you can see again that early game for Neon. They had a really good early lead from around 12 minutes up until maybe around 22. Right? And then Geek Fam suddenly get online. They start to hit these item spikes. Bob is very durable up front. Jing with a blink really makes all the difference there, it does feel like. We'll see if Neon can bounce back, but very well played again, coming out here from the side of Neon Esports. from the side of Geek Fam, Neon, they put up a good fight. They were getting some really good farm out in Castaway in particular as a support Batrider, just not enough. The execution and overall the teamfight threat coming out there from Geek Fam to scale up is massive, so they play to their advantage there. We'll see what Neon will come back with. Upper bracket, of course, want to make it into those upper bracket finals, face up against Talon, and see if they can pull and force a game 3 here up against Geek Fam. We'll catch you guys after a short break. Alright everyone, we're back here for game number 2 of Geek Fam up against Neon. Geek Fam managing to take that game 1 in spicy action at the end, managing to convincingly close out that game. See what they can do here in game number 2 for the side of Neon. Try to rally, see if they can force a game 3 out. Do open up with the Leshrac on Geek. Manage to ban out the Chen and the Termsaw as well, and take care of the Shadow Demon. Neon straight into the Templar Assassin that we know Ken is prolific on, and Chidori can play as well. But I have a feeling this is Ken straight up. They want the Leshrac versus TA lane, which is not that bad.
5 seconds.
You feel like that is a workable lane for TA, not too bad. Ban out the DK, Naga, Lifestealer, and Batrider as well on Neon. What's going to be the bans? Rubik taken out by Geek Fam. Neon Esports, what will you take out now? With Lush, I like seeing Pugna coming out here.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds, boss.
I think a Pugna does a lot of work, so if a Pugna ban comes in, I feel like that combination Lush has been popping off a lot. If not, something like Lion. Very Jing Tiny did a lot of work. I don't know if you want to respect ban that on Neon. We shall see.
Dire's choice. Radiant's choice.
Into the Hoodwink they go for Neon. After banning out the Morphling.
Radiant's pick.
You get the Tiny out, as we mentioned. The Jing Tiny has been really strong. We'll go back to the DP. Why not? That lane worked out last time. You've got a very solid combination coming out once more.
Ten seconds remaining.
I don't fault the fam for falling back to that. I think it's
remaining.
really successful. It does a lot. Holy, it's Lane St. Clair. Alphon. I'm really late in checking.
Dire's pick.
We'll go with Mars here for Neon. So you end up with a Mars Hoodwink lane, which is pretty solid. We don't mind that at all.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
What's the next follow-up pick, though? Like, again, you're either running... You're probably running the Ken Templar Assassin. They're giving Chidori something else, maybe more tempo on the safe lane. Feels like you don't want 2 scaling cores from mid and safe. I think that's just really stalled out timing. Something that Geek Fam can crush very fast. Like just having DP Lush alone can rip apart these objectives so damn quick.
Radiant's choice.
Go to Disruptor first on Neon, so not revealing much. Get their support duo out. I like the support duo of Hoodwink Disruptor. There's a lot to play with here. Glimpse back into Static Storm is always strong. BKBs are gonna have to come out here from the side of Geek Fam.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they'll pick up. Should be our Schem hero coming up next.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Go with the Terrorblade on Geek. This should not be flexed in... Well, actually, this can be flexed into support by Schem. But Terrorblade into Mars is alright. In lane, it's fine. There's a lot of damage there with a Hoodwink.
10 seconds left.
I think you go Gyrocopter. Close this out with Gyrocopter. Go support Terrorblade for Geek Fam. I think that's the way to go. We'll see what the option is here. See what Neon will... Well, Geek Fam will ban out. Probably looking at safe and mid laners. Probably safe laners, actually, for Chidori. What are you not willing to play up against? There's Slark.
Dyer's ban.
There's Luna, which they do ban out.
Seconds remaining.
What's it going to be here? Ban out for Neon. Maybe considering if the Terrorblade support, because I do feel like that fits in. Yeah, they get a good read. They ban out the troll. Instead, I think Gyrocopter, though. Gyrocopter's not a hero you can allow here. Scam Natsumi Gyro with a Terrorblade sounds really scary.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds, boss.
It's gotta be the Gyro ban. And Gyro Terrorblade is just so good. If not, what else? Sven counteraction to TA is big. Like, I like that. You have the War Cry. It's fairly annoying. Take care of the Deuce instead. I'm sure you don't have a natural diffusal carrier, I suppose.
Radiant's pick.
Take care of the Bloodseeker on Geek Fam's end. I'm gonna have to show their hand first.
Dyer's choice.
Go to Nature's Prophet. Is it Natsumi Nature's Prophet? No, surely it's... Huh, it could be Scam NP, it could be Natsumi NP. I think Scam NP makes more sense into the Terrorblade for Natsumi. But Natsumi NP also makes sense. Because he knows how to play that pause 1.
10 seconds left.
It's pretty open. I would say scaling with Terrorblade is a lot better though, so... Probably the safest bet to go Terrorblade here. Neon looking for that safe lane for Chidori. And they'll take the Gyrocopter on Neon. That's a Chidori Gyro, a Ken TA. Yeah, Ken down mid, JG and Mars. Once more, JG was doing a ton of work there. Gonna be interesting to see this one break out. Well, let's see. It is the Scam NP, and Scam does know how to play this NP in and out. I do like Geek Fam's draft, I will say. I think this push tempo with Leshrak, NP, and Death Prophet is pretty scary. We got a decent lane for Natsumi, maybe not the best. Into the Mars. So, it's a little bit slower. It's a little bit slower from Neon. I'm not sure about this double core. I'm really not sure about this double core. Like, you can end up just farming in Gyrocopter and TA, so you're stuck with the Mars Hoodwink Disruptor trying to make plays and trying to stop the push, which Geek Fam again will have in spades. I love that set in Natsumi. That's a good outfit on the Terrorblade with your Arcana. That looks cool. Pretty nice. I'm wondering what they're gonna do here. I don't know, I really like the Geek draft. I think Neon can fall a little bit short. But we'll see. They need to force a game tree out of this one. Going to game number 2 now. Let's see if the side of Geek Fam can close this out. Headset. Alphon, what are you doing? Fix your headsets. Fix your headset. Alphon. Ano yan? Okay. Let's see. 1 camera down, 2. Okay. It's a wait. We've got to restart. Okay. Look at this.
I saw that ending from
Look at this.
miles away. They'll never find your grave.
I'm getting dizzy. Woo! Going in and out. Woo!
They're trying to kill me.
Woo! You're all gonna get dizzy with me. Woo! This is like a roller coaster. Oh, I would ride a roller coaster like this. Would probably kill you. Oh yeah, that's a lot of G-forces. Oh yeah. You want to see him? I trust. Shout out to our admin, Kensai. Right, a little bit of a pause.
My apologies. My apologies.
Let's see what they get done here. If this reconnect ever comes out from Cox. Cox with the headset issues. Wow, I don't know why the zoom's so close. Why does Dota let me zoom in this close? I feel dizzy. I don't remember the game being that close. Is it more like this? This is too far. This is dinner time. I did have a bagel. My mom brought back a bagel a while ago. Cut it up for us to share. So I had I believe a sesame bagel and a plain bagel. I love the plain. Don't think the sesame too much. This came from, if you're from Davao, it's from a place called Grateful Bread. It was nice. They're right beside Asian Cow. Do love bagels. Alphon. Can you fix this yet? Please. I'm losing my mind. We'll see. We'll see. Taking the roller coaster across the map. You ever wonder why the ancients are so close to each other? You reckon if they're at an eternal war, these guys would be further apart? Right? Not within, I don't know, what real units is this? Maybe a kilometer at most. Yeah, this is definitely no longer than a kilometer big battlefield across the diagonal. So I'm guessing this is what? That's a kilometer across. This should be what? I don't know. I don't do math. Had a nice bagel. I didn't eat more pancit malabon. It was pretty full. It's too heavy at this time. So I had a piece of a bagel. Pieces of 2 bagels.
My apologies.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
你上你上。Hello 队友呢 ？Hello。
I play Alphon at Lane St. Clair. At Lane St. Clair, this is your fault. Hey, what's there to talk about? My brain's kind of melting. I think we're having leftovers tomorrow. There's a lot of pancit malabon. God, I want some more. Kumagat na ng panang pork chop. Wooden PC. Penalty for Alphon. I'm glad. Thank you, Kansai, for letting me get away with this sometimes. Asking for how many minutes? See if we'll get the go-ahead. We're past the time. Can we use your pause time, Mars? Castaway, are we giving pause time? No. As you should, Castaway, don't. That's happening. Kumagat pa ng pork chop si Cox. Sinabihan ko na nga, kumain ka na!
Wait.
Nag-agawa ng pork chop. Alphon chop. Alphon sees that. Go and ready. What? But he's not back. There you go. Okay. Thank God. We are in to the game. You guys are gonna get really dizzy watching that. Whee! Neon smoke out. How in the hell did they get the wards out? Was that just scam? Yeah, teleportation scam dropped the early wards. But the smoke does conceal Neon's wards. See if they'll make use of this really scary forward vision. This is next level stuff from scam. Sneaky. Oh, I have to turn off my lights. I am getting blind, guys. These lights are bright.
"30 seconds till go time."
Alright. Nothing too exciting yet. Level 1. Oddsy's a little bit better in Geek Fam. If they find a right angle. Doesn't look like they will. Both sides will play cautiously into this rune fight. Maybe punishment onto Chidori. This would be big, but the war does spot them walking up here. Chidori's still hanging around. Running away, and it's going to be a 1-for-1? 3-for-1. No, 1-for-1. 2-for-1. 2-for-2. What am I saying? 2-for-2 on the bounty rune trade. We do have Cox again with a DP, and Jing on that tiny, having a nice camping spot, looking for anyone to walk by. Instead, probably just clear out the creep wave. Clear out the range creep. Very level-headed of them. So the wave will just shove in. That's exactly what you want to start off there. And again, we've seen this land before. We've seen it multiple times. Level 2, level 3 is the big spike with the Spirit Siphon at 2. With a toss back. Really easy to run down Chidori. See how that works out here. Of course, Castaway has some good punishment once he has the glimpse. And Thunder Strike is really good to trade early on. It's a ton of damage out. But it is very costly on the mana, so Cox should be fine for a few levels. Maybe level 3 is also a good spike here for the side of Neon if they do manage to get a good position from Castaway. Going for a 1-1-1. Bob will find first blood on Ken this early? That is not what you expect. What the hell? Ken went level 1 Sideblades? I feel like you've got to go try to meld down Bob and pull back. Or refraction. It does have refraction now, so the lane should stabilize at this point. But that's not what you expect. That's a big boon for Bobby. Bottle already up. Going to be feeling great. Of course, Bob is also a prolific TA player, so he should know the ins and outs of this matchup. Should know how to make it fall short. Still taking a look down bot. Do have JG on that Mars along with Bombi on the Hoodwink up against Natsumi on that Terrorblade. And Skem on that NP. And this lane is fairly aggressive. Again, you've got good right-click damage coming out here from Skem. You've got the Reflection, which was nerfed, but is still pretty damn strong. And Metamorphosis can ruin your day. Bombi just going for the pulse. Just trying to get some EXP out. Up top, a little bit of trades as well. Flat Cannon can make it pretty annoying for Cox. Level 2 up, so I'm just going to have to wait for level 3. Skem does clear out JG while that happens. Again, oh, Blood Grenade. Oh god, Skem. That's crazy. Hey, I see you guys talking about Pug Bagels. That does not sound right, guys. Come on. Good start for Geek Fam, already 2-0. Skem doing God's work so far. And this is the power of nature's prophet, right? You teleportation in, you have a lot of right-click damage. I believe, does that interact with Blood Grenade? No, just 50 damage, 15 damage. Okay, I thought it was based on your attack damage. And Skem is doing a fantastic job so far. And Natsumi is kind of free riding all the lanes for Geek Fam, looking smooth here. Cox starting to drop low up top. We go for the Avalanche this time for Jing instead of the tossback. Again, there is that threat of the glimpse back in the Rocket Barrage. It's fairly strong coming out there from Chidori. Courier, Jing, can you snipe it? No, the Thunder Strike. Can you snipe the Courier again? Yes! Does deliver the goods, but it's fine. Cox, Spirit Siphoning up. They get the Avalanche as well. Toss up. Skem, TP's into the back. Blocks Castaway for a little bit. It does get glimpse back, which on C is pretty fine. Free ticket for Skem. Come in, throw the trees, go back.
Dire's fortified their buildings.
Missing top.
Bloody bounty.
And again, every lane looking good here for the side of Geek Fam. Natsumi having free time. Cox doing pretty well. Bob crushing this matchup up against Ken. Speaking of, Diabolic Edict is up, and Ken just getting run down. Jesus, Bob.
Dire's middle tower is
That's true, Ken. That's why I was like, okay, you open with Lush, then you go with TA to counteract it mid. Then you lose first blood like that. It's not what you want to see here. For the side of Neon 4-0, and we're talking about this with TA and the Gyrocopter. You're going to be falling back and farming. The only core that might be able to play is JG. I don't know if he has enough damage with his supports to kind of play. Theoretically, they do. You hit level 6 with Sharpshooter and Static Storm. It's fine. But they're going to have to stall for 2 cores rather than just 1. Bombi just going to TP away. Perfectly fine. Bailing out. Jing spotting out Ken. Teleportation. Skem finds it. No tree, but they will toss back into Jing, into Bob. And Bob finds another 3-0 on this Lesh, allowed to shove in onto mid. This is not good for Neon. And there is no play there. Funny enough, I see that chat again. This is 6 minutes delayed. Flopsy Topsy, Ruby. There is a village called Ruby Village here. It's Ruby Subdivision, so there is that. Let's see it again. A 5-0 start. Geek Fam doing fantastic well. Every lane lining up. Chidori is starting to find a little bit more in comparison to Cox, but this is a Gyrocopter with Flat Cannon. He should be finding more than Cox. Bob, Arcane Rune up. Guess what? It's time to push. Onto the mid-tier 1. Not going to take long with the Diabolic Edict and Arcane Rune. And this is just gone. No defense. Avalanche out. We'll toss Castaway back as well. Scam lining up to ensure, and Castaway will fall. Scam will find it this time around. And the tower is gone. Bombi can't defend. Everything falling apart for Neon. And with this rough of start for Ken, he's going to be jungling. There's nothing Ken can contribute. He's level 4. He doesn't even have the traps to scout for smokes. Natsumi, level 5 unterribly. Level 4 for JG. Reflection at level 2. 2-1-2 build for Natsumi. Getting ready to run down. Bob's back again. Diabolic Edict to burn down this objective. Fortify forced out. Doesn't really matter. Spear connects onto the illusion. JG can't stop this. Maybe a bushwhack? No. Nice tree cut from Natsumi to break off the bushwhack. Just like that, 2 towers gone. We talked about this in the draft. The overwhelming push for Geek Fam is clean. It's very, very strong. And the side of a Geek Fam, 4K lead at 7 minutes in. This is...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is a disaster for Neon. Again, you're going to be sitting back and farming Ken. You're going to be sitting back and farming on CDR. Well, he's going to be dying in that case, but you've got to farm now. Exorcism out. Here goes another fast push. Look at this neat party trick. Tower doesn't last long here. Already all tier 1's gone at 8 minutes. Maybe 8.5. This is not how it should go for Neon. They drag in Bombi. Cox giving chase. Cox getting caught. Cox still looking for more. Cox will find it. Jing steals it from Cox. And Jing apologizes. This is why Jing was removed. Stealing Cox kills. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. JG gets found by Natsumi. How does that happen? Oh, it's a level 5. Okay, yeah, that happens. Tower, Castaway denies it. Cox misses out. What happened? Not animation canceling hard enough, Cox. 9-0. F10K, get them out. F10K who? F10K? Who will it be? I wonder. 9-0 at 9 minutes in. I wonder who F10K will be. What is going to happen? Smoke out. Bob just going to clear out. Jing. Does he have his blink flying out? This is insane timing. No. Okay. No blink yet. That would have been a little bit too crazy. 5K lead. 9-0. 9.5 minutes in. And the side of Geek Fam crushing this game so far. Neon. Not able to do much. Just farm. Sit back. Share this farm. Between the Gyrocopter and the TA. It's just a little bit too greedy. Like, even if Ken gets the blink, I don't know if the TA blink timing is going to line up too well here. Side of Geek Fam, keeping top shoved in. Good forward wards to scout the farming. Exo coming off in a short time. They find Chidori. They've got the toss back. They find Chidori. And Chidori with a call down trying to stall for time. Spirit Siphon's there. Cox giving the suck. Cox kills. 10-1. Oh, not 10-0. Oh, Jing. Alam na. Alam na, Jing. Oh, Bob. Alam na to, Bob. 10-2. Neon. They've multiplied their kills by 200% in the last minute. Oh, Cox. Unplay tag with JG. 2-level advantage still standing, but Static Storm is ready on Castaway. Not going to be able to find it. Good D wards coming out. The knife from Cox, though. Very heads up. Tip out. That was very heads up there. But yeah, 10-2. Geek Fam still in a really good spot despite getting those kills back. And out of 1,000 gold off of 2 kills for Neon, despite losing their carry. So you know what? You're happy about that, Neon. Natsumi having all the free farm in the world. Dragonlance coming up already. Should just go for probably the Manta next. Maybe you stop at Yasha and go for a bigger item. Lots of big stacks to give old Bobby. Straight for the BKB after the Kai. I like that. Just doesn't want to be controlled up. Wants some free reign in these team fights. Besides, most of the early damage is actually on, like, say, Call Down. It's on Rocket Barrage. It's on the Spear. God's Rebuke. It's on Static Storm, so don't have to worry about all of that. They do get the glimpse back onto Scam with a Static Storm. Split Earth is not going to connect, and it'll find another pickoff. 10 to treat. Nice cleanup there coming out from Neon. Good punishment coming out there. And the side of Geek. Oh, they're taking their time. I mean, I'm memeing around a little bit, but they do need some items to come in. These BKBs, again, will secure an easier game. Regen Rune denied off by Ken. Blink for Jing, not too far away. And then we can start playing the dunk games. JG, a little bit chased down. Spear does connect. They will find Bombi instead. Does have the sharpshooter. Damage onto Scam is nice. And Bombi will be able to TP. They don't have stuns. So, there is that. Courier was not sniped either. Down mid. Pinks are coming in. Could make a move onto Jing, but all Jing's doing is really just camping, getting farm. And this is so much space for Natsumi. Free to use the illusions, keeping bot shoved in, and getting his own farm in the jungle. Yasha coming out. I don't think the Mantis is a bad choice. Smoke out from Neon. They've got that blink on Ken, so they can gap close a little bit better here with the TA. He knows that he needs to play tempo for his team to buy space for the Gyrocopter investment. See if they manage to catch. Cox is going to be the one they spot down bot. It's not an easy target to go for. Or can it be? Looks like Cox will be the call. Static Storm out as well. Bushback does not connect, but they've thrown everything out and Cox is gone. Mass TP is coming in. Natsumi wants to be able to find something. Glimpse back though onto Natsumi, and I guess that's fine. He's just going to go back farming. Nothing lost there. Jing. Still no blink. Doesn't want to die like this. Is being jumped. The arena does connect and the spear is out as well. Geek Fam coming in one by one. The punishment is there. Scam getting glimpsed back again. Is going to be gone as well. So that's actually the blink of JG. And Neon keep themselves in this game. The side of Geek Fam streaming in a little bit too much. One by one. Punishment is so big. Get the silence off. The call down is there from Chidori trying to do damage in front. Bob is melting. Bob's still alive. Does manage to find that kill, but Ken will clean up. Hawks now onto Ken. No refraction. Has the melt. Wants to deny. Not going to find it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2 for 1. 12 to 7. Castaway will TP home. Some sweet revenge for Cox. As they lose Bob, but they find a little bit more. Can be able to find the stacks here for Cox as well. The full plate mail is up into that Shiva's guard. So more armor for him. Scam. What's he working on? Is it going to be the Gleipnir? Looks like it should be something along those lines. Oh no, it's just power treads? Okay. Going for the power treads. Looking for the split push MP perhaps. Jing has the blink up. So now you have your angles to open up these fights here on the side of Geek Fam. 12 to 7, 4K lead. Neon still looking to get aggressive. JG has the arena. JG has that blink, along with Ken. Connections are there. Amplify damage as well for Ken. Lining up on mid, but the side of Geek playing it safe. They are smoked up with Jing and Bob on the opposite side. Looking for the flank. Looking for the big chorus to punish. Good forward ward here from Jing. This is a very sneaky spot that's hard to take care of. Might find JG. Blink forward. Avalanche is there. Toss back is perfect. And Bob... not going to find a follow-up control. He will. Killing spree going the way of Bob. Accelerating that BKB time that he's looking for. Geek Fam bring themselves back in control.
The Radiant have bought their buildings a little more time. Dire's top tower isn't looking so great.
Top lane going to be shoved in by Natsumi. Again, all the space in the world given out for that.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great. Dire's top tower is in trouble.
They're going to be able to find it. No contest. Again, the pushing phase of Geek Fam is just through the roof. You've got Lesh, you've got DP, NP.
Whoops.
You've got Cox. Like, everything's there. We're the side of Geek Fam. Neon, 13-7, 5k deficit. Dragonlance up on Ken. Chidori is still working onto the Ags. Did go BKB first, which I respect. Just tried to take some of that bite away from Bob. And they are doing well. Again, Geek Fam, apologies about that. My consciousness is fading in and out. Smoke out from Geek. A bigger smoke out from Neon. See who finds that angle. Again, JG, pressure to get that blink initiation with the Arena. Tier 1 is there to protect JG. Instantly found by Jing. Arena's not great. The lift back is there. They don't manage to get the spear. Call down coming in from Chidori with a BKB reveal. They manage to trap Cox in the side in that static storm. But Chidori didn't find Jing yet. Will find Jing in the end, but does die. And the rest of Neon trapped up. Could not follow through. The static storm doesn't do enough. And Ken, poor Ken, is just gone. Bob finds 2. Didn't even have to pop the BKB. Skem will fall to Bombi, but Natsumi is on the chase. Can they find this little pesky squirrel? Bombi? We'll have the bushwhack up. Lots of trees to play with here. We'll find it. Bobby, still looking. Bombi, still there. Oh, Bob finds it. Yep. Bob will take it. 16-9. Geek Fam rallying again. Looking good. That angle, we talked about it as JG was coming up. That Arena needed to connect. Arena flies out. Instant response from Jing with the avalanche toss out. Or was it just the toss? Preventing JG from looking for the spear. And even with the call down coming in, it's just not enough. They get split off. The static storm isolated onto Cox. Cox already got the Spirit Siphon off, so he's not dead. Avalanche toss again onto Ken. He's just Ken, and this should be Kenough. Does manage to bail out. No stuns left. Good read from Ken.
Thanks a lot.
Side of Geek Fam, 7k up. And this gyrocopter needs the Ags. After the Ags, gonna need more. Natsumi stuck in the middle of everything. Static Storm committed. Doesn't have a way of sundering. Natsumi caught out. Really good ward from Neon to spot that opportunity right by where the tier 1 is. No one ever rewards there. Still avalanche toss out from Jing. Finds Ken. Can Bob take care of this? The damage from Ken is skyrocketing. It's not enough to glimpse back. Though Bob will still fall after popping the BKB. Cox still manages to clean up Castaway. Speared up, but this DP is just too tanky. 2 for 2. A pretty decent win for Neon, all things considered. 9k gold win coming out their way. I'm pretty sure it just didn't calculate what Geek Fam found when they killed off Ken. Still, not too bad, not too shabby at all. (18-11). Neon staying in the game somewhat. Getting that room out for Chidori. Having this angle out for JG. Looking for that BKB. Does have the BKB now. Big items coming out for that Mars. The spell immunity, the debuff immunity is going to be massive here. Alright. Haste Rune being picked up by Jing. See if they can keep this momentum. Jing has been doing a ton of work with his tiny. All these tossbacks have been ruining that angle of Neon. Natsumi looking for his own BKB now. Should be able to find it. Looks like... yeah, he's going to go uncontested. Just going to wait for that. So a little bit of time to regroup and rearm. Bloodstone for Bob not too far off. He's going to be really hard to kill off in the front with that lifesteal on hand. Scam has the urn. Could look for the Spirit Vessel. I'm not sure if it's fully necessary here. We'll go instead for the Exo into Roshan. Geek Fam, first Rosh of the game. Should be able to find it. Neon did get the scan. They could try. JG could look for that Blink Arena. Natsumi's not even joining up for this, so it's not that fast for Rosh, even with the Exo. Here comes the group up. JG This could be the play. This could be the opening. And the smoke does pop. JG does come in with the arena, but the BKBs fly on. Trying to find that Aegis. Static Storm will connect onto Cox. Bob, they're going to give this Aegis away. No, the bash from Roshan. Where is it? Bob, did you pick it up? No, JG got it. Bob! Couldn't find it. The loose gem. Neon. JG loses it ASAP, but it doesn't matter. Take it away from Geek Fam. What the hell was that? Jing? You're insane. Blink. Oh my god. Well, that was pretty greedy. Pretty greedy. That's a huge swing. 2.8k net worth going the way of Neon now. Jing. Is he really trying to set up 2v5 here? He's not Sumi, but I don't know if that's enough. What a great angle coming out there. For the side of Neon. Bombi, it just gets the TP. Someone's got to get something like a Eul's or Gleipnir here. Surely. Or a Side of Vice. And I'm like, okay, Jing's going for the Eul's. To be fair. That is such a blunder. That actually keeps Neon in the game. Look at this network graph. Now, Ken's above the two other cores. Chidori's, what? Within 1%? 0.5% maybe? Fairly close. 1% probably, actually. They caught up. Neon. Equalize. There's the Deso timing now. On Ken. Just go looking for that backline burst. It's gonna absolutely melt some like Scam. Maybe not so much Cox. But melt plus Deso is gonna be huge. Take away a lot of that durability. Smoke out now. Neon. They've got Arena back up. They could find Scam. Not necessarily the target you want here. Scam. Gonna back off to the other side. Does see the bushwhack. Will teleportation away. And they will smoke on the mid lane instead. This could be big. It could be Ken. He's not just Ken. Oh, Chidori shows up as well. This is bigger. Tossed back. They've got the damage. BKB popped by Chidori, but he's just gone.
Your desolation and the world.
Deleted by Bob. BKB does you no favors. Glimpse back onto Jing with a Static Storm. But this is just a tiny support. Is this worth it? Arena out from JG does not connect. BKBs are popped on. We'll find out hit and run. A pause 4 for a pause 1. So lose JG on top with Scam blasting away.
Middle tower is
Got the Bloodstone on Bob now. And that siege onto the tier 2. Slowly but surely coming in. Now, starting to get some damage in. Glimpse back onto Cox, but he's very durable. He still has that BKB as well. 20 to 15. Geek Fam will go back and reset. What's Bob gonna go for next? Going for the blink. Love that. Some follow-through aggression. Invis out in Jing. Avalanche does connect. Ken tossed back. Is gone. Going greedy for that. Castaway now. Gets the glimpse back onto Jing. Cox. Just gonna go for the siege. They still have Exo. Not gonna need to pop it. Backdoor is true. Jing still manages to find a blink out. Bombi isolated. Silent stop. Chased down. Jing will find it with the tree troll. And mid tier 2 is gone. Geek Fam. Cleaning up here. Castaway. And they do spot with a trap. Silences out. Jing cannot gap close. Instead, JG is the one to find us. Jing still gets a toss, but he's alone and he's gone. Ob's ward gone as well. Geek Fam, a little bit hasty for Jing. And Neon, again, finding what scraps they can, keeping themselves in the game, getting the scaling going. Ags for CDR, only about 400 gold off. So he's gonna have some play once that's up. Hurricane Fight for Ken as well. Some protection coming out here. Bob, blink, 200 gold off. So this flash can be right in front of the action soon. Amplify damage rune as well. Can he make this play top? Castaway ready with a glimpse back. JG ready with a rear angle for the Arena Spear, and they'll find it. Static Storm as well. That's a lot of commitment for the support. Scam will fall. Could have been a little bit worse. Scam now trying to farm up for the Ags. Global Root is going to be annoying.
Radiant's top tower is
But
in trouble.
Natsumi looks like going for the Scotty. There's the Ags up for a Gyrocopter Chidori. The side gunner at hand. No lifesteal to kind of feed off of that just yet.
Radiant's top tower is gone. That went well.
Oh. Trying to catch, don't manage to. They do get the toss back, but it's a little bit of a mess right now. Here comes Bob with the Bloodstone. Gets the BKB off, and Castaway should fall. Ken? Still stuck up here. Blinks are a little bit late. Bob does manage to blink away. BKB is down. Find a hit and run only onto Castaway. Jing ready with that blink. These traps, man, giving so much vision out. Scam. Scouting forward. Oh, the avalanche toss, the vision. Silence does cut Jing off. Chidori, the BKB Natsumi with a BKB as well, but it is starting to drop low. Bob, Bloodstone is there. Gets the Sunder off. Bob still dropping low. The chase is on. The damage is there from JG. Natsumi doesn't really have output. Really not much to speak of. Cox didn't pop Exo this entire fight, just dies. And Arena traps Natsumi. No Sunder. No damage. What the hell is happening? 4-0? Geek fam? Hello?
Finally, some decent help around here.
That is not exactly how I expect that to go.
Radiant's middle towers are looking so great.
Scam to go down as well. That's going to make it a full team wipe if Bombi manages to seal the deal. Looks like he should be able to. Yeah, gets a lucky proc and a shot. That's the full team wipe. No, there's no ward there, Scam. No ward. He just outplayed you. Okay. Game is equalized, and now Geek Fam, they lack damage. There's no damage on Natsumi. He is hitting for literally 0 damage. He gets blocked by Arena. No damage. He gets blocked by Bulwark. No damage. Like, this is a pretty... This is something we've seen with Terrorblade games, alright? Into Mars. Like, down the line. This is something you have to think about. Natsumi's career is gone now as well. And Geek Fam has to play with his pickoff. Jing has to find these openings. They do manage to get the avalanche toss up onto the big one. That is Chidori. Do they have the damage? BKB's being popped on. Can they melt Chidori in that BKB? It looks like they can. Backline Scam trying to melt. They do get the static storm off with Castaway, but should fall. Look at the damage coming out there from Ken. Still not enough onto Cox. Scam will fall in the backline, but that's a 2-for-1. That's a 2-for. Bombi does get reflected up, and Natsumi it will just get a simple chase. We manage to break the tree with a toss. Natsumi will find another kill.
No, take that.
Alright, Geek. Surely you can reel this game back. Only one outer tower left. Roshan in minute. Surely this time you can take Rosh. Scouting for more to pick up. Just gonna steal these camps first. Bob going for his own Shivas, which I honestly don't mind. Maybe Lotus Orb could feel good, but the armor is pretty good. The stats are nice. So I can't fault Bob for just doubling down on Shivas. Yeah, it's alright. Scam has his Ags. Going for Crimson Guard. Not the highest strength hero. Some damage block is better than none, I suppose. Chelsea. Clean up the wards. Roshan in a few seconds. Geek Fam, you can't give this one away to Neon. Neon, they smoke up. They know Roche is coming. They actually know Roche is there. And you guys do too on Geek. Hog your side of the map. No vision to watch the smoke break though, but they know someone's coming in. Scam, drop your ward. Oh, they've got the sentry down. Oh, they should find Scam. Doesn't even get the ult off, gets deleted instantly with Jing. What the hell is this? Get held back, glimpse back on Natsumi, BKB pop, buyback out on Jing. Can they take this follow-up fight? Sunder out onto JG, should be able to find that Mars kill. Can they find more? Bob melting in front. The output is huge, but no, the backup from Natsumi is enough to clean up. Bombi now will fall as well. And Ken bails out in the nick of time. Roshan is available. For the love of God, Geek Fam, go for it. There you go. That should make it happen. Yo, thanks for the raid, VCM. Okay, Roshan is gonna go their way, it looks like. They will find it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna be able to find it. Roshan, no problem for Natsumi. Secondary life now available. Butterfly coming out next, so the damage is gonna be there. They do manage to find Ken up top. You manage to run down a little bit. And now you're stuck in a bad spot for Neon. 9k lead coming out from Geek Fam. Buybacks are still available. But the high ground is a threat. Tier 2s, the last one should melt here to Natsumi as well.
Thank you, my beauties.
Almost has enough for the butterfly. I'm just going to buy the eagle horn. Eagle song. Mix it all up. And does have the butterfly, alright. Sells the wand. Butterfly out, Terrorblade with a lot of armor. Not going to melt to that physical output. Smoke out from Geek.
Dire's bottom tower is
Look for that angle. Cox is a blink as well. Jing, can you make magic happen here? JG showing up front. Oh no, the spear back right on time. But here comes Bob. Wants to find the kill. Will BKB. Needs to find JG. Trying to TP away. They force staff him onto the high ground. That's the BKB down on Bobby. But the high ground stage still begins. Metamorphosis is still ready here for Natsumi, but the high ground def with a call down. Oh my god, Natsumi forced the Sunder to stay alive. Avalanche, no toss back from Jing. Yule's out. Prevent the damage. Glimpse back though, Jing caught in the middle. They all get entangled by the NP ult with the Yags. No buyback from Jing. He did buy back earlier, so they hold out. Natsumi TP's home. It's Bob against the world. Not exactly the spot he wants to be in. Does get Shish Kebab down. Pulled back up. No BKB. Bloodstone's up, but he will melt. Cox now forced a TP. Oh my lord. Neon do a fantastic job in defending.
Dire's top tower isn't looking so great.
And do manage to hold out.
Illusion!
Thanks for the sub 9 bonsai. Thank you again. Alright. Apologies about that. My brain's kind of dying. They are getting a lot of damage coming out here on Neon. You've got the Daedalus up for Bombi. Daedalus up for Ken. You cannot underestimate this. Neon are doing a bang-up job of holding on after a ridiculously bad start. Look at this Raph. What the hell is this? Right? How do you do this? And then do this? Doom. It's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster ride. Neon, again, doing a fantastic job here. Great force staff plays to save JG, to save the arena. Such a pivotal part of these team fights for the side of Neon. Tier 2 still stands as well. Natsumi's not been able to get that push. I don't know what Geek Fam... They're not able to stick together. They're trying to work the map, which is fair. And they're trying to stop Neon from having any angle outside. Sight of Vice coming out for Bob. Should help with that control. Amplify damage rune found by Castaway. Gonna be denied off. Ags for Castaway, about 1,200 gold away.
Isn't looking so great.
And that timing is gonna be nasty.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See what we'll find. Natsumi finally going for that tier 2 siege. Ken doing what damage he can. They have the gem now to spot out these traps.
Bad call by the
We'll find a tier 2.
Their tower's gone.
Aegis, only a minute left. Going for the Tormentor. You managed to land a sharpshooter on Natsumi, but Tormentor will go, and we'll find it for Jing, which is alright. Permanent tree grab is nice. Sunder out for Natsumi. Just wants to reset a little bit. Age is expiring in 40, so... I suppose we'll wait for next Roshan here, Geek Fam. Just try to build up. See what they can do. I mean, Aegis is just going to expire at this rate. Haven't been able to force a fight. Jing wants to find a freebie.
The seeds of war.
The spears have been annoying. Jing still in that smoke, but not going to be able to jump forward. 31 to 27 again. Fantastic job from you to stall. Aegis does not amount to anything here for Natsumi. Just back to waiting. BKB now up on Ken. One more piece of the puzzle being completed here. Chidori has his own Daedalus going for his Satanic, so the output of the Gyrocopter is going to be insane. The Satanic in particular is just going to feel really rough with the Side Gunner. Natsumi going for his own... Well, okay. Satanic into Daedalus. Where are you going to fit that in, son? Probably Boots gone. Bob's Side of Vice still waiting to finish that up. And we'll have Roshan in 2 minutes. We'll see that respawn.
What can
You get the toss out. Smoke out from Neon. Moving forward. Smoke, Scam could be the victim. They will land. JG finds the arena only onto one, and it's only onto Scam, and they will kill off him. Straight up. Force the BKB TP away though. Castaway, gonna force staff out, not gonna make it. They find the 2 supports. That does cost BKB. That does cost Exo. But only for Scam. You're happy with us on Geek. This should lead to a little bit of a high ground pressure point. There's buyback on Castaway, and he does still have Static Storm. So you can make something happen. See if Jin can find an opening again with a toss back. But high ground siege begins. Fortify is up. Bob bought out the Side of Ice. No buyback.
Temporary invulnerability. Radiant side.
Wave clear coming out from the call down is huge though. We're going to be able to siege nonetheless. Fortify again to stall this progress. He managed to Hurricane Pike out. Ken, toss back. Jing finds it. He finds Ken. The Side of Vice is out as well. Can they save Jing? Still manages to survive. Buyback and Castaway. They know the Static Storm's coming in. BKBs are down. Natsumi has no dodge. Pulled back in with a glimpse. And Natsumi has the Satanic, but not able to pop it. The buyback pays dividends. No buyback for Natsumi. No buyback for Cox. Roshan, we'll see in 20 seconds. They cancel the TP of Jing. He's gonna have Blink in a second. The glimpse back again. Castaway lining up for his team. Good God, if this is a fast Roshan for Neon, I don't know what to say. Scam could try to pressure onto the high ground.
Where's my pension?
It is longer, 2 minutes, so you have time to regroup here on Geek. Oh my God. Wind Waker up now. The Ags is up for Castaway, so these fights are just hellish for Geek. How did they let it get to this point? I mean, props again to Neon. They played amazingly in this game to drag it back, but it feels like these kinds of openings should not be found. Geek Fam should not be giving these opportunities out. Roshan, a minute 40. Again, there's going to be time here for Geek Fam to fight in that area.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Net worth lead completely gone. Take a look at that graph. Flatlined.
Radiant's bottom tower
Still,
is gone.
it is actually Neon favored, by the way, according to Dota Plus, with a win probability. And Roche, a minute off. We'll smoke out, see if they manage to find anything here. Surely at this point someone would buy a Lincoln's, right? You don't have slots for it, though. You really need the Daedalus. Roche, a minute. This is going to be daytime Roche. Natsumi just shoving in with his illusions. They should know it's Roshan. Smoke out. Smoke from Neon as well. Holding their ground. Good high ground position. They've got the traps. They spot out Jing. Jing immediately blinks backwards. Can they take this fight? Jing resmoke immediately broken from the ninja gear. The TB illusions just scouting out.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
Jing does get caught. They will kill off Skem. Gets caught in the side, but this splits the fight up. Jing gets tossed back. They find Chidori isolated in the center. Couldn't pop. The Satanic is gone. Buyback forced out. Need to fight around this Roche. JG Arena's already down. Bob keeping the chase up. And they will kill off more. Buybacks out from the supports. Jing comes back in. They didn't find anything else. Castaway still has the open. Cox coming in so far forward. There goes that static storm with the Yags. Natsumi gets clipped. Not able to sunder. This is... Oh my god. Bob fighting all by himself. Will fall. Buybacks coming in. They need to get something done. They need to find this fight. Sunder ready on Natsumi. Can they find the diebacks in anyone? No, Natsumi. He's the one to drop low. Cox already gone. Natsumi can't even get off the Sunder. The chain stuns. Sunder. Yules. Sunder. Something. Anyone. No. Natsumi's gone. But he just died back. Oh my god. Neon's done it. This is over. This is done. This is done. Call it. Call it. Pack it in. What the hell happened here? What the hell happened? How did it get to this point where you're dealing with Disruptor Ags, man? Again, props to Neon. They're playing insanely well. This is gone. This is down mid. This is over. This is divine for Ken. There is no defending this. Let's see. Maybe there's enough respawn time for Skem to try to do something cheeky. Goodness gracious me. Look at this. Look at that. I mean, Neon hit this timing late, yes, but they had so many opportunities for Geek Fam. And it just felt like they came in one by one. Fourth fight to stall. Stall for what? For Skem to come in and just throw trees? It's not gonna be enough. They need everyone on this. Tier 4's to fall next. Geek Fam will be forced into a game tree. Big props to Neon. The GG's called.
The Radiant need to defend their ancients.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We'll go on a break. We'll come back for the next game. What the fuck? No rest for the wicked. We are back for game. We're back for game number 3. I apologize, Kuya Nick, for the ads. The auto ads ran. Natagalan kasi sa pause. Hindi ako naka-ads nang dami masyado sa in-between games. So, naabutan pa ng auto ads dahil sa pause. So, pasensya na, Kuya Nick. Oh my god, we're doing it again. Ah.
Radiance ban.
Ah.
Five seconds remaining. Radiance pick. Dire choice.
Are we running it back? Let's do it again.
10 seconds left.
Do it again. Round 2, let's go. Oh, 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 oh. This is all the analysis you'll get.
Dire's choice.
Oh, okay, it's different. It's different. It's different. It's different. We got the Crystal Maiden. Okay, okay. Oh.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my god. I can't.
5 seconds, boss.
I can't. I'm sorry, Alphon. I can't. Sorry, Carl. Carl Dipes. I can't. Okay, Carl. I can't. This.
Radiant's
Okay.
choice.
Dusk.
Okay, Tusk. Okay, it's different. It's different. It's not the same. All right, Geek Fam. All right, Neon. What's gonna be different here? What's gonna change?
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's pick.
Centaur comes out from Neon. So we are different. It's new. New. Centaur Hoodwink is a really strong lane. That goes without saying. That lane does work out quite nicely, so you can't fault the side of Neon for going into that for JG. And for Bombi, I like the tone of that. Bombi did a lot of work on that Hoodwink last time.
Dire's pick.
It's pretty good. I did go get the Rubik as well on Neon. So you could have, what, a Castaway Rubik? A Castaway Hoodwink with a Bombi Rubik. I think that works pretty well. Lift back into Stomp. Pretty nice for the Centaur. Geek Fam does have some good saves, but Rubik has a lot of great spells. Absolutely amazing spells. Freezing Field's going to be so easy to steal. And Rubik with the spell amplification deals so much damage. With that side, it's insane. We'll roll it back to the Cox DP once more for Geek. They've got to play with his tempo. And they cannot relent with the tempo. They cannot pull back with his high tempo, okay? They've got to play hard on the side of Neon. See if they can get that done.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright.
5 seconds
Last
remaining.
few bans faces Void being taken out by Neon. Geek Fam, what will you ban out here? They ban out Dusa and Neon with the next ban. Taking their time in this one. Charblade's still available. Gyrocopter's still there. Sven. Slark. Ursa. Lifestealer was banned.
Dire's turn to ban.
Take care of the Slark first.
Ten seconds.
Well,
left.
you ban out all the same choices. Sven, Ursa,
5
Luna,
seconds remaining.
Gyro. What poison will you not let through here?
Dire's pick.
What's happening?
Radiant's choice.
There's the Sven I was talking about. Ursa Banda. I'm so good! Look at that! Who knew I knew what to talk about? Wow! And what's it for Neon? What's left? Luna? Luna TA sounds fine.
10 seconds remaining.
Medusa is still in the pool as well. Sven does not like going Disperser.
5 seconds, boss.
Could go either way.
Heck of a team.
You go to Bristle to close out. Chidori Bristleback. I don't like Bristle safe. Now, it does make sense here. You've got good minus armor coming out. You've got a lot of minus armor. You've got some good tempo. You've got the Ken on the TA who can act as your true big scaling core. I worry about Bristle into Sven. Warcry again. The shard's going to be really important to find here for Natsumi. So I like that. Alright. It should be an entertaining game tree. What the... Alpha and Carl. Hate both of you. I'm gonna snooze the next ad. No, that's 5 minutes. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. Alright. See how this goes.
Are you okay?
Let's see how this goes. Game tree. Game that shouldn't have happened. Let's see how it goes. I'm sure Geek Fam is the kind of team to rally back, so... Not one to be held back by that. Let's go. Rather interested in seeing Bristleback versus DP. I don't know how that lane goes. It's not something you see too often. I feel like DP tends to have a good time there, overall. So, I'm wondering how much to get out here.
I'll take it.
"30 seconds to battle."
See what they get done. Last game of the night. We have been on for 11.5 hours. No problem. Gonna end on a 12-hour stream, so likely ending at 10 o'clock. Thank you, Geek. Thank you, Neon. It is a pleasure. Should be some interesting level 1 skirmishes, but it should end up being 2 for 2. Nothing too exciting coming out here.
Watch your flanks.
Yeah, Scam's not gonna force the issue. And we'll go for the 2 for 2. Alright. Nothing too exciting. Take a look at these lanes as they break out. See if they manage to snipe. JG. Hoof Stomp ready. They could go for the Bushwhack Hoof Stomp. Natsumi will go through the tree line instead. It is Scam who might die here. And they will spot the Centaur. So, yeah, not going to be able to sneak in. Scam is just going to be perfectly fine. Taking his time to cross. Just in case. Will make his way across. Creep wave right by the tier 1. A very good spot for Natsumi to farm. And it's lane for Natsumi and Scam on the CM Sven should be fine. JG shouldn't have too rough a time, but this is a really annoying lane for melee. Because you will go Great Cleave for Natsumi, and then you'll just get free harass. Again, you don't want to go retaliate on the Centaur all too often. You kind of want to go 2-3-0 or 3-2-0. So you won't have that option. There's the combinations with Bombi, but if you just cut the tree line here with your Quelling Blade, you probably aren't in danger. It's going to force out the acorn shot to plant the tree. Still provides an opportunity, but makes it a little bit more awkward. See how it goes. Take a look at that bot lane. Of course, Chidori bringing out the magic with a bristleback save, which is something we've seen a couple of times from him before, maybe on SMG. Along with Casway and Rubik, they are up against Jing and Cox on a really good tag team lane of DP and Tusk. So there's a lot of damage that can fly out here. And I like seeing this coming out. I think level 3 is going to be the big spike, although they come in. They've got the tag team up. Spirit Siphon already onto Casway. Just a couple of right clicks. One more. And we'll find it for Cox. Cox off to a good start. Snipes a courier as well from Chidori. Why not? Sage Mask and Mango gone from Chidori. And again, the issue for the bristleback here is mana spam. Already out of mana. We'll use the stick charges. And it's a tango at the very least from Casway to regen, but good tone already for Geek. They do manage to snipe Anatsumi, and again, that combination is just straightforward. Bushwhack into the hoof stomp. You've got the magic damage to deal with it. Skem can't really stop. A little bit surprised Skem went for level 2 Arcane Aura over the Frostbite. I guess wanting to spam out the Crystal Nova is a pretty smart bet. But both sides, safe laners are having a little bit of a rougher time. Good combinations from both to emphasize the off lanes instead. Take a look at that mid lane. Bob on the Lesh once more up against Ken on that TA. And this time around, Ken's having a better time of it. Not too much better. Bob is still having a decent lead, but he has managed to clear out these creeps. Are at a fairly equal point. Slightly ahead for Ken, but you have good denies in Bob. So it kind of evens out just a little bit. See if there's any emphasis on those power runes as there was before. Jing. All of them camping. It does go to Chidori. He is stuck between a rock and hard place. Shards will find tag teams on as well. They're hitting the back, but it doesn't matter. When Chidori is still level 3. Might matter now. Not going to be able to find a cleanup. Chidori gets another tango out, but not able to just sit back and farm. Still up there in CS though. So you are happy in the bristleback here. And yeah, so far, 1-1, decent start for both sides. Neon having a great time of it. Like, their lanes do look a little bit better in the outcomes. It's slower for Bob, slower for Cox, way slower for Natsumi, which isn't a great time for the Sven. We'll get the Stormhammer off Bombi, but the block still comes in on the camp Skem. So much damage from the Acorn shot. Gets another use of a Frostbite. Not going to be able to find Bombi. I mean, this burst damage with the level 2 double edge is massive. Skem coming in again. Bushwhack again. Double edge will find that kill. But no, the bounce from Bombi will take care of it. Bob down mid. Overextending as well. And Ken cleans up.
Got it.
So, this start for Geek Fam. It's a lot worse with those kills coming out. You're getting so much here. Ken this time should have a good timing into the Dragonlance and everything else.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great.
And, yeah. Your laning starts good. You don't have a natural answer for Bristle, it feels like. Look at how poor Bob is right now. It's going to be an issue with Bob and Natsumi sitting back and farming. We saw Bob take early activity last time. Doesn't feel like this is the same kind of game. This time that has to come out from Cox. Cox has to pull himself out there. Put himself out there. And hit that early level 6. Get a push going. See if they can find that. Top. Bushwhack again, and Natsumi's gone. It's just this combination. Bushwhack, double edge, hoof stomp. Skem can't stop it. But the CM is not achieving much in this lane. They still get the pulls as well. JG double bracers. Pretty fine in this lane. Are they able to stack? No, they're not able to stack either, so there's no recovery lined up here. Again, the Bushwhack onto Natsumi. Like, he's not quick enough with this Quell. It is harder. But you can't allow all of these free movements. And with all of that one in the side lanes, they're going to be able to rotate onto mid. Jing going to try to hold on to the bot rune. See if they get lucky. It is the Arcane Rune for Ken instead. So Bob gets nothing. Traps are there. Bushwhack again. This aggression from Neon is not something Geek Fam can match right now. And Neon course correcting hard from the last game. 5-1. Looking good. Inside of Geek, they're going to have to recover. They're clumping up top. They want to play with Natsun. Look for some punishment onto JG while he's solo, but this is a tanky Centaur. Don't think you have the burst play here. I'm not going to be able to find that. Bob just having to hug his tower as well. Same thing goes for Cox, who is going to go for the Wisdom Rune, so that should give him level 6 with the Exo. Issue is, I don't think he can actually push in a wave. Not push in a tower. Like, this Bristleback's extra tanky. Natsumi has some massive stacks to clear. Is he going for the Vanguard first? Looks like he might be. No, I'm going for the Arcane Boots. As a casual Ring of Help to just sustain true. 0-3-2 build, which is ideal in this lane as well. No goo for the slope. Just focus on right-click farm. Maxing out Warpath.
Tower's in trouble.
Go from there. They'll try to take a gate across on Geek Fam. See if they find a flank here, again tying into this level 6 timing of Cox.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's level 2 Bristleback, it's not that bad. And straight into the Axe Rush for Chidori as well. This is going to be nice tag team already up. Exo up. Shards to entrap. Stampede is there. No Snowball just yet. Frostbite on. And Chidori, he is so tanky. That is not enough from Cox. He loses way more than does damage there. Maybe they can find Bombi.
Now you're just showing off.
Instead, Bob is the one to be taken down on mid with all of this attention.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I like the idea. It's just, how do you burst down Chidori? How do you burst down to Bristle right now? It doesn't really present itself as an easy target. Tier 1 still stands as well. I mean, this is buying some space for Natsumi to farm, but this game to start off with is pretty much all Neon.
Dire's middle tower is in trouble. Dire's lost their middle tower.
They're already lost mid.
That's
Ken.
pretty good.
Level 8 amp damage rune. Bob not really having a game right now. And the side of Geek. It's kind of falling flat. Like, the laning phase needed to go well. This is almost like if Neon had a stronger laning start last time, they would definitely run down.
Tower isn't looking so great.
Ken coming out with a blink. Going to be able to steal some of these camps as well. A very nice start for him. Already pressuring down bot. Chidori. One part into the Yags. You've got JG, who's pretty much got Blade Mail phase boots lined up. Could opt to finish off the Blade Mail first, which looks like he is thinking about.
Dire's middle tower
So everything's coming in, and Geek Fam now, it's almost the same issue as last time for Neon, where they've got to sit back and farm. It's Neon that has this early tempo, and they'll be pushing in. Tier 1 bot gonna go. No defense coming out from Geek. No real play to have here.
Dire's lost their bottom tower.
And with that, only one Tier 1 tower left for the side of Geek Fam. JG, Blade Mail flying out.
Top tower isn't looking so
Amp
great.
damage rune popped by Ken. We'll find Jing. We managed to get Snowball. Does manage to charge Sharpshooter, but Jing is still set to fall. Just tries to shard out. Not quite the spacing. Not quite enough spacing to save him. And Ken will find another. And they're eating up so much map space on Neon. This is so clean from them. They're eating the triangle. They've got wards to cover. They've got a good entrance ward to watch here. Geek Fam are just kind of falling apart. Natsumi's going for Mask of Madness. It's going to be nice. Don't think you can really commit onto a centaur with Blade Mail and retaliate.
Dire's top tower is looking so
They will find Scam. Great bushwhack. Shard to block as well. Scam can be fine, barely. Here comes Cox with the Exo. Great little sharpshooter from Bombi to jump up and stampede away, and that's Exo down for Cox. Could still take the gate across, but I'm just gonna smoke. This is... I'm gonna try for a team fight here.
So great.
Ken could be a nice kill if they find him. Instead, they'll see Castaway first. Left back does slow down. Snowball will connect with the Stormhammer, and Cox will find it with the ghosts. Shard does entrap Bombi. Bushwhack the stall. Bombi still set to fall, and Bob will find it. Some recovery coming out from Geek Fam. Some important kills to find. Don't manage to line up for push though, but this is the catch-up they need. Chidori's been doing a great job of just clearing out these camps. Not the comfiest for Cox. 2 parts away from that full Ags, about 2,300, 1,300 gold. Yeah. So inching closer towards that massive point for the Bristle. I'm feeling like Natsumi might have to get the Silver Edge here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shall see. And they will kill off Sam again. Ken just eating some nice easy food and find some stacks. Not massive amounts. Still some farm being taken away from Geek down 3k. Bob has really been one suffering here. He has not had the impact he did on his Lesh last time. Is hurting them. Top tower gone. All tier 1 towers just gone now.
This'll come in handy.
And Neon just playing across the river, you know, cutting off this map access for Geek Fam, limiting Natsumi's farm space, limiting Bob's farm space as well. Cox not able to push in. Doesn't leave have the plate mail, so Shiva's not too far off. Smoke out from Neon. With Ken with a blink. Ken just looked to gap close nicely. Blink Meld plus a couple of goose stacks makes an easy target. Cox, though, not the easiest. Will get caught and blown up by Ken nonetheless.
Your death was a secret I can
Nice pickups here for the side of Neon. They do isolate JG on Geek's end. Stampede is there. Guess what? You can't really stop this. Bob gets thrown into his death.
Double kill.
And Jing brings them in for the kill. 11 to 3, Geek Fam falling short of the mark. Neon rising to the occasion here. Getting the siege going onto the mid lane. Dragonlance fully up for Ken. Chidori, I believe the Ags, yeah, 200 gold, 100 gold away. This is going to be
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty rough for Geek. Do you manage to get the Hoop Stomp off onto Cox? Maybe they find Chidori here. The damage is overwhelming from Natsumi, but the Stolen Spells and Castaway's finding is just too much. The slow is being applied. Can they still find Chidori? Do you get the punch up? But not going to be able to keep that chase. Nice entrapment. But Natsumi's already gone. Bob trying to find a kill. No, he's melting. Can they find JG? They will. Bushwhack does still connect though. Ag's finally up for Chidori. He's going to turn here. Does not find a Quilt Spray that he'd want. And all things considered for Geek Fam, again, a small win. 855 gold coming out from them. It does cost Exo. And they're not going to be able to push, but that does give Natsumi some progress. Echo Saber up. BKB next, more than likely with a disassembly. Wondering if they feel the need for the Silver Edge. As he's the only real one that can carry. Maybe Cox. Perhaps Jing, but not ideally. Shall see. He's trapped. Traps